All right, ladies, gentlemen, Eagles fans, we are back. Night 2 of the 2023 NFL Draft. I can't wait. I've got my coffee, I've got you guys, and we are all juiced up on Georgia Bulldogs juice. What a first night that was. Hello, everyone. Welcome to what could be another night of explosiveness. We've got 2 rounds to get through today, of course, round number 2 and round number 3. The wild card in all of this is that the Philadelphia Eagles have 2 picks near enough next to each other. One's in the second round. One is just a few picks down the line. Tyler, what's up? Ben, what's up? Steven, what's up? You've got me one-on-one for the time being. We will have some PSN reinforcements coming in the foreseeable future. But for now, just some one-on-one time. I don't want to spoil too much, but I will say as well, I mentioned it recently that I would love to have a PSN stream again. So I'm trying to get to a point where maybe we have a little StreamYard session like this once a week. Yeah, or maybe a Thursday night. Who's to say? Why can't we come back, all right, and do something that we all want to do, okay? I miss streaming for you guys and making content. Life has just got a little bit chaotic over the past couple of years. And when I did think it settled down, responsibilities change. I know it's been nice to see you, No Name. Isaac's in the house, Duck's in. And we're going to start off with a question. I think this is cool. I can do this. I've never used StreamYard alone. So if it all goes exploding in my face, blame Brian. All right, just blame when he next streams FTV. Just blame Brian. Duck says, "Are we thinking safety or offensive line?" I'm not sure because at this point, so I put some out earlier. I want to get your thoughts on this. Okay, let me just find the tweets. I can't remember the exact numbers, but for those that do follow me on Twitter at Liam Jenkins PSN, I mentioned earlier today that the Eagles are technically, if they want to be, in a position to trade up for someone like Brian Branch. They may not go for Brian Branch, but they can get to that sort of level. So if we go off of the general NFL draft sort of value chart that is out there, pick 62 is worth 284 points or draft points, whatever they want to say. Pick 66 is worth 260, okay? Altogether, that's 544, which is roughly pick 35. It's somewhere between 35 and 34. So that's what, the third or fourth pick of this second round. Now, you've got guys like Joey Porter. You've got guys like Will Levis. You've got a few other guys that are probably going to go. Maybe a tight end, maybe a Michael Mayer, maybe a Darnell Washington. Sam Laporta that could be taken before we even get to a Brian Branch selection. So the Eagles, if they want, could move up for that impact player. They may see Porter as that impact player. They may see Branch. If it's me, I'm looking at safety. There are a couple names that I really like here. Antonio Johnson out of Texas A&M is certainly one of those guys. I think he's a very niche box safety. Plays very close to the line of scrimmage in a similar role to what Malcolm Jenkins used to when he was a Philadelphia Eagle. I would love to see him. I'm a sucker for Texas A&M players. I don't know what it is. There's always one or two that seem to catch my eye each year. And at this sort of level where, the top player in this class at safety hasn't even gone off the board yet and we're in the second round. So you're going to get a fairly good safety prospect regardless. I really think he could be a viable option for the Eagles. There are a couple other guys as well, like I mentioned. I mean, Sidney Brown is one of them out of Illinois. That seems to be the more fan favorite from what I understand. And I think that's purely just because of ball production. Like, he is very good around the catch point. He high points the ball very well, and he's physical in the run. I think he's the more well-rounded safety out of the two between him and Johnson. I think Johnson offers more physicality. Sort of what I guess we thought Kayvon might be physicality-wise in terms of that hard hitting. I genuinely would compare him, and a lot of people might hate this, but there's a bit of Marcus Epps in him in the way that he loves playing the run. He's got a niche role, and he plays it very well. He can carry tight ends down the field. He's quick. Not necessarily great change of direction, not necessarily great laterally, but I think in terms of being able to hit, being able to diagnose the run and close downhill, I think he's great. That's a great compliment there to Reed Blankenship. So I wouldn't mind either of those guys. RW Swope says, let's now see how we begin to focus into the coverage and tackling at the linebacker position. This is an intriguing one because linebackers, I mean, the linebacker I wanted for the Eagles was taken last night, which was a bit annoying. I can't lie. Trenton Simpson is one that I like now out of Clemson. I think he could be a fun prospect to watch over the next couple of years. But just at some point, it doesn't matter how many schemes we go through. It doesn't matter how many coordinators we have. That linebacker position isn't being valued. And you've got to wonder, all right, well, the Eagles have seemed to got away with up to this point, right? Like, whether we love Jonathan Gannon or hate him, we'll get to that a bit later, because he's decided to really throw the cat among the pigeons. And the linebackers haven't been paid, and it sort of worked out all right. I mean, Hassan Reddick at this point is a fringe outside linebacker to defensive end. But as a Mike linebacker, we haven't seen one paid for quite some time. You've got to wonder, like, okay, are they going to bring someone in? Would you, at this point in the draft, dare I say it, maybe look for a trade for Devin White? Would you explore that possibility? I know you've seen a few Buddha comments in here already today. I don't know if you've got it when you've got a safety group which could be that strong if they take one today. You've got two elite cornerbacks. You've got a phenomenal defensive line where you're going to give up yards over the middle. You just need linebackers that fill niche roles. The guys they've got at the moment, sure, they did lose out a couple of big free agents, and they were quite surprising in that. But you've got guys that will fill those niches. They just won't necessarily do them at an elite level. That's the level we're at now. Is that, like, okay, this team cannot be perfect all over. If they see that linebacker is the one spot they can skimp on, and they get away with it, fine. Would you rather like pay an elite linebacker or draft an elite linebacker and go 13 wins, or would you rather maybe not have that and then go to an NFC Championship game? Like, I don't know if that's the conversation, but I feel like it's been that long. Same with running back, right? Like, the running back position has not been addressed financially for quite some time, since 2015. I've always had a theory that DeMarco Murray has scarred Howie Roseman. 2016 we had Ryan Matthews. What a back he was, by the way. Let's just give him some flowers, because had he stayed healthy, he could have been one of the best backs in the NFL, I think. Obviously it didn't happen, bit of a shame, but we moved. 2017 was, the band of misfit brothers, LeGarrette Blount, Jay Ajayi, Corey Clement. 2018, Josh Adams threw up on the scene a little bit later on. This hasn't been a group where you've had dominant running backs for a while. It's the same at linebacker. If they're the two positions where they see maybe the NFL average is launching money at, and they can get away with spending that in other areas, mainly the trenches where you kind of get a bit of relief then. Like, could I run behind the offensive line? Probably at this point, yeah. Could I run behind Atlanta's? Absolutely not. And I think that's the difference in sort of team building. So it'll be interesting to see. It'll be very interesting to see. But guys, let me just see. Let's set a challenge for likes today. We will have a giveaway shortly as well. We're going to give away another Eagles jersey. I think Josh won last night. If he's watching, I have seen your email. As you can understand, it's been a little bit hectic at the moment. So please forgive me for not replying straight away. What I will say, though, is let's have a look. If I go to yesterday's stream and see where we were at in terms of likes. Also, big shout out to all of you that tuned in this morning for the breakfast stream with Phil. Phenomenal. Like, genuinely, like we finished streaming at midnight, and at 8 a.m. we had a breakfast stream trending in the AM with Phil Stifle. Does a brilliant job. It's really cool seeing him start to get a community now, and you guys rallying around him. I wouldn't bring anyone on PSN if I didn't trust them to make the most of that and represent what we're all about. Phil does it to a T. He's done a brilliant job with that breakfast show in the first couple of weeks. It's really cool seeing those numbers get up there. On to the main point. I got distracted. We had 34 likes last night. Okay, I think we can smash through that. Look, I'm a one-man army. All right, this is an underdog story. There were like 5 of us last night. It's just me at the minute. Let's see if we can push that numbers up. What are we at the minute? We are on 10. Cool. So we're a third of the way there, baby. We haven't got a pick yet. That's fine. Let's pump those numbers up. Let's see if we can get to maybe 20 in like 10, 20 minutes time. If you are enjoying the show, it does help us reach more people, and I can rant about Jalen Carter then. Although I think after today, I've calmed down my stance on Jalen Carter. I will say that. Also, at any point, if you guys do have any questions, any players you want to spotlight, who's on your big board today, anything like that, please just let me know. Because that's what we're here for. You've got me one-on-one, all right? We haven't had this conversation in a long time, so you can really milk it today. You've got hours of Liam to sort of milk. Duck says trending's pretty good. Really enjoy it when I get to see it. I love to hear that, man. I mean, Phil's great. I mean, we poached him from DSM Media, who are a great group of guys as well. But yeah, it felt like we had the same vision for that breakfast show. Something I've wanted to do for a while, but I can't commit to that time frame. So I would love to just see you guys rally around Phil. Like, we want this to become the premier breakfast show in all of Philadelphia. Like, we want to go head to head with the big boys, like even on the radio. And just because we've got this sense of community where we can put up a comment like Ron, for instance, right now. and have a discourse about it. You can't really do that on the phones on a radio show, and it's a lot more clickbaity. You can't do that on YouTube. So yeah, trending in the AM every morning, Monday to Friday. He's got a morning off tomorrow, Phil. But like 8:30 to 9:30. Great addition to PSM. We're loving it. And maybe we'll get an evening show as well. Who knows? Maybe it'll be me hosting it. Who knows? Martian Lynch, I love that name. Martian Lynch, I love that. Do you think the Cards want their 66 pick back for Buddha? I mean, that would be a hell of a trade, wouldn't it? Do you imagine, after all the Jonathan Gannon controversy yesterday, that the Eagles give it right back to them to take Buddha Baker? I'd be all about it. I would be absolutely all about it. I don't really know logistically if they would, out of almost a pride standpoint, regardless of the value. I'd be all in on a Buddha trade, providing they can pay him. It's clear he sort of wants out of that situation. We'll see. I mean, if it comes down to your, all right, put it this way: pick 66. If you're going for someone like Antonio Johnson or Sidney Brown, or you're going to reinvest that pick in a trade which will land you Buddha Baker and get that contract, that's then the value. It's okay, if we can work that contract, is that then trade worth it, or will be rather a cheap Sidney Brown for 5 years? And hope he gets to that same level. So that's the debate the team is going to be having, I think, about that sort of scenario. But it's Howie Roseman, right? And what a first night of the draft he had. We'll get to that in a moment. Isaac says Howie seems to like taking linebacker in the third, safety in the fourth, and Iwell in the second. Can totally see that happen today. Yeah, I can. There's a couple offensive linemen there that are interesting. I forget that it was like Baroja, not Baroja, but it's some. But Bergeron? Bergeron. I think it's Bergeron was one I was looking at earlier. Could be a good fit, again, fairly versatile. So there are some prospects there today in that round. Safety, I'd like to see safety get addressed, but it depends on how this round falls, for sure. Yeah, like Duck says there, right? There's at least 10 solid safeties after Branch. Johnson's the one I like. A lot of people like Battle. Jordan Battle out of Alabama. That's a lot of beats. Jordan Battle out of Alabama. Peter Piper picked a Pepper. So that's fun. Yeah, just Jordan Battle. Can't wait for that. We'll make a moment out of that as well. So yeah, there are a lot of safeties out there that are worth looking at. It just depends on what the team want from the position. Like, they're kind of happy rolling out with Marcus Epps and letting him find his feet for a few years. It seems like initially they're going to try and do the same with Reed Blankenship. So who knows? RW Swipe says Devon isn't a cover linebacker. He's just not a fit. Yeah, I'd agree with that. He's definitely more of like a man assignment kind of guy. Great at what he does. But I don't, in terms of them, but you want someone laterally that's quick. I think Jack yesterday was probably the best one to do it, and he went very promptly. So Torrance is someone I'd be cool with, says Isaac. I can't screen share from my iPad. Otherwise, I would do a mock draft now. I don't think I can actually do that. That is really annoying. That's so annoying. Oh, well. Yeah, we'll work on that. Maybe I'll get myself a new computer at some point. But yeah, there's a lot of talent out there today. I'll tell you what I'll do is, if you didn't read the article earlier, I will go back and look through the players that I've got listed that I would maybe basically put on a big board for Philadelphia this evening. Because there is a lot. So I've got at safety, Brian Branch, Sidney Brown, Antonio Johnson. Those are the three. We spoke about them already. Branch is a holy grail, but I kind of do think that Brown's a more realistic one. Johnson's the one I want, which means they definitely won't take him. At corner, Killy Ringo and Joey Porter. Again, Porter's out of the mix. I think Ringo is, again, that nice consolation prize. 4.36 40-yard dash. Played at Georgia. At this point, if he plays for Georgia, he just is an Eagle. It just is the way it works. So, yeah, I think that would be interesting, right? Like, how many more Georgia players are we going to get? Just put a bet, like, in the chat, right? Like, are we going to get at least 2 Georgia players between now and the end of the NFL draft? Because it could definitely happen. At tight end, I've got 4 names. We've got Darnell Washington, Georgia, Sam Laporta, Luke Musgrave, and Zach Kuntz. Now, I haven't watched a lot of Luke Musgrave yet. I will say that I don't want to say anything about him because I haven't watched tape on him. The guys I have watched, I think Sam Laporta is probably the most well-rounded tight end that's left on the board at this point. And I mean that from a place of Darnell Washington is this absolute freak athlete out of Georgia that's got power to him, which means he can kind of get helped in sort of run blocking and stuff. Whereas Zach Kuntz out of Old Dominion is someone that just doesn't have that technique as a blocker, doesn't have the technique as a route runner, but has the same sort of build as Washington. So if you miss on Washington, you get a much rawer prospect in Kuntz, but he's sort of almost a Tyree Jackson at that standpoint, and I don't think a third-round pick would even be viable for that. I think it's too much. I haven't seen Shoemaker. Do you know what? I genuinely wanted to watch tape on him as well, purely because Shoemaker. I was going to draw that comparison. I haven't got into it yet. So Isaac says there, tight ends totally in play too. Goddard's the same age as Ertz as when we drafted Goddard, and he made that point last night, and it's very astute. Something to note indeed. Linebacker, I've got 3 names down: Dorian Williams out of Tulane, Drew Sanders, and Trenton Simpson. I think Simpson's probably the best fit left on the board for the Eagles in terms of what they're looking for. He's a playmaking linebacker, and it's something they haven't had at the Mike spot since Jordan Hicks, really. I mean, Nigel Bradham to a point, if he stopped twatting people with umbrellas. So, like, there's that. Offensive tackle, yeah, Bergeron's the name I got written down out of Syracuse. Just a strong athlete, had a good RAS. Haven't watched too much of his tape. I say too much, I haven't watched any of his tape, but he's got good RAS, good size. The scouting reports seem to project him as like a big, lengthy tackle. So at that point, you could just make up a scouting report for a tackle, give it to Jeff Stoutland, and it's going to be viable. So, yeah. Receivers I have watched. I've got Jalen Hyatt, which is one name a lot of people want here. Rashid Rice, and then Jonathan Mingo. Now, Rice for me is like one that I genuinely like, but Mingo is the more intriguing one. And I say it's another weird Liam player. Like, there's a lot of them in this draft where the Eagles have almost like experimented with things like a monster tight end or a big slot receiver. And that's exactly what Mingo is. Literally runs a 4.4 40-yard dash, but he's 6'2", very physical and great at the catch point. Doesn't have a lot of agility. It can get kind of caught up at press. He can't really get off a jam yet, anything like that. That second gear to his routes isn't there that I've seen, but I think I like him. And I think, like, if you want a big slot, what have they just lost this offseason in Zach Pascal? And they've brought in Zacchaeus, who's pretty much a Kes Watkins 2.0, but like evolved. He's sort of like the what's it called? What's the one after Evie? Viperion? He's like the Viperion to Evie of like what Kes Watkins is, right? And I think for Zach Pascal, not necessarily that he was a big slot, but he was a physical slot that contributed in the run game. And I think that's what Mingo could do. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Mingo come in. And it does give them an option out of the slot, which at the minute is limited to speed. That's literally all they have now. They've got 2 speedy slot guys. So if you can get some variety in there, add in a monstrous tight end and a speedy slot receiver, and that offense will cause you so many problems because you've got A.J. Brown, who does a bit of everything very well. Devontae Smith's route running. You've got 2 very different types of players in the slot. You've got 2 very different tight ends. You've got a variety of different running backs. And you've got Jalen Hurts, who does literally everything. So that would be my call for wide receiver, although Jalen Hyatt is the one that I think a lot of people sort of want. S&M's back, and I know I've seen a lot of names here today. That one's come up a lot. Izzy out of Pitt, I believe. Izzy Bell necessarily on a bike? I don't know. I haven't watched any of his tape, I'll be honest. I've been slacking on the draft stuff, which I was kind of low-key terrified about hosting this weekend because I haven't had time. I've been so busy with the written side of it and just managing. Like, my life now is basically like real life out of the park baseball or real life football manager, which is great. Like, I love it. I can sit down and sort of just manage people and write content, and I don't get lost in the drama and stuff. It's great. But I haven't been able to properly devote to tape. I've watched like a few games of like draft cut-ups, so no all 22, which is even for me not the best era of scouting. But look, if you guys are all in on Izzy, then I feel like people, why not? I'll ride with you guys. But the 2 I've got written down are Rashawn Johnson, who was secondary to Bijan Robinson, just a mauler downhill, thick base. Very powerful, hits the hole hard. Sort of everything Miles Sanders wasn't last year. And when you've got Kenny Gamer, who is quite similar to Miles Sanders, and Penny, who is... Penny is sort of what a refined version of Rashawn Johnson, but a bit more agile. So with that in mind, it's like, okay, well, if Penny goes down, you've got a thick guy there that on 3rd and 2, when a QB sneak is just out of the equation, you've got someone that can kind of charge up behind the offensive lineman, pick up some steam, doesn't really have a second gear, but he just goes forward. He's like Jordan Howard. There you are. Perfect example, Jordan Howard. Devon Ashan out of Texas A&M, who's another Texas A&M running back that seems to be one every year that I like that ends up going undrafted, so that might be Ashan this year. Guy on a 4.32 40-yard dash, very agile, very versatile. little bit Alvin Kamara, I think, but that might be too much of a compliment. But he's, again, very quick, very versatile, can catch the ball, likes to get everything outside. So there's that. And that's my big board. So that's 20 players that we're looking at so far. So any of them I'll be happy with. Definitely not going to happen. We just have had news that the Chargers have picked up the 5th-year option for Justin Herbert. So no contract extension for Justin Herbert. A further endorsement on Howie Roseman's ability to just jump the curve and manage the cap. So very, very good. The draft isn't saying without Liam battling the green screen. Oh, don't say that. Come on. Don't give me that. The green screen's at the office. Here's a story. So I would say hands up who was here yesterday. I genuinely want you to put your hands up now, and I'm going to do mine as well. Hands up who was here yesterday. If you put it up, you're a real one. I love you. So yesterday, I've got time to tell this story because you've got, 2 rounds and nothing's happened yet. So as you can tell by my eyes, like a bit tired. Like I've not caught the sun. I'm just tired. So yesterday, I was on 2 hours of sleep because my office building, the Wi-Fi went. Of all the nights for the Wi-Fi to stop working, it's on the day I'm going to do a 3-day consecutive 8-hour stream run on the NFL draft. Brilliant. So the landlord is 4 hours away, rings me and go at 8 in the morning. Bear in mind, I wake up at 12 p.m., which is your time, 8 a.m., right? Or 7 a.m. So I work 5 hours back. So he wakes me up at like 3 a.m. equivalent, saying, can you go to the office now to meet an engineer? So I go to the engineer. He can't fix the Wi-Fi. Then I've got to come home, do all the draft prep stuff, then get on the live stream. And I swear to God, last night after I went off, I was in bed writing up Jalen Carter quotes, and my eyes were just spinning. Like, literally, I was just like, my eyes were just all over the place. So there is no green screen, unfortunately, because the internet Wi-Fi is dead at the minute and I can't get down there. So there would be a green screen. Unfortunately, it's just me at home today, which means bed's only around the corner though, and I like that. So I can skip away for a nap during like picks or something. But there's an unnecessary life story that I thought I'd share with you. That's my life now. That's all the drama that happens. No chaotic X's, no analogies in the Outside Insider. I get called out to do adult problems in an adult life and have to deal with it like an adult. I've grown up. Voice hasn't, face hasn't, hair hasn't. What can you do? Let's go back. So Drew says, so I've made it to Eagles Bar in London. Oh, no way. That's sick. I had no idea you were doing. You should have reached out. If anyone is literally, and I mean this, if any one of you, providing you're not a mentalist serial killer, is ever in England, just message me on Twitter. Like, send me a tweet. I'll happily travel up and meet any of you for a pint. Shake your hands, give you a big cuddle, and thank you for everything. Because I love you guys, and it's the least I can do. I was meant to be in Philadelphia last year for a preseason stream. Plans fell through. Nothing I could do about that, unfortunately. We just couldn't get the bar rented in time. We left it a little bit too late to plan. So hoping this year we might get something. If not, next year. I mean, I kind of want to come to Philadelphia for WrestleMania, right? Like, I really want to be there for that. If not the World Cup, right? I've got to come out there at some point. But we'll host something. Dirk, back on the Hurts contract situation, says, yeah, pretty much. I mean, Lamar Jackson making out like he's just, negotiated the deal of his life. I mean, it's Nicole Lynn that has pulled an absolute masterclass. She's got to be, up there with some of the best agents on the planet now, for sure. And I'm just really glad she's getting that recognition. She followed me on Twitter at one point, and I never really clocked it. And I guess she got a bit annoyed with my content. It explains a lot. And she's gone another way. So basically what I'm saying is I spurred her on to make Jalen Hurts a lot of money. She saw my content, went, this is doing my head in. I can't sit here watching this all day. I need to work harder. And now she's making $1 million contracts. So if you're watching this, Nicole, you're welcome. If you want to Venmo me $20, that'd be great. But don't worry about it. I won't take offense if you don't want to. So we'll call it even. He went in for Nolan Smith. I'm very happy with Nolan Smith. I put a tweet out after I went off the stream and said that I wasn't overly keen on Jalen Carter for the obvious reasons we discussed yesterday. I didn't go Ruben Frank on it. All right, I didn't make it disrespectful. I think I was quite logical in my argument, but I was like, if it was me personally, I would have made the pick. I get why they did. I'll back Harry Roseman's judgment and research on that matter and the people around it. So I'm cool with it. It's like if my girlfriend scouted out a restaurant and told me the steak's good. She's a foodie. I'm not. I'll trust her. I don't evaluate players. I said John Hightower's going to be great. That's gone well. Let's not trust my judgment here. All right. So with that said, they were like, who would you have taken instead of Jalen Carter? And I said Nolan Smith. So the fact you've got if we're being honest, one of the best players in the draft in Jalen Carter. Had the incident in January not happened, he probably would have gone 3rd overall, 4th overall. To get Nolan Smith as well is genuinely wild, like absolutely wild. So, I mean, you've got like a franchise defensive end and a franchise defensive tackle in the same draft. It's a bit it's OnlyFans content. I mean, someone's got to just record the draft clips and then just stick them on OnlyFans, and it's a moneymaker. You cannot go wrong. It's unbelievable. I think Smith for me was the most complete defensive end not named Will Anderson, to be honest. And I think he's going to come into a situation where he should be able to at least displace Josh Sweat. I'd like to think like he should be a starting defensive end year 1, if not by the end of it. And he's just got a lot of ways he can hurt you. I think he's very powerful. He's very quick. He's a great complement because you've got 2 monster eaters. We've seen this Georgia defense eat in 2021 where the interior guys get so much pressure. They do all the havoc. And if you look at all the sacks last year, most of them came from edge rushes because the interior defensive line just wreaks so much of a mess. It's just cleanup duty for the outside linebackers, for the defensive ends. Smith is the perfect fit for that defense. And like, I made a comment about Lucas Van Ness and was that he can develop and, he should have a high ceiling and he doesn't need to start right away. Sure. But somehow a developmental option's taken away and a franchise option's right there. It's too much chance. Like, I didn't realistically think Nolan Smith would be available at 10, let alone 30. Like, it's sensational. So how he did well not to trade up, I mean, that's got to take some conviction. If you're looking at Nolan Smith going drop, 21, 22, 23, and you're sat there going, they're going to get him. They're going to get him. And that's not like the conviction you must have to not risk assets, confident he's going to drop to you or have a counter plan otherwise. I mean, the guy is like Tony Khan of wrestling. I don't know how he does it. It's phenomenal. It's just the drugs, probably. No, I'm joking. That's slander. But he's just on another level of like probably up all night. He lives and breathes this stuff. Like the podcast he did with New Heights with Jason Kelsey and Travis was brilliant. And it explains so much. And I always heard the story of him being a kid and sending like emails to NFL teams and that sort of thing. And just that unrelenting drive, like, he just approaches it differently. I feel like a lot of GMs in the NFL that don't come from a coaching tree, that come in and just work their way up, like a lot of them are the older guard and they don't tend to like view players the same way. You look at what Detroit did yesterday. Some of it, there's no rhyme or reason. It's like a Madden draft. Howie, whether it works or not, there is a calculated method and you can see it evolve. And I said last night that the past 2 drafts, it's been inundated with team captains, former leaders, notable leaders of teams, and guys that are familiar with Jalen Hurts to build that enriched culture. You're now seeing the advancement of that now, of just this comfort and confidence in your own ability to scout players, know what's available, and make those calls. And it genuinely is absolutely phenomenal. So I'd have been happy with Nolan Smith at 10. To get him at 30 and Jalen Carter, who, if we are being honest, if you to put all of these players on the big board, Carter, outside of Robinson and Anderson, I'd think he's the 3rd best player in this draft on paper. So you've got to be happy with it. You just absolutely have to be happy with it. Let's go through some of your comments. So this is the thing with me, is that when I get into rants, okay, that I just end up going on for 5 minutes because I'm on my own. So you all guys all talk and then I'm like 8 minutes behind. So Howie legit got Lamar and Hurts paid. Ruben Frank couldn't wait to ask about accountability. Yeah, this wound me up, and I want to talk about it vaguely because I'm not technically media, but I am technically media because now we're attending games and stuff. Like, I'm not sure if you guys know that. So I've not been on YouTube, so I'm not really able to tell you. But we actually had guys go to home games last year as Eagles reporters in the press box, which is like all I ever wanted to do. All I ever wanted to do as a kid, like when I made PSN, was like, that would be cool to go to a game someday. And we're now at Sixers playoffs. We're now at Eagles games. Like, we're now at Flyers. That's a chore. We're at Flyers. No, I'm joking. And Union. So it's like, that was really cool. So I don't see myself as like, technically, I'm not in the same room as Ruben Frank. But I know that, I think because of that, I put so much pride when I'm in press conferences to ask respectful questions. When I covered the Sixers game in England, when I covered the Flyers game in Prague, that I wanted to make the most of the opportunity. I feel like there's almost a complacency that goes unpunished with some of the older media members, and I'm not naming names, although there is one on screen, that you can say what you want and you get too comfortable because you talk to the GM, you talk to the players so often that they become like work colleagues you might get on or not get on with. So you feel like you just have this like bulletproof vest to say what you want. And I think sometimes that gets the better of them. I don't think he's trying to be outwardly aggressive. I just feel as though he may be tired, stressed, NFL draft. I thought the Jalen Carter presser was actually really good. Like, he was asked difficult questions on the night of his life, and was just open. It was like, yeah, I can't remember the scheme. Like, okay, what do you want him to do? Okay, he's human. Sometimes he forgets things. Like, you do meet with 30 odd teams. I'm not expecting you to remember what they call on third down when it's a triple bunch set and you've got a shotgun formation. Like, I don't think you expect that level of commitment. What I do think, though, is that I'd rather him own up and say, yeah, I don't know. Sorry, man. Excited to learn, though, than pretend he knows, like Jonathan Gannon does in Arizona, where he makes up an entire fabled story and everyone can see through the bullshit. And in the space of 2 weeks, everyone has turned on Jonathan Gannon for seeing him for what he is. And I think that's the difference. Like, okay, Jalen Carter may not have come across the most well-versed in Philadelphia. He wasn't preaching cheesesteaks. He wasn't preaching the Subway. Well, I've even got the name of it today. Well, that's me being tired. But you know what I mean? He wasn't preaching like he wasn't pandering. Okay, he was just honest. Yeah, I forgot. I don't know about the scheme. I've just been drafted. Like, let me enjoy my night. And I don't know why you have to make it a thing, like a negative thing. Like, he was just honest. And that's all you ever can be in life. He's just as honest as you can be. So for me, I think he handled it perfectly. He dealt the cards he was given. It was a bad hand. He made the best of them. Didn't put himself in more shit. The guy that got in shit was the media member. I think that says a lot about Jalen Carter. If you're in a situation where you've been in a DUI or a racing incident, or not DUI, that has resulted in the death of a teammate, and the guy that comes off worse in that interaction is the reporter, I think you've done a good job. And Jalen Carter has done exactly what he needed to do in that situation, to brush it off, sweep it under the rug, let his play and his character in the future do the talking. That's all he could do. And that's all I'll say on the matter. I know I've probably rambled a bit there. We do have company now, so I can stop rambling to myself. Nick Farrier is about to join. If I can do it. I've not done it on StreamYard before. See, I'm still... That works. There we go.
Hello.
I can have a drink now. Right, I'm going to drink some coffee. How are you feeling on day 2 of the draft?
Day 2 of the draft. First off, Liam, it's so great to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. You look beautiful as always.
I look very tired, but I'm here.
It's fantastic. A great day with everything going on. But I do want to stress 2 things. First off, on your conversation, my fiance has distracted me here. But first off, in regards to the press conference, and as someone who was in the room for the Jetson and the Aaron Rodgers introductory press conference, I can tell you first off, the reporters have to ask certain questions. And when you have a player like this, especially a player like Carter who has the red flags that he did, you have to, as a reporter, as a professional reporter, step up and say, okay, well, what are your views here? What are you thinking about this? So from that standpoint, yes, there is a point where you have to be professional about it. And I know a lot of these comments are talking about certain reporters asking certain questions in certain ways and when to do it. Do you do it over a Zoom? Do you do it over the press conference? That goes back and forth a lot of the times, and you're never going to get a perfect answer. So ultimately, when you look at the professional landscape, reporters have to ask the question. They do have to ask the question. But how you ask it is very important because it delves into the relationship that people are going to have. Certain reporters, if you ask a question a certain way and the players don't like it, that player really isn't going to want to talk to you ever again. So you have to be very careful with asking those type of questions. And, 2 different scenarios. Aaron Rodgers' introductory press conference, people had to talk to him about the darkness, why he wanted to come to the Jets, why he left the Packers in the first place. And Jalen Carter is in more of a legal situation outside of just off-the-field shenanigans. So that's a main point here. Second off, about the Eagles draft, I don't know how you can not be excited. I mean, I woke up this morning as a fan, as a reporter, going, did I just dream that? Did the Eagles literally just have to give up a 4th-round pick to get the best defensive tackle prospect over the last couple of years and let one of the best and premier run defenders on the edge come to them at 30? What?
It's nuts. It's genuinely nuts. Quicker, I had to run out. I realized I was watching a rerun of the first round and not the live stream of the second round. And I saw the Carolina logo there for so long and was like, round 1, pick 1. Maybe it's just, no, it is round 1, pick 1. So I had to go change that. So we're off to a flying start, technically. But yeah, it is a phenomenal. I just don't understand how no team between 20 and 30 opted to sort of just, maybe take the premier edge rusher away from Philadelphia, the team that was in the Super Bowl with a great pass rush last year. No one thought that's a good idea. Whereas I think Howie does a great job of sort of countering other teams. Like we've seen it before with the Dallas Goedert pick when they needed a tight end. That worked well. There's been a couple of other times with backup linemen. Nothing substantial. But jumping the Giants for Devonta Smith is the most notable. Like he's very happy to jump up and rip a player away from the clutches of a team in his division. There was nothing from any of the other teams. Obviously, what were you on, Giants or Jets last night?
I was on, so I don't do the Giants anymore. I am just strictly on the Jets beat, on top of obviously being the lead reporter for the Eagles here. So I wear both hats, if you will.
Gotcha. So did they just catch up on the fact you loved the cheeseburger at the window, the Giants, and you're not allowed in anymore? They caught you for that.
Well, it was the comical thing. Yeah, the comical thing was my boss goes, Nick, we really want you to do both NFL teams because obviously I'm an NFL guy. I was a scout at one point. I have a lot of experience. I always say that I'm an NFL historian. Liam, you know very well my overall extensive history of the National Football League. And my boss says, you'd be really great if we had you on both the Giants and the Jets. The problem is you're on the Eagles. And if you're on the Eagles, your content is always going to be slightly biased towards, sure, the Giants did this. Like, for example, last night, the Giants' pick of Deonte Banks is a good pick. It's a really good pick. He's a good corner. I consider him more of the Trayvon Diggs mold, a guy that's going to develop into a really good corner instead of being one right away. But I also said, well, when you compare it to the Philadelphia Eagles, it's no comparison. I mean, the Eagles walked the floor with the NFCs last week. So my boss kind of sat there and said, you know what? Let me put you on the one team that is not a cluster for you, Jets in the AFC, Eagles in the NFC, and we'll just leave you at that. So I'm very, very pleased about it. Liam hasn't because originally, before when I was jumped on the Jets, I was able to do like 3 or 4 articles for the Eagles. Now I'm only able to do like 1 or 2 a day. So sorry.
Still 1 or 2 a day is fine by me. I mean, I've got to say as well, a massive thank you to everyone that has been reading and watching the content. I mean, we have had, I think, 2 of our best weeks ever, like traffic-wise, which is phenomenal. But just in terms of, I know, like supporting the YouTube channel, we've had obviously more faces over the past 6 months or so. People like Phil with The Breakfast Show, FTB, we've had Eric and Zach become more prominent features on there. It's been a real mix. And in terms of the written content, it's nice seeing everyone's content being viewed now. So like if you're going into PSN or like phillysportsnetwork.com and you're reading stuff we put out, like it means everything because we can do things like this. Like, this time 2 years ago, life was very different. Like Nick's now a full-time NFL reporter. We're in a spot now where, we can do just the best work we can with more assets available. So just thank you for all you do. We're going to have more help on a minute. We're going to have a Georgia official. Oh, I've glitched it, haven't I? I forgot I can't go off the browser. We're going to have a Georgia guy coming on. So Tommy Orm, who is our resident betting aficionado, he's going to come on and just basically gush, I think, over every pick the Eagles have made over the past 2 weeks. If someone could get him the link. If you have access to the link, hang on. Let me see if I can get the link. I don't have a clue.
I will say this, just because I am who I am and Liam can work on this link, I want to hear from the comments. I was only able to jump on the stream a couple times yesterday and last night because I was handling more of the Jet stuff and everything. What do we think of the grade? Is it an A+? Is it an A? Is there anyone in their right mind thinking that this is lower than an A-? I'd love to hear what people think. Obviously, this is a fantastic draft. Pittsburgh's on the clock right now with 5 minutes left. A lot of rumors going around that they are going to try and trade out for a team that wants Will Levis. Very interesting to think about. Ron K with his first comment today, A+. I agree. I mean, how do you nail both selections? This might be Howie Roseman's best draft ever. when you really stop and think about it. Pretty special night. But as we wait for the Steelers to make their selection or figure out what they want to do, we got a lot of questions here. Philadelphia, has 2 picks here in this upcoming round, one at 62, one at 66. They could go safety. They could go tight end, offensive line. It'll be very interesting to see what they do, and it'll be interesting to see who drops to them, because there's a lot of rumors going around that certain defenders are going to fall just because of how the board is right now. You think about some of these players that really have done well in this draft and positions that have done well. The tight end position is expected to go very, very fast in the second round. Quarterback, at least 2 quarterbacks to go up there. You think about some of the receivers, Mingo, Hyatt, all those fast guys being able to go up in the draft, which would leave someone like, dare I say, Keely Ringo at 62? Does Howie triple down on the Georgia defense? I would think it's a pretty good draft.
I like Darnell Washington, Georgia tight end. It feels like every player that is a fit now just so happens to play for Georgia. It is a little bit wild. Mark Stevens, I still think last year is ahead of this year. I think I would agree purely from the fact that the A.J. Brown trade was so...
Yeah.
No one saw that coming. Whereas at this one, the Eagles didn't have to do too much. It was a minor trade, which is still crazy. Here's a fact as well. I mean, Nick will love this because I know he gets off on NFL stats. So Howie Roseman in his tenure as a GM has made 43 now draft day trades, which is, I don't have the numbers for every other NFL franchise, but that is an absurd number. So the fact it's just been one minor trade, bumped up a spot, and then, Nolan Smith's there, no biggie, no work, make it look effortless. Whereas last year was so, you just gush over the Jordan Davis pick, and then 5 minutes later, A.J. Brown's an Eagle. Everything is just hellfire, everyone's buzzing, there's parties everywhere. I don't think anyone quite expected that. We may even get a similar move today. I mean, the Eagles have been linked to Derrick Henry. I can't see it happening, but I appreciate the SEO traffic, Derek, so thank you for that.
We have breaking news.
Oh, do we?
We have breaking news. The Porter family is staying in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is taking Joey Porter Jr.
That's cool. That's fairly.
As my father, I believe he's watching right now. He's a Steelers fan. The entire family are Steelers fans. I'm the only Eagles fan in my family. It was incredible growing up to watch Joey Porter, especially when I was 6, 7, 8 years old as a Pittsburgh Steeler. Always that talkative guy, always the guy that Bill Cowher was begging before weeks to just shut up for the love of God, and he never did it. And the fact that he and his son are staying in Pittsburgh, where he was actually a coach at one point, people forget, that's pretty special.
Absolutely. Gregory Carter is a freaky athlete, but nurturing feels like a full-time job. Fingers crossed Nolan's a little small for run support. See, I think that would be the only... I can kind of see where you're coming from there in this thing with Jalen Carter, that crazy athlete, monstrous upside. There are still some slight concerns. So that would be the only knock. But
a B plus? Come on, Greg. Greg.
At least, all right, I'd push it to an A minus, but that's a very fair assessment. That's not green tinted glasses. I've got respect to Greg there for being a bit more grounded. Because I mean, I wasn't a fan of the Carter pick, like, wholly. It wasn't like, I hate to say I was more excited over John Hightower because that sounds way awful in context. But I just think that there were concerns there. And again, not in a disrespectful Reuben Frank kind of way, but in a, are we really sure this is the right fit? And if Howie's going to make that pick, Howie makes that pick. Only time will tell. But it's the same way last year with Nakobe Dean, where we saw him fall, and it was a first-round talent, and he falls to the Eagles, and then they give a press run like, yeah, we'll be playing by September, don't worry, his injury's fine. And it's like, it's so candid that it feels like they wouldn't have made that decision had they not done their due diligence. This isn't an unbuttoned-up franchise. This isn't one where there's a lot of drama anymore. I will just back that culture until, it works until it doesn't, and I will back that until that's the case.
Look, yeah, and here's the thing. This is why I say I think it's bonkers to call this draft anything lower than an A minus. And I would agree with Tuck for a little bit of this point. But when you are the Philadelphia Eagles, you have to do your due diligence on certain players that you think are going to come up. And Dom, I blank on his last name, Chief of Security in Philadelphia. That team is incredibly high on him and the job that he does. It's just, I find it hard to believe that they would just walk away and say, we know he's a head case, we know there's a lot of problems, but we're going to pick him anyway. And the other piece to that is we're forgetting the day of the draft, Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean were named by Carter saying, these are my mentors. What they say, I will do. They are on the Philadelphia Eagles. That is not something to just look away from. There's a lot of Georgia defenders on this defense, which will allow him to stay in his lane. That's a very, very important piece to this.
Yeah, for sure. It will be an ongoing thing. I think through training camp, there's bound to be a lot of noise around it, and there's going to be probably, I hate to say it, like an enhanced microscope. Like the standards are going to be different. Like people, someone could have a bad day at practice and not really put effort in. If Jalen Carter even so much as puts 98 effort instead of 100, you'll be made out as if he has just put in the worst performance of a lifetime, Allen Iverson level practice argument. So there is going to be that heightened sense of pressure because of all that background that may spur him on to be a better player, and it could be the exact sort of culture that you wanted. I mean, realistically, like, would he have thrived in somewhere like Arizona? Probably not. Would he have survived somewhere like Vegas? Like, that's you've got to, like, if there is any place to, resurrect yourself, it is Philadelphia. There's I-95 is a great area to street race.
Wait, is he budding on the stream?
He is.
Holy cow! I went to college with that kid. He's a Patriots fan. Ready? Hold on. Here's what the fan said he is. He's a Yankee fan, a Patriots fan, an Alabama fan. What was the other one? And I think it was just those three. Alabama, Patriots, and Yankees.
It's a great combo.
Yeah, you tell me if he's a bandwagon fan or not.
Right, so the draft is underway, as we said. I mean, the Cardinals now on the clock at pick 33. This is the first, I'll be honest with you, lads, this is the first time this entire draft I've looked up at my TV, I've seen the draft clock, I've seen the draft pick, I've seen the time.
Traded up.
And I've thought, we've got 30 picks and a long way to go. So just...
Titans traded up. They're taking Will Levis.
Who is? The Giants, do you say?
The Titans.
Oh, right. Titans makes it. I mean, to be fair, that's a hell of a pick for them. Like,
well, they've wanted Levis. They wanted the quarterback. And listen, we'll see the compensation, but finally Levis goes off. Look, I'll say this. A lot of people have been very, very critical of Levis's tape. I personally, I don't see how Levis's tape is worse than Anthony Richardson's. In terms of the talent around him, in terms of everything else, a lot of people are happy about Richardson and high on Richardson because they see Cam. But Levis is a pocket passer who has a great arm and has shown very good measurables throughout. I think he was a first-round pick going away. I'm stunned that people are like, well, this is that, and boom, 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 boom. The only reason why he would have fallen to me is if he had character concerns, which a lot of people ended up saying that he did. He didn't really interview very well, and I think that's a deciding factor. But looking at the tape, I don't see second-round guy. I see clear-cut first-rounder. If he was in last year's class, he's going in the first round, going away, probably in the top 5.
To be fair, last year's class wasn't great, though, in fairness. Like,
atrocious. One of the worst in NFL history. Absolutely.
I think Stetson might have been in the first round last year's class. As people saying Hooker, giving up on Malik quickly. Yeah, that sucks. I mean, I thought, but he was only a third-round pick there, wasn't he, Malik Willis? So you've got to remember that like, he wasn't drafted with the intention of being a starter. He was given a short leash, I suppose. We'll see. But, I mean, realistically, it's like, okay, put it this way. You've got to think, if you're the Titans, it's the same situation the Eagles were in a couple of years ago. They had their quarterback that they liked. He was a young quarterback. Sure, circumstantially and financially a bit different. They have a chance to get someone that they see a much higher upside in, and you just make the call. And you've got to do it in that pinch. And fair play to them for being aggressive. hopefully that I can see that. I mean, it's going to be some sort of rebuilding process they're going through. Like if they've shipped off AJ, Henry's not going to be around much longer.
I'm going to throw some shade at Ian again, because here he is in the chat saying it's Hendon Hooker, it's Hendon Hooker. Do you think I'm watching on a television screen and not knowing what's going on, man? I know what's going on. I'm reading along. This is what we do. This is how we do roll at the Philly Sports Network.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, Malik. I really wanted Malik Willis to do well. I watched a preseason game with him last year, and I thought he was pretty solid. Obviously, preseason is not the greatest benchmark in the world, but he'll have a future as a backup. He's not going to be out of the league or anything. I think the one quarterback in the NFL that genuinely has been dealt a huge injustice is Josh Rosen. I mean, that sucks that it's panned out the way that has. Like, there was a high upside there, but I think Willis will be fine. He'll have a chance to compete for that role at least anyway. But yeah, I mean, let's just quickly talk about that a minute. That's come up there from Isaac. I think that's a huge point. It's been massively overlooked. That the Eagles have got Marcus Mariota, Chip Kelly. That is such a fantastic QB too. Like Gardner Minshew last year couldn't win a game to save his life when all the Eagles needed him to do was manage the game, and he couldn't do it. And it was okay. Maybe we overstretched a little bit on Gardner Minshew's upside or what he could do there. Minshew mania, fa la 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 la.
Ooh.
Look at what. Marcus Mariota is coming off a starting season. He played a whole season of NFL football at a good level for the Falcons. He wasn't great, but neither was that team or the offensive line. And Kyle Pitts is basically running around dressed as a builder because no one knows what to do with him. So
we have a new draft pick.
All right. Well, when you look at that, I think that it's one of those things where Marcus Mariota fits the system. He's an option quarterback. He's not going to be lighting anything up anytime soon. But he plays the same style as Hurts, so they'll compete in training camp. He'll elevate Jalen Hurts. He's experienced, so he can actually give advice on situations that he's been in. And when it comes to it, if Jalen does pick up a minor injury, you don't have to just completely rip the system out and just start throwing curls all the time. The Eagles are on the clock. We've got is that a trade? That's hang on, note.
No. Hold on.
I got a notification from the Scuderia PSN account, and it's one of those like tweets you should see. And it said, it's the Eagles trade from yesterday.
Yeah, no, the Lions.
I've been baited. I can't believe that. My heart was in my mouth.
The Lions have taken Sam Laporta, the tight end from Iowa. Now this is surprising to me. Michael Mayer, a lot of analysts said that Michael Mayer was probably the best tight end prospect available. He's fallen now to the third tight end spot in this draft. That's extremely interesting. And even better news for the Philadelphia Eagles, because if you keep looking across that board, you got a lot of tight end teams that are going to want pass catchers and everything else, which drops the corner class, which drops the safety class, and some of the better offensive linemen that are going to be available in the second round.
I can't see him going O-line round 2. Not with the first pick. They may with the second. I mean, we're at pick 34 now. I thought Levis will go by 35. Now we've seen a trade up for that. I'm not sure. Maybe 40 is gettable. I genuinely feel like the pick's going to be Sidney Brown. I think that's a very Eagles pick at safety. What's up, Brandon? Nice to see you, my man. How are we doing on the lights? Let's have a little refresh and see where we're tracking with this. I think we were like 20 odd last time I checked. So where are we to now? We're on 24. All right, 5 more and we're at 30. Let's keep pushing these numbers. These are rookie numbers. All right, let's push them up. And then we'll do, pump it up, and we'll get all very excited. I don't have any alcohol. Maybe I should. Maybe we'll do shoeies. We'll go wild tonight, depending on how the lights go. But we're gonna run it back, and see how far we can take this stream, because we are gonna have a long night ahead. We need all the support systems we can have, which is of course all of you guys. So the more of you to keep myself and Nick awake, the merrier. I'm a bit gutted. Laporta's gone there. I felt, outside of Michael Mayer, he was the most pro-ready tight end. I said it earlier off the quartet that I highlighted in my big board. Darnell Washington, I love more, but he's very much a Lucas Van Ness of the tight end position. Freak athlete, can't really do too much. And that Kuntz is a freak tight end, but can't do anything. So there's too much in it. So it's like he can run, but he can't really block, and he can't really cut, and his hands can get a bit inconsistent. So, yeah. The Raiders have now also traded up, apparently, so they're on the clock. I wonder if that would be for...
Gotta be Hooker.
Baller replacement? Or Hooker, do you reckon?
Nothing official, but I'm assuming that it's Hendon Hooker.
It will make sense, I suppose. Yeah, but
They need the backup to Garoppolo.
But I don't think. Why would they to trade up for that?
Well, here's the thing. What they're only trading up a few spots. No, they're trading up. They're trading up 3 spots. No, they're taking Michael Mayer.
Yeah, I was going to say,
wow.
No way they'd be trading up for a QB there. There's no QB teams that would need one. The Rams maybe, but
that blows my mind to me. So the Raiders traded Darren Waller, for whatever it was to the Giants. It was a solid package, but so the Raiders have a chance at Garoppolo's backup, and they choose the tight end to replace Waller. There are so many more needs on that team.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't think there is a QB1 in this class now. Like it's very top heavy. There's a better QB class coming next year. You've lost Waller. Michael Mayer, I thought, was better than Laporta. And that he's gone. The Rams realistically might need a Higbee replacement. And the second you're looking at TE2s, it's developmental guys. And that's a steep drop-off again. You go from Mayer and Laporta to Kuntz to Darnell Washington very quickly. I think that's a good pick. I mean, Seattle may want one. I mean, who they got at top? Is it Jimmy and Will Disley? Disley's gone.
Yeah, but they took JSN. So the thought process is you don't need a tight end.
Well, you still do. I mean, but that's the thing. I think Seattle realistically would. Like the Colts, potentially. I mean, they historically love a good tight end snugged in there. So I get the trade up. It makes sense. Anyway, Zach, hello. You kind of snuck in the back door there.
What's up? I'm doing great. I am back on the old PSN draft show here. I'm excited to go. Disappointed that I missed the first few picks. But I'm very excited for what the Eagles have in store. I got a good feeling about this today. So, yeah, man, I'm just excited. And I also do agree with you, Liam. I do understand the pick for Michael Mayer. I mean, talent is just so great. It's such an upgraded tight end. Austin Hooper, OJ Howard, they're recognizable names, but that's not.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just not good tight ends. They're not starting tight ends.
Well, what is it? The South Dakota State guy, the FCS guy was really good.
What do you mean, the tight end on the board?
No, I got to look at his name. But there was an FCS kid that was really, pretty solid.
Oh, you mean that was already there?
That's still available. So, I don't know. Yeah, Tucker Kraft.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He could come in and be pretty
Michael Mayer.
I'm not saying he's better than Michael Mayer, but what I'm saying is if you're the Raiders, there are bigger needs for them outside of tight end, and you could potentially get Kraft in the 3rd round, and that's still solid value.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a bad point. I mean, if I were the Raiders, more likely than not, I probably would have either held fast or even possibly traded down to try and. I mean, you ended up. What do they move? A 4th round pick in the deal, in order just to a 4th or a 5th, just to move up those 3 spots. Wasn't it 140 they moved?
141 and 35.
And again, it's a top heavy draft where on anything below round 3 or 4 is going to be a mess, for every team, I think, this year. Yeah. So you may, if there's a prospect you like, you may as well. I think that there's more teams. I hate to see Howie-ish, but it's very if you like a guy, May shouldn't have slipped that far. You've got a chance to replace him while they're on the cheap. That will open up assets to then, go elsewhere. So
there were 2 guys on the board left who potentially could have had a 1st round grade for teams. Brian Branch being the other one. And,
he's
still available. Yeah. But they picked between Michael Mayer and Brian Branch, who they needed. They obviously just, brought on Marcus Epps in the offseason to join that safety tandem with Trevon Moehrig. And so they feel good enough about their safeties, honestly. And while I think a safety is a position to solidify, that is more important than tight end. Looking at what they have at safety versus what they have at tight end, I definitely understand picking Mayer over Branch in that scenario.
Absolutely. We are going to welcome Tommy onto the show. So Tommy is our resident. Oh, he's even got the Georgia. Look at that. I didn't even introduce him. He's already come in with a Georgia jacket on. PSN's resident charmer. How are you this evening, Tommy? I'm assuming very good. Maybe a little bit tipsy, maybe.
Yeah, can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah.
Well, since I dusted this thing off. Good. I mean, being a Georgia fan, being an Eagles fan, watching that all happen, and 2 years in a row now of going real heavy dog for the Eagles.
I'll say this really quick because there's a couple of people, and again, when you're the Eagles and when you're thinking about Super Bowl, the first thing is you got to keep an eye on the rest of your division. And so far, the Cowboys, Commanders, and Giants all have made moves that don't turn the needle in this division. None of them are moves that you say, oh, they could take over the division and be a big problem. The one move that I think will scare me, especially in the second round here, is for the Giants. If they take this guy Mingo from Ole Miss, the receiver, that would be an alarming one to me, just because New York needs a quality number one big guy receiver. Mingo is clearly that. He was never going to go in the first round, but he's the kind of guy that can scare the bejesus out of me if he ends up with the Giants, because that's the one guy offensively that they really seem to be missing outside of interior offensive line. So they could pass up on him, take the center, Michael Schmitz. They could take, whatever offensive line guy that they want, whether it's Steve Avila or not. Mingo scares the crap out of me if he goes to the Giants and really only the Giants. Speaking of Avila, the Rams just took him, the guard from TCU, at number 36 overall. So we are out and running in round 2.
There we go. So, yeah, pick 37 will be on then. So I've got some time. Where do we start? So, coming off of last year, Tommy, we'll go back to the 2022 class. Obviously, Jordan Davis comes out, very happy with that. The player there were concerns about was Nakobe Dean. What were your feelings this time last year when the Eagles took Dean in that third round?
I loved it just from a value perspective. Like, obviously, he had the issues with some of the health, and I mean, we didn't really see him play that much this year anyway. But you look at the core, the way they set this defense up. I don't think anyone expected Hassan Reddick to do what he ended up doing, at least to that degree. And you've got this veteran core on defense with like Fletcher, him, and you're bringing in they literally refer to Jalen Carter as little
Jalen.
Jerome Brown.
God, why am I blanking on the name? The lights are too big for me.
Jerome Brown, Jordan Davis.
Jordan Davis, who we were just literally just talking about. That's how this guy plays. I spent most of the afternoon just going back and watching highlights from both him and Nolan. And I mean, obviously, I watch these games live as a fan, but I'm much more focused on the offensive side of the ball. But going back and watching what some of these guys did against quarterbacks that they're going to continue to play, like some of their best highlights were against guys like Will Levis and Anthony Richardson and this new classic quarterback that's coming in. So I'm excited. I'm sure you guys have talked about it. This defense is going to be out of control and very young.
Was there a preference? I mean, obviously it's different because the draft is its own beast and the talent levels are separate. Was there a player you preferred last year out of Smith and Carter? Like, just to watch as a fan? Like, was there one that maybe tilted your heart like that a little bit more?
It's been Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter for the entire time he's been at Georgia has been like so disruptive and so deceptively quick as somebody playing in like an interior line position. He's just like he just blows these plays up. He's in the backfield as the quarterback's handing off. Again, this is going to be a little bit harder in the NFL, but I mean, the SEC is probably as close as you get. Go ahead, Nick.
Derek Hall is the pick for Seattle. We're a couple picks ahead now.
Cool. Rock and roll. Anyway, as you were, Tommy.
Sorry, I'm only here to break the news. That's all. Boom.
No, I love Carter, and it's nice to see. I mean, like we saw last year, there were 5 dogs taken in the first round, I believe. There's been at least one Georgia Bulldog in the first round since 2018, which is pretty wild. And now with Nolan Smith last night, the historically speaking, the Bulldogs have had 27 total linebackers drafted since to the year 2000, which is like far and away higher than any other school from a production standpoint. So you talk about these monikers like linebacker U, that kind of stuff. The defensive talent that's coming out of Georgia has made a name for itself at this point.
Is there any other players on the board that you would like? Because we mentioned a few earlier. Mine's Darnell Washington. I wouldn't mind seeing him with the Philadelphia Eagles. Is there anyone from that Georgia team that you would like to see as an Eagle other than all of them?
Yeah, no, I mean, so I was giving you guys a hard time last night about the taking Will Levis part of the whole thing, but I think somebody like a Stetson Bennett would be, who I imagine will be around come 5th or 6th round. Go ahead.
Falcons are on the clock. They just traded with the Colts again.
But Stetson Bennett, I feel like is a guy that I think could come in and sit behind Hurts. He's older. We know how old he is. What, he's 25, 26. But I think that could be like an interesting fit. I know he gotten a little bit of trouble recently, but he seems like the kind of guy who could come in and dependably serve as backup for 4 to 5 years.
Love to see it. What about in the future? Anyone that maybe over the next 2 or 3 years could be future Eagles, since they're just going through the whole Georgia system right now?
I'll have to take a look at the roster, but every year, every spring, these guys rotate in another number 1 to number 5 overall class in college football. So a lot of these names, like when I was in school there, just to give you some context, I was there when Todd Gurley, Nick Chubb, and Keith Marshall were the running back room for Georgia. And it was just next man up. And that's how that whole thing's worked, especially under Kirby Smart since Mark Richt was dismissed. But, yeah, I mean, just like I'd pick a name out of a hat. There's going to be 10 first rounders every year. Not in the first round, but you know what I mean.
Very, very true. Very true. Yeah, it's been I mean, to be fair, I don't watch much college football, like if any, just because I get confused by it, like the whole Notre Dame being in a league but not really in a league, but then the kind like it's just a lot of it where I can't really click with. But then I don't know, I see something like that and you kind of get that attachment of seeing a player that you follow go to the NFL. It's got to be like the nicest feeling sort of imaginable. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll just pick her up. I mean, I do have an emotional attachment to Boise State because of John Hightower and the fact that field's blue. So maybe I'll just go all in on Boise State. I don't know who they've got this year, but I'll just follow them when I get to the NFL. They did have a quarterback a few years ago. I can't remember his name. I liked him. He was good at NCAA.
You mean Clayton Thorson?
No. I can't remember the guy's name. I might have to Google it. He wasn't very good, but he won one.
Ellen Moore?
And I bet on the game and he won, so I was very happy with that.
Whoa! Falcons traded up for Matthew Bergeron. They're going to list him as a guard. That, to me, is a massive reach.
Bergeron at guard is interesting.
He's played all 5 positions throughout his college career. Good versatility, but, I mean, if you're really thinking about this, if you're going to trade up into the high second round for an offensive lineman, Bergeron is not the guy that I am thinking off the top right away.
Well, you would have gone Osiris Torrance?
I would have gone Torrance or, I mean, quite frankly, like, how about the guy Cody Mauch from Mauch?
Yeah.
Dakota
I
State?
love how we're getting Clayton Thorson analogies in the chat. That's what we want. That's what we all come for. Like, even now, when he's out of the league, is he still stinking at the XFL? Like, I saw that. He's still doing atrocious there. Brilliant. Phenomenal scenes. Love to see it. You know, I got a message. Let me try and find his DM. Like, I got a DM, I swear to God, a few weeks back, from someone that apparently has a family member that knows him or something. And the college... Right, let me maybe I've got it. I go to Wheaton College. Clayton Thorson's from here, and his brother goes here as well. My friends all sing this song at least once a week. They love it. We've started a legacy. And that has to be continued. So the more you know.
That's great. Hey, I think you'll appreciate it too. I put a little money on Bijan Robinson going 10th overall last night. I knew it wasn't going to happen, but I couldn't resist. The Falcons screwed that up. But again, good day. I can't complain.
Did you place any other draft? Do you have any winning draft bets?
No, they were all losers.
Oh.
Yeah, well, I almost shared a couple of them, but I mean, who the hell can ever predict this stuff?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
if I'm gonna put my name behind like exact draft order and all that, like it's not worth being that wrong.
It's one of them where it's like if you're very kind of plugged in with everything, you can probably make some money. In the same way with like NFL spreads, if you pay attention to injuries and you have that extra layer of information with schemes and stuff. Like there's been a trend with DFS recently where I know a lot of the Sportsline articles are based on matchups rather than like, but not in like team matchups, but as in wide receiver and corner, and the corner plays soft zone, and this receiver stats against soft zones better than it is against man, therefore he should have a better opportunity. So like there's more depth with it, but like the draft, you could go as deep as you want and it's still random because you're betting on some random old guy to back that thesis that you might see but he might not, sort of thing, for his own team. So it's it's definitely strange. But I was gonna genuinely, but there was a bet last night that it was Devon Weatherspoon to go to be the first corner. I put it on Twitter, but I was very tempted. I didn't in the end. I was very smart and sensible.
That's the kind of stuff you hit. If you hit on it, then you tweet it out and tell everybody how smart you are.
I did hit a 40-1 golf bet the other week though, so I was happy with that. Thank you, Nick. Nick Hardy and Davis Riley. So thank you for that. And anyone that followed who read the PSN golf article, because it was tipped in there. That Some Live in Infamy is the greatest sons camp. I mean, there were some other PSN bangers. It's been an absence because I know I've not been on YouTube. There were some brilliant PSN songs, to be fair. I mean, the John Hightower "I'll Stand With You on a Mountain" video is a personal favorite of mine.
Hey, remember when I said that Mingo to the Giants was going to be a big problem for the Eagles?
Mm-hmm. Is it happening?
Done. He's going to Carolina.
Oh, I think when Dunny's gone to the Giants, I was going to say. I missed it.
Yeah, I mean that's okay, Liam. That kind of makes sense when you think about Dunn. Like, but no, thankfully you're right, Nick. Like not to the Giants because it is a big body receiver. I think you're right. Like that is the kind of guy that Daniel Jones. I mean, you cover New York that Daniel Jones really kind of needs in his offense.
Yeah, and that's the thing. With him going to – look, Bryce Young is going to love him. They needed a wide receiver to go along with him. The fact they get him to basically replace the numbers that DJ Moore had, awesome. Awesome for the Panthers, awesome for Frank Reich, awesome for Bryce Young. And awesome, again, I have this joke with my colleagues, and they always say, Nick, you can find a move in the NFL and make it about the Eagles no matter what. You can connect the dots here very, very easily. The Giants don't get him, the Cowboys don't get him, or the Commanders don't get him. And he poses the matchup nightmare. Big body receiver, Darius Slay, more of a quick guy. He can defend big body guys, but he's very good against the true route runners in the league, the Justin Jeffersons, if you will. The big guys he's had problems with. He's the only one that gave up a touchdown to Kenny Golladay in 2 years with the New York Giants. So think like big body receivers, not the best thing. The fact he's going to Carolina, big win for the Eagles. Yeah,
and that's where we love Nick's insight, because I would have never have thought of that in a million years. But I think that's the other thing. Is like we often get. I can speak for myself. Is that covering the Eagles? I normally watch every primetime game, every Eagles game, and then if the Eagles run at like 4 p.m., I can watch the 1 p.m. I watch Red Zone, but like I don't watch a ton of like weekly games. If the Eagles run at 1 p.m. on a Sunday, that's the game I watch, and then the other Sunday ones I'm not really asked about. So having someone else's input, who probably does the same for the Jets as well as the Eagles, is like, again, super value. What I will do, we have just hit 30 likes. So I want to say a big thank you to everyone that's done that so far. We're close to last night's total already. I almost want to put a wager on this. And this is either going to come back to haunt me, or it could be the greatest thing we've ever done, or both. So here's what I'm going to propose to the ladies and gentlemen of this fine PSN team and fan base tonight, because we're going to be, we're at pick 39. We're still 20 picks away, okay? Every 10 likes, I will get a new alcoholic beverage starting from now, okay? Which means we're on 31. So it can be as quick or as little as you want. If it gets to 40 in the next 3 minutes, I'm down in 2 drinks. You see what I'm saying? This can get as well-paced, cozy evening, drinking with the boys, or it can be absolute chaos. and you
All
don't.
right,
Know
so
that
hold
feeling.
on. Let's go over those parameters again. So you said every 10 likes you down another beverage?
Cheers.
True. Well, yeah, I'll get another one. So depending on how quick, I'll get one now to start us off from 30.
What do you got? What do you got in the fridge there?
Too much IPA. Like, basically, I had a beer
God.
subscription, but I don't know, shout over there. Like, San Miguel is like my new chosen beverage. I love it. It's just like a strong beer, but like all I've got is IPAs from Christmas.
Well, there you go. Every 10 likes a new drink. Every 25 likes you have to chug an IPA.
Deal. We're on. Okay. Right. So I've not even
die.
checked it yet as to what
Evil.
we're on now. But we are on 30. Okay, that's with 3 down already. That's not a great start. I could start drinking just in case. But well, you know, it's something to spice up the night. And then if I have to make a highlight show tomorrow, then it's gonna be fun to recap one way or the other. Every show is drinking like money. I'd be down if it wasn't a bunch of men. Fair enough. Four Loko. See, I haven't heard Four Loko. I know that's like the big thing. I mean, happy hours at PSN taught me a lot about Four Lokos. I think Alex was a big aficionado of them. But I've never had one. I just know they can cause a lot of stress and or chaos on the night. Who's on the clock now then?
New Orleans.
Okay.
I got a random thing I came across too. This is like not. I'm going back to the Georgia stuff a little bit, but I was looking through essentially just like the Wikipedia page of, you know, show me every Bulldog that's been chosen since 1945. And I think it's interesting that last night's trade ended up being with the Bears because the Bears in 2016 took Leonard Floyd out of Georgia, also at number 9. And then the following year, the Bears took Roquan Smith at number 8. So there's nothing really here. I just think it's interesting that Bears went back-to-back like that. The Eagles have now gone back-to-back with Georgia's defense. And they happen to be the two teams, but they have to be involved in the trade. I was just like, that's kind of interesting, I guess. But I don't know.
I mean, what isn't interesting is that Zach has just put in a work group chat for everyone to like the video. So that's gone well. Just sabotaging off the bat.
I don't know what you expected, man. I mean, if you give me this opportunity, I'm going to take it. That's what I do.
I'm making up for like 2 years worth of happy hour absences in one night. That's what I'm doing. So we've got a lot of beer to get through. So we've had one on Facebook. We just had a like on Facebook as well. So that's 136.
Hey, look at that. All right.
There we go. Even the Facebook crew out there. We see you, Facebook. We know you're out there watching.
At some point, you asked who was on the clock. It was the Saints. They just took Isaiah Foskey. So that is the answer to your question from I'm not sure how long ago. Just so you know. From your favorite Notre Dame, Liam.
Oh, my favorite non-franchise franchise. Brilliant. Love that.
I'll be quite honest with you. Brian Branch is falling. I don't think he's going to fall past the Jets because they really need a safety. But if Arizona were to get a little frisky here and take Branch, is that the first step that Budda Baker is dealt after the draft?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it could definitely lead to that for sure. Obviously they could theoretically coexist, but with all the smoke that's been around it, I definitely wouldn't write it off.
I mean, it just goes back to the insane last 24 months that the Eagles have had with Howie Roseman as the general manager. I mean, you go into the draft, you get Jordan Davis, you trade for A.J. Brown. The big needs for the team then turn to corner and safety. And then it just so happened that the team decided to bring in James Bradbury because the Giants didn't want to deal with his cap hit. And then right before the season, they traded for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I mean, we could be looking at a situation where the Eagles go through the draft, solidify the offensive line depth, solidify the running back position, and then trade for Budda Baker after the draft and have everything ready to go for another title run.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, we've seen Howie work, late in the offseason before, after the first wave of free agency, after the draft even as well. So often we've seen that with him picking up free agents of guys who were cut, post-draft. But still, that trade could absolutely happen. You're right. Now, to go back to what you were saying about Jonathan Mingo and the problem he could have been for the Eagles, Nick, just to further validate your point, Tom Pelissero put out a list of Ole Miss receivers that have been taken in the second round in the last 5 drafts. Jonathan Mingo, Elijah Moore, DK Metcalf, AJ Brown. That's a pretty good list. So if Mingo is anything close to those other guys, Nick, you're 100% right. It's a damn good thing that he's not in New York right now.
Very, very good thing. Oh, hey, by the way, Caesar Sportsbook just put a tweet out an hour ago. 7 years ago today, Carson Wentz was drafted by the Philadelphia Eagles with the 2nd overall pick.
Oof.
How fast time turns.
You know what's wild about that draft is that I was so intent on the Eagles drafting Paxton Lynch and then but now weirdly
of all the quarterbacks,
I loved it. I don't know why. It's me. I don't know what anyone expects.
I liked him too.
Look at my history and evaluation.
I liked him too. It was like Memphis kid. He was plucky. Yeah. He ended up on a couple of national games. I'm with you.
But I don't know what it was. But I just probably got that kind of ADHD compulsive obsession. I want that one. He's my guy now. But anyway, but what's weird is that coming out of it now, they're both basically jobless. So it doesn't matter.
Wait, no. Paxton Lynch is in XFL too, isn't he?
Oh, is he?
Or USFL or one of them.
With that, and BJ Ojolari just went to the Cardinals. But with Wentz, the pick worked out, and we can argue about his end and everything else. We're kind of forgetting, and a lot of people can disagree with this point, but even Colin Cowherd agreed with it, and I think Colin Cowherd at this particular point is dead on. In Wentz's 2017 season, he was Mahomes before Mahomes got into the league and started actually playing. I mean, the plays that he was making out of the pocket, in the pocket, the versatility that he had before the ACL surgery was legendary. I mean, you look at some of the plays that he was making, the opener against Washington where he skated out of trouble, threw it downfield to Nelson Aguilar, ended up scoring to take the lead. The Monday Night Football game against Washington, the Seattle plays. I mean, all of these throws were just insane. And then he tore his ACL and everything, went to shit shortly after. But that pick worked out for what they needed it to be.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Speaking of, sorry, really quickly, going to shit. I must say, we are on 40 likes, which means there is a second drink now probably onto the table. So I'll dive into the box of awful IPAs. And we've got Thursday dark lager on a Friday. So
have these been refrigerated?
No, they're in a box on the floor at the minute. There are refrigerated.
You're drinking warm IPAs?
There's a box of them that I've had in ages. So I thought, well, I can't get rid of them. It's a subscription beer service. So I'm in no way promoting because it's a colossal waste of money. So I've got another 3 in here. Oh, a pitch repair.
I want to bring up something real quick. So you mentioned it's a box of IPAs. Is that right?
Yeah.
So why did you just show us a lager?
Well, there's also, there's a vanilla stout, which I really don't want to drink.
Okay, so in other words, it's not a box of IPAs, which is actually good for you.
Yeah.
That's going to work out a lot better for you.
Yeah.
Well, there's a whole cupboard as well. So I'm just, all right, we're 2 in, we got 1.5 in, we're on 40.
So the box says IPA on it, but it's all kinds of beer inside. Is that right?
Yeah, so it's like a
You're
mix.
You're going to have a much more pleasurable night than I initially thought. Okay.
Oh, that's why I stopped drinking them. It was like I wasn't going to get through it. They send 8 beers a month, and I wasn't drinking. They're all like stouts, and I hate stout. You got to chill the stout.
You can't drink a warm stout. You got to chill that bad boy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I forgot you guys drank your beer warm.
I don't mean to.
I think that's a Liam thing. I don't think that's a British thing.
This isn't English. This is just like they're on the box beside me. So I was like, well, I want to beat last night's light record. Let's get drunk and have some fun on a very long night. Saturday's going to be the killer. That's going to be the really fun one because it is just all day, isn't it? Like, what time does it start tomorrow? I should know that.
12 o'clock, I think. I think the actual draft is 12.
And it goes on till like 6. So
my gosh, it's so long. Yeah.
That was the 3 of us last year for 4 or 5 hours there. It was like the weekend I moved into my apartment.
It's like the NFL draft is basically a PSN weekend long festival. Yeah. And that's what we have to see it as. Everyone comes together on this stream for 1 year. one time a year, and whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. You know that's
That's
where
for
we
sure.
go.
That's for
I
sure.
just hope that the big suits at Schnetz Media aren't watching this and go, "Hey, great stream! How did they get so many views and likes?" I'm like, well, 8 beers in, and we're about to find out.
So the Packers are up to something really interesting with their draft strategy. They're on a run of Lukes. So obviously Lucas Van Ness went with their first round pick. They've just drafted Luke Musgrave with their second round pick, which I think is a little odd.
At all. I
didn't watch much either, but I just feel like leaving Darnell Washington there is just a little questionable. But I mean, we'll see if it pays off for him.
I have to think the Jets get Brian Branch here as center.
Yeah, but there's a couple centers on the board, so
all of them are on the board.
Well, yeah, but I mean, there's a couple quality ones. I mean, you can go Joe Tittman if you want. I mean, you can go with a guy like John Michael Schmitz. Exactly. Like, there's centers to be had. So,
I'll tell you one man we will have on this stream is Matt Watson.
Oh,
I heard we were talking about Paxton Lynch. Non-flashbacks.
How are you doing today, Matt? You all good?
I am fantastic. It's finals week, but we're almost done, so feeling good.
I just want to say before we go any further that everyone in the chat needs to give a real round of applause to Matt, who was originally signed up to come on the stream tonight and said, "I've got a 6-page essay essentially to do by the end of tonight," and he's still on the stream. If that doesn't speak character to this man, I don't know what will. So Matt is a phenomenal PSN asset, and we're just lucky to have him as part of the team. What a hero he is.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I grinded through 6 pages in about like an hour, so I'll go back afterwards and check it out.
That explains how you're like, I'll take the game preview, and 10 minutes later, done, 800 words, just like flat out.
Yeah, I can move when I need to.
What's the paper on?
So it's for my internship that I've been doing. So I just have to write about my experience with it and stuff like that. And
Nice.
It's my final, so it'll get turned in. I get a good grade on that. I pass the class, get credit for my internship, and I got a full-time job. So
yeah, shit.
So. I don't know how you do it. You and Rick, I mean, it's the entire Phillies team. You're all animals. I don't know what Ricky's feeding you over there, but it's something different.
It's crazy because Ricky lives 10 minutes from me, and I still have yet to go and see him or hang out or anything like that because he's always so busy.
Yeah, I mean, he texted me today, bless him, was, "Oh, I'm so sorry, man. I think it's fine." Like, I think that is what's nice about PSN is obviously everyone has each other's back and tries to look out for each other. So, I mean, even Brian today, that he fought COVID off to do an entire stream yesterday. Messaged me this evening, was going to write both picks. That's the point. Yeah. I think I'm now default to write about both picks. If I end up 5-6 beers deep, someone might need to pinch that from me just in case, because it might not too well. But we'll see how we go. We'll see how I'll just get.
So the Jets are supposedly milking the clock, and apparently they're trying to field a trade. So perhaps they're targeting one of those centers. They think they can go a little lower down. This does not scream Brian Branch, at least to New York. Whether or not team trades up for him could be seen.
So I have to. I'm going to be on, but I'm going to be quiet just because I have to write an article shortly after they make a pick.
No, I know the feeling. I'm with you.
Nick's a New York guy, so he's going to be helping out for.
he's an enemy for the next 20 minutes, probably.
That's true.
Is it really an enemy if it's the Jets?
It's New York. It's still the enemy. Yeah.
But it's not the
what do we got?
Go Tittman.
Oh, Tittman it is.
Oh, I hate to see that.
So I'm not familiar with his game. So in the Shaq meme, if someone could
Tittman,
clean me up. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, he's a real strong quality center. Like that's a good pick for New York. Like, I mean, it doesn't really negatively affect the Eagles. They have Jurgens, obviously, so he's the heir apparent to Jason Kelce. Unless they were planning on moving him to right guard long term, but I don't think that's the case. But good pick for the Jets. Brian Branch still available. Those are really the quick hit notes.
Great, Moody. Come on, guys! It's the Jets. It's like the NFC brand.
Yeah, they suck, but the Mets have sucked for like eternity, and they're in our division. The Yankees, even though they're New York, we still hate them. What are the New York teams? The Brooklyn Nets are in the Eastern Atlantic Division with the. It's tough because then you get into East West and then you get into divisions where all the New York teams are with us. But I just hate New York, man. Any team in New York, like, no, fluff off. I don't have time for you. We're good. Jets, Mets, Nets all stink. Ron, you're absolutely right.
Right, this is a genuine question. So Boston
also sucks. Yeah,
Boston's in New York, though, isn't it?
No, absolutely not.
It's right. See, that's what I thought. But it's Boston, Mass, right?
Yeah.
Boston, Mass.
Right.
Yep.
But the Celtics aren't in New York then.
They're not in New York. No. The Knicks and the Nets are in New York.
In New York. This is. I'm
yes.
not even. I'm
so
not even
no. Here's the thing, and I know where you're getting
Okay.
confused. I know where you're getting confused. So
Yeah.
the Knicks play at Madison Square Garden. The
Right.
Boston Celtics play at the TD Garden, which is in Massachusetts.
Ah, right. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm with
So
you.
it's just that garden that's tripping you up there. Yeah.
That would have been an hour-long conversation if Zach hadn't been there. I appreciate that. Jesus, that was.
Oh, we figured it all out at the end, so it all worked out.
We get there. I mean, while we've got some time, I mean, obviously Nick's typing stuff up. We've got the draft heading on. I've now developed somewhat of a social life. And an example of that type of comment, I was at it was like my girlfriend's friend's birthday, and they had this like card game out or something, and it was something like name body parts, and they said rib cage. So it was like go around in a circle name body parts. So I said rib, and they're like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "Well, we said rib cage, so you drink it." And I was like, "Well, no, they're set like the rib cage protects the ribs," and they're like, "No, your rib cage is the rib," and I'm like. No, like if you order rib from a restaurant, you have bones, which is the rib cage, and you have the rib. And they're like, no, your ribs and I couldn't get my head around what was going on, which it's a wonder like how I've got a career talking football, dissecting film and stuff when I couldn't understand what a rib cage protected and what a rib was. So.
You've confused me now. I don't know.
You're right though, Liam. You're right.
Oh, don't no, because I'll go straight to Lizzie at 8 a.m. tomorrow and be like, I told you.
No, you're actually right. Like the rib cage, is the collection and holds the ribs, but like a rib and the rib cage are different. Like,
are they?
Yeah, I mean that's like saying, oh well, I mean you said skeleton, so you can't say like pinky toe or something like that. Like. I mean, like they're connected and one consists of the other, but that doesn't mean that you can't say because it's a separate body part. Julius Brents goes on. Yeah,
you should use that.
The sense of empowerment I've just felt in the past 38 seconds is more than I've ever felt in my entire life. So just thank you for that. I feel phenomenal. Wow.
God,
you're welcome, bud.
The Patriots are going to take Darnell Washington, aren't they?
I hope
probably.
Yeah. Where are we at now? We're on 42. So I'm about to crack open the next beer shortly. This one's nearly done. I'll keep on the IPA path for now. So if the next one will come out at 50, it's every 10 likes we're doing. I'm now one and almost a second beer in. So if you're feeling it and you haven't liked the stream yet, make sure you do. And we'll play Get Liam Drunk Before the Eagles Make a Pick. What happens first? Liam Chunders or the Eagles make a pick? We're not sure. But we should.
The likes are almost caught up with the draft picks. I'm at 43 likes, and we're at pick 44.
Why didn't I just do that? Why didn't we just say, let's get the likes past the draft? That would have been such a safer option. All for the love of the game,
Yep, for sure.
Yeah, I'll be real with you. I don't have any insight to any of the centers in this draft.
Yeah, I didn't really look at many after the Eagles basically took 2 in a row by accident. So I was, and then kicked them to guard. I was like, I don't need to look for a while.
Well, I do want to ask Tommy while you're here. I mean, we've talked about Georgia guys, and this guy's not going to be picked for a little bit, obviously, but Christopher Smith is a guy who's been mocked to the Eagles at times. A lot of safeties in this draft. Needed safety, obviously. How do you feel about Christopher Smith? Like, do you think that he would be a solid fit in Philadelphia compared to some of these other safeties?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just pulling up his page here because it's been a few months since my Dogs won the national championship.
And I know you're an offense guy too, so I don't mean to put you on the spot.
No, you're fine. I mean, I guess that's the thing with this whole secondary. Like, I know Nolan Smith was more traditionally used as like a linebacker, but the way he moved around the field was what all felt very safety-esque. And if they could get another guy like this, again, I need to watch some more tape on this man, but if this is some guy, like if they go 3 Georgia defensive players, they're gonna have a defense with like 7 Georgia dudes. That's wild.
I'm happy we've got coverage of the other draft going on Friday Night SmackDown right now.
I was just about to say the same thing.
Dude, that's more important at the minute until the Eagles are on the clock.
I love the flow of day 2. It's definitely like it's a mix of the show as well as like actual like the draft moving along, because you don't have like everybody holding up just so you can get everybody on TV and stuff like that. Because there's no reason that 32 picks and even 31 last night should take 3 hours.
No.
But
it wasn't like the baseball draft super long before. I swear it's only like a few rounds now, but wasn't that like
it used to be 40
rounds?
rounds. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Is it still 40 rounds or is it?
No, they knocked it down after COVID. I want
Ah.
to say 10, 15. I don't follow the baseball draft though, just because it's like it's so hard to follow high school kids from across the country in baseball. So I just kind of take, the experts at their word for that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I can barely follow the NFL draft. Wait, speaking of baseball, though, really quickly, hammering Schwarber to homer tonight.
No.
They're playing.
Stros.
We don't need to. It's the Apple TV Plus game of the week. The lights are bright. Schwarber, home run. It's like plus 180.
There you go. I need to get our affiliate link for DraftKings, but Anne, if you want to bet it, you can do so here with the free $50 bet.
Oh, a little interdivision trade between the Packers and the Lions.
Interesting.
Oh, it's rare, I suppose.
Oh, Brian Branch to the Lions.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's about time they started drafting right.
It's like 3-2. Oh. Damn.
Mm.
They've kind of how they redeemed such a thing is I like the players that the Lions took in round 1, but I would have taken them all in round 2 probably.
I know. Then they get Brian Branch in round 2. That makes no sense.
So it's like it's just
that's evening out almost.
Yeah.
Like,
it's so odd. Damn. And the Lions are typically like really good with safeties over the past decade or so. Like, obviously, was it Quinn that was back there? Like
Glover Quinn, yeah.
They tend to find like good guys. So
yeah.
Oh. Also, we haven't acknowledged the elephant in the room yet, but Matt obviously is wearing Denver loud and proud. Like it couldn't be more obnoxious, and we've all ignored it. So like,
let's ride, baby.
Intentional. But
Let's
how
ride.
Are you feeling about the Broncos' efforts up to this point?
So we haven't gotten the pick yet because we flipped a first round. One of our first and second round picks was the end of the Russell Wilson trade, and then we had a first round pick we acquired for Bradley Chubb from the Dolphins, which they got from the Niners, but then we traded that to the Saints for Sean Payton. So it's been very lackluster thus far. One thing I will say that I've been following really closely is that there's been rumors that Jerry Jeudy could get flipped today for a pick. At this rate, I don't see it happening just because the Broncos pick in the late 60s. So I doubt if they haven't done it yet, they'll do it. But they haven't picked up his 5th-year option. So, and yeah, Broncos country, let's ride.
To be fair, I was all in on a Cortland Sutton trade, and I know I convinced Eric as well. I'd have loved that for the Eagles. Obviously, I don't think it's going to happen now, but it is strange that the Broncos are trying to move on from Jeudy. Is that just to avoid paying him, or is it?
I think for the most part, when healthy, they have a lot of good receivers. They have Sutton, they have Jeudy. Tim Patrick's kind of an underrated guy, I feel like. But when healthy, he's also a very good talent. And then if KJ Hamler could ever stay on the field, he's that deep threat, the speed option. And you could always draft a guy this year as well to kind of fill that void. But I don't know. You would think with how bad the offense was last year, you would want to keep your offensive talent, not get rid of them. But when you're kind of strapped for draft capital, it's kind of moves you make there. But if they trade Jeudy, I own 5 Broncos jerseys, and I will officially not own a jersey of a player on the team at this point. Because they consider they just let everybody go or they move off of them.
Which ones have you got? Can we guess? Can we?
Oh,
play
please
guess?
tell me you got the Wilson. You got that Russell Wilson.
I did not buy the Russell Wilson.
Ah,
Thank God. But you could take a shot. One,
Alright.
two of them should be
Honestly,
fairly
one
easy.
might be Von Miller, right? That's gonna be it.
Of course, my favorite.
Okay,
He's
we got
still
one-
my
okay,
favorite player
cool.
all
We got
time.
one off the bat. I'm out now. I'm done. I'm good. Like,
do we got a DeMarcus Ware?
I do not, but I love DeMarcus Ware. Do have another pass rusher though. Maybe a little hint.
Do you have like a
Another
Philip
pass
Lindsay
rusher.
maybe?
I do have a Philip Lindsay.
oh,
Fuck.
Wow.
I still wear that one with pride. That was my first, actually.
Mm.
Oh my god.
My favorite
Oh,
Seattle
man.
Sea Dragon, Philip Lindsay.
Yeah.
Do you have oh, you even just said the pass rusher who they traded to the Dolphins. Great.
Chubb.
I'll come
Yeah.
back to that. But what about a Malik Jackson?
Do not have a Malik Jackson. That would be cool,
But a
though.
Bradley Chubb you do, right?
I do have Bradley Chubb, especially because when I really started digging into the draft, that was one of the first years, and we took Chubb 5th overall, so I was very big on that. But like when I kind of joined in, you guys were wrapping up that Paxton Lynch discussion. That was the first year that I was like in on
my
the draft.
god! Sorry, I hate to cut in.
No, go ahead.
Lamar, right? I put a tweet out. You know, Buddha Baker's tweet earlier. On about
I
his
did
dad
not.
touching a bum, like very out of pocket, confusing.
Oh
tweet.
yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. So I tweeted that, and I swear to God, this isn't a lie. Lamar Jackson's just liked it.
What?
Like, Lamar Jackson has just liked the tweet. I'm not even making that up.
That is amazing. I'm going to Lamar's.
No, there you go. I did not have that. If you could sling me $20 on Venmo or click my profile and get me drunk, either or would be great. You know.
Wait.
No, yeah, it's there.
That's that. Lamar Jackson is just, what? Okay.
What? So wait, when was that? When was that tweet?
The tweet was earlier today. Maybe like a few hours ago. I have no idea.
Oh wait, what am I doing? I'm just going to Lamar.
No.
Yeah, that's what I did.
You'll find me there on Lamar Jackson's profile. You know, it shouldn't be too hard to find.
And there you are.
I don't understand.
Look at that.
That's the weirdest thing I think I've ever seen.
That's awesome.
I wish it was an actual tweet of substance. But sure. Hey, Lamar. Thank you. You're always my favourite quarterback. Never doubted you.
He still needs an agent.
Yeah, could do the agent. I'll be your agent. There you go. I'll do the Nicole Lynn approach in his DM slide. Unreal. Well, there you go. Oh, I'll hang that up with the other images in the house. I'll just put it on a wall somewhere. Lamar Jackson. It's just the most random interaction ever. It was nothing about him. It was nothing about the Ravens. Like, he wasn't tagged. Just bizarre. Absolutely
This
bizarre.
Buddha Baker tweet is even crazier. I'm looking at this now. It's the first time I'm seeing it. This is so crazy. Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's weirder, that or Buddha Baker's tweet itself, to be honest.
Oh man.
But there you go.
I love draft content. I remember a couple years ago, the offensive lineman that went to the Titans, he gets drafted and like his girlfriend jumps on top of him and starts hugging him and stuff, and the player's mom just rips her right off. And I remember the memes that came after that. It was so funny.
Oh, for sure.
Hi, I'm back. The Commanders just selected Jartavius Martin at pick 47.
I thought that could have been Hendon Hooker, but I don't know. Keep waiting.
Ooh, just a trade. Bucks are now on the clock.
Could this be Hendon Hooker?
Tampa hits.
Yeah,
We'll just say
could
this
be,
every pick
honestly.
until it is Hendon Hooker, and they go, yeah, that's Hendon
Yeah.
Hooker. That's
Yeah.
there he is.
something. I'm lagging over here.
Alrighty. So I just did that. I don't have to worry about that. Good. Perfect. Alrighty, back to the draft.
Well, this does call for a celebratory beer. We're on was it 40? This is the second one. So this is the 40 light beer. So we are like halfway to 50. So if you haven't liked this stream and you're just tuning in, the rule is every 10 likes, a new drink shall be opened. We are on drink number 2. This started at 30. We're now at 45, roughly. So we're not far off a third one, but it's been coasting. We haven't seen a dramatic increase recently, so I'm hoping we can sell it down just a little bit. But we're only 5 away, so things could get messy very, very quickly. So if you could leave a like, that would be great. Don't if you see it creeping up, just wait 10 minutes. Like, just be patient, liking, so I don't die. That'd be great. But no, I do appreciate all of you. And Lamar Jackson knows who I am, sort of. So that's there.
I might go grab a beer here real quick.
Are you joining in?
Not on your like madness. I'll casually sip the light beer.
Tommy, before you go, apparently there's been a Schwab's home run.
Oh my God.
Was it really?
Schwarber went deep.
You're kidding? Are you messing with me?
No, what a night this is for the brand.
Oh my God.
Yeah, solo home run.
Oh my! I didn't even get that out. It's on video. You heard it.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, we'll edit it out, but yeah, we did hear it. Yeah.
Keon White going to the Patriots.
That's a good pick.
Huh.
Tommy's going to the moon. That's where he's going tonight.
Yeah. God.
Did he place anything on it?
Yeah, I did.
How much? Or if that's delicate information, no worries.
Yeah, $15. Like nothing crazy, but
that's all right. That's a case of beer. That's fine.
Yeah, that's solid.
I'll take it. Especially after losing all week.
Yeah. I see Gregory Moody commented the Phils are over 500 now, right? They're actually at 500, 13-13. A win tonight, though, put us back over the mark. So that'd be huge. I want them to take 2 or 3 from Houston. I need that bad.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
See, now sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, Houston's not at full strength. Obviously, Altuve's still out. Alvarez isn't playing, at least not right now. You kind of have to take 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Cody Marsh just went to the Bucks.
Oh.
Is that why? I don't know why multi-apples have said, "Oh, that could be literally anything."
Can we just talk about how Brian Branch went to Detroit? Which
we did.
Yeah, but it shocks me because, yes, I understand that he can play a lot of different ways, but and so can Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. But you brought in Gardner-Johnson to solidify that secondary. And now you're taking this guy to essentially play behind him?
How many years is Chauncey Gardner's deal?
Isn't it one?
Just one.
It's a 1-year deal.
Oh,
yeah. I mean, so then that kind of, answers that there. And then, on top of that, like, is Tracy Walker, I mean, I know he was a 3rd-round pick, but is he the long-term answer there? I don't really think so. So, I mean, I still think it makes a lot of sense because the Lions like their safeties, so if you can go ahead and you can have a solid, defensive backfield there. They reached on Jack Campbell too. Like, so, I mean, to slide on the best player available and get Brian Branch, like, it's a mixture of philosophies, but I mean, I think at least it was a solid pick. Like, this has been my favorite pick of theirs in the draft so far, not as far as player and how they match up with the Lions team, but just like pure value, if nothing else. Like, getting Brian Branch down in the 40s is, I mean, that's a really quality pick for Detroit.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that for sure. I'm a bit gutted. I mean, I would have liked the Eagles to get him.
I'm getting some conflicting reports here.
Premier Georgia prospects. It is what it is. We said the Commanders have made that pick? Yeah, they have. Yeah. No.
Yeah, I'm getting some conflicting reports here because one pick is different than the other.
From the Commanders?
Okay.
What pick is different than the other?
It's still Jartavius. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. No, Jartavius, and then Cody Marsh went to the Bucks.
A quality reporter said it was actually going to be a different safety, and I was very confused.
That would be interesting.
That looked like an unpleasant sip, Liam.
Imagine like Bud Light, but
Keanu Benton to the Steelers.
Bud Light, but warm and flat.
This is like decarbonated.
So awful beer plus awfulness.
Yeah, pretty much.
Nice.
The thing is, I grew up recently and stopped drinking Bud Light. I used to drink it all the time. And
Keanu Benton.
Over the summer, I started drinking like more just normal, but like IPAs and San Miguel and Moretti's and other. I'm not sure if you have them over there, but I was like, okay, like proper beer. And my mum.
You don't have to be like everyone else and pretend to like IPAs. You can
I don't like
drink
IPAs.
good beer
Well,
that's not
But
IPAs.
my mum bought me a crate of Bud Light for Christmas to have with the family, and I was like, "Oh, you shouldn't have." You. Oh, that's lovely.
No, there's nothing wrong with crushing a Bud Light from now and again. Like have a good tongue for good beer, but there's nothing wrong with crushing a case of Bud Light with the boys. By the boys, I of course mean the family. There's
It was my
nothing wrong
mum.
with
It
that from
was
time
me,
to
and my
time.
mum.
I've done most of my heavy drinking with my parents. So I think that's definitely something that more families should do together.
Very true.
Just catching
very
some updates here. The Steelers took Keanu Benton, the defensive tackle. I got to tell you, a sleeper team that's had a really good draft is Pittsburgh. You get an offensive tackle.
Oh, for sure.
You get Joey Porter Jr. and now a really quality starter that's going to probably be nose tackle in the 3-4. This is a really strong draft.
Yeah, no, I think Pittsburgh's had a great draft. My mom's a Steelers fan. I actually texted our family chat, right after the Joey Porter pick, and I was saying how great of a draft they had. The Eagles have had a better draft. Don't get me wrong,
100%.
And I made sure to mention that as well. But it's a good draft still for Pittsburgh. They're having a good time, and I do agree. I think Keanu Benton's another good pick. Kind of fills the void that they still kind of had after Javon Hargrave left Pittsburgh. So that real proper nose tackle there should hopefully fix up some of the defensive issues in Pittsburgh. But Jay Fizzle, you are 100% right. IPAs absolutely taste like armpit sweat. They're nasty. They have no place on the palate. Stick with your lagers, stick with your ales, get a nice cream stout, a milk stout. Okay, like these are the areas that we should be working. And then drink straight brown liquor. Like, don't forget about that. That's important for the diet too.
Yeah, to go off your Steelers point, I feel like the Steelers are always just so strong in like the drafts and stuff like that. Like year in and year out, they might not make the splashy picks, but they always just make the solid picks. That's why that's why I've had a winning record for 16 straight years at this point. Like,
well, that's the thing. It's like they're such an unbuttoned up franchise, but Mike Tomlin somehow just seems to get away with it every year, like just enough. And the drafting's always super solid. And it just kind of rectifies. Yeah. It is really weird. Like you even go back as far as like Juju recently, where train wreck start to finish, but performance was great. Get rid of him, and they come out better from it. And it's just like it's very weird how they're just constantly able to like minorly reset without ever blowing up the team, but just about be all right. It's yeah.
I was kind of surprised to not see them go with one of the top receivers, that are left, because Pittsburgh has a great history of getting some of these higher end receivers. There's still Josh Downs available. Jaden Reed just got drafted by the Packers. I mean, we're talking about some of these other receivers that are available. Definitely think that their next pick, which I think is 80, I definitely think a wide receiver is something to watch for them, because that's just time and time again. I mean, you even look at who was the big dude who's with the Bears now? Chase Claypool. Thank you. But Claypool, like for all of his nonsense and shenanigans that he ended up pulling, he gave them effectively a first round pick in the end. So like it works out no matter what. Even if the receivers can't play, they got a top 32 pick in the end for Chase Claypool. So Pittsburgh does well with wide receivers. I would definitely expect that around 80. So I say that to say, if the Sixers, I'm in playoff mode, because we got the Celtics coming up on Monday. If the Eagles are looking for a receiver, say possibly with that third round pick, they're going to have to take one, assuming that they may trade down before that 80 slot, because you could see that run of receivers go again right around there. I know that's something we talked about yesterday was a run on receivers. Is that something you guys are looking for, Philadelphia picking up a receiver somewhere in this draft, or are you pretty happy with we figured it out yesterday, Olamide Zaccheaus. Are you happy with Olamide Zaccheaus as the third wideout on this team?
I would be. I think, like I said, I think he's like, I called him the Vaporeon to Evie of what like Kes Watkins is. So he's just like this slightly evolved version of what they thought Watkins would become. And I don't think, I mean, the only other option I would add would be a slightly bigger, more physical receiver, because you've got AJ Brown as the X, Devontae Smith is that essentially the Deshaun Jackson of that group. And then you've got two speedsters at WR3, which isn't the worst thing in the world. But if you can get someone like Zach Pascal, like you want someone to emulate that skill set. And I feel like that's where maybe that bigger slot receiver will come in. But other than that, I mean, I'd be happy with it. It worked clearly. So nothing urgent from my end, at least. But I will. Sorry, Tommy. Carry on.
No, you're fine. It's starting to not look that crazy that Darnell Washington could fall.
Don't start me off.
I know. Well, it looks like the entire chat right now is like no tight ends, no tight ends. But
well, as Isaac once said a couple of times, that Dallas Goedert now is the same age as Zach Ertz was when the Eagles drafted Dallas Goedert.
That's crazy to think about, man. Like
Yeah.
that feels like yesterday in a way.
I know
He still feels like a baby. He still feels like he's like 25.
Yeah, for
26.
sure.
Yeah.
Jaden Reed was just selected by the Packers, so they've gone double pass catchers here in the second round.
Of course. Aaron Rodgers leaves, and now they're going to invest in
Well,
the
his
offense.
thing-
Give all the
Yes.
receivers
Never-
in the world.
It was never that they didn't draft a guy after the first round. It was the record was it had been since 2002 that the Packers had not drafted a skill position guy in the first round specifically. They've taken second rounders for Jordy Nelson. I believe Greg Jennings was another one at that time who was a second round pick. They've invested in receivers high. Christian Watson being another one just last year. It's just it was never in the first round when they had opportunities, to get some of these top guys.
Brandon Moore says, "Don't include me with the rest of them. I'll take Darnell Washington all day. He's a beast."
he is a beast, and Georgia just
For sure.
He wasn't super involved in the passing game, obviously. But I mean, I guess that's kind of like it's nice being rich. Like we have a Dallas Goedert sitting there, adding someone like this. He doesn't need to be this big threat in the passing game. You can just kind of throw. Like he's just a big man. Just let him block.
Just a big man. Well, not only that, but he can really all right, here's the thing that I hate, especially as someone in basketball media. I really hate it when I'm watching an NFL game and there's a star tight end out there and they won't shut the hell up about talking about all the basketball he played in college or how he could have been a ball player or anything like that.
Oh, yeah.
Like that's always the go-to when you got a tight end who can really pull it down, especially in the red zone. That's what they talk about, boxing guys out, which yes, like that is like in simple terms, like part of the equation, but that's always the go-to comparison. Darnell Washington's a freaking power forward, man. I mean, this dude comes in like Grandmama Johnson, right, from the Hornets days. Like this dude will jump up, he will rip it down. If you have, as a defender, if you have your hands on the ball, you better let go or you're losing those arms. Like that's how strong this dude is. He's 6'7", he's over 260. This is a powerful man. This is the kind of guy who you draft him in the second round. And then kind of like Dallas Goedert, eventually superseded Zach Ertz and became that number one tight end. One of the, I would say, top 5 tight ends in the entire league. I think Darnell Washington has that potential, especially if he has the opportunity to learn behind a guy like Dallas Goedert.
Yeah.
Let's I'll throw another name out there, and I said it before everyone jumped on to Liam. Darnell Washington, great pick. Georgia tight end, perfectly fine. Darius Slay and James Bradbury are 30 years old and above, are they not? And there just so happens to be a Georgia corner sitting in the wings as the Dolphins take Cam Smith that could very well be available as well. Keely Ringo has had a phenomenal college career. And wouldn't it be something if the Eagles said, you know what? Georgia defense again.
It'd be out of control.
This is not arguing that point. I want to be very clear about that. I want you to answer this question because it's something that I'm not even decided on fully yet either. Kelly Ringo, is he a corner or is he a safety?
Hold on. Let me say this. Is he a corner or a safety? If he's drafted as a safety, yes. If he's drafted as a corner to replace Bradbury or Slay, yes. He's got the intangibles.
Right, there we go.
Both. He's got the intangibles to do both. And if I trust, Sean Desai and this defense specifically, I have belief. At least they haven't shown me anything yet to prove otherwise. But I have the belief to say they'll put him in a position that he'll succeed. And if that means putting him at safety to be the over the top man while Reed Blankenship and Terrell Edmonds are up close, sign me up now. Run up to the table, put his name down, man.
I've, on a separate note, just realised we are at 47 likes, and I'm a third of the way through the worst beer I've ever drunk in my life.
What kind is it? What is it?
What was
What
this?
kind is it?
I don't know. I'm assuming. I couldn't.
Is it a cream ale?
Kölsch sounds German, right? That's an umlaut, isn't it? So Kölsch.
No, but look at the bottom. It says ale. What kind of ale is it?
Oh, where?
Maybe I'm not looking right. Maybe my eyes aren't working.
A refreshing straw-colored ale with subtle fruitness and a honey-like malt character, which means like it tastes like every other IPA ever. So
yeah.
Anyway.
Dolphins are taking Zach Charbonnet. That's
Great name.
Did they have back-to-back picks?
No. No, the Seahawks are taking Charbonnet.
All right, so then I got someone with a typo here.
They took Cam
Albert
Smith.
Breer. You let me down.
Yeah, no, Cam Smith is the pick for the Dolphins.
Yes, it is confirmed. Yes, that Charbonnet is going to the Seahawks.
What a goal for Cam Smith is, and now he's moving to play football as well. That is just brilliant. British Open champion, goes to live, secures the bag, goes to the NFL. What a life that boy is having.
I like this comment here from Jay Fizzle, though. Isn't Ringo kind of small? Just staying on the Ringo part. Nolan Smith is undersized. Hassan Reddick is undersized. Just because you're undersized doesn't mean that you can't play ball. I mean, the Commanders drafted Emmanuel Forbes, and he's 5'8", 5'9". I'm on the Keely Ringo train. Double up on Georgia.
I'd love it. If Howie goes with another Georgia player, like he's actively like, okay, I'm fucking with you guys now. Like it's a bit at that point.
I mean, this is a very like multi-layered question, but would it ever be feasible that an NFL team almost has like an academy in the same way Premier League teams do? So they have like an under-21s and an under-18s, but like, could there be an unofficial relationship between an NFL franchise and a college where they're like, we want players raised this way, we'll maybe give you assets, money, coaching, whatever, insights to help do them if you prepare them in our way. And then obviously it's typical with the draft because you can't guarantee you'll get those players, but like, is that feasible or is that totally outlandish?
There's probably going to have to be a lot of conversation. I mean, we just got to the point where athletes are able to make money off of their own appearances in media and things like that. So to put a school in a position where they directly benefit even more from that athlete's presence at that school on that team, and the athletes not seeing the fallout from that, the positive fallout from that. I mean, depending on how they set it all up, like the potential's there, but we're probably a far way away from that.
That's fair. It was just we'll call it a drink and a half question.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a good thought. Like, it's not that it's a bad thought. It's just like how far away are realistically we're pretty far away.
Yeah, I mean, I think,
but that doesn't mean that there's not a pathway to that being a good idea for the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky because again, like you can't guarantee you'll get those players, but if there's a clear intent to get that kind of player or the kind of culture, like we're seeing with the Eagles and Bama and Georgia, and there being a real focus on that kind of caliber, it's like I couldn't, if you're an NFL team and you're like, right, I want 3 defensive tackles that are space eaters and aren't really pass rushes, but maybe get them in the gym, get them bulked out for us, and we'll give you assets to do it. And then if we don't get them, we don't get them. But it's like, it almost like an extra layer of scouting. Like if you get to scout a player, we get to help develop them in a mold that you like on that personal level, as and the team says, yeah, well, we'll let you in if we'll give you. I don't know. It's again a multi-layered thing, but it's interesting.
Can you answer a question for me, Liam?
I can try.
So Gregory mentions that Howie would be like Derek from The Office at that point. I'm very familiar with the U.S. Office. I'm assuming that is a UK character. Is that right?
Derek. Who's Derek in The Office?
I think he meant Dwight.
Oh, Dwight. Okay. Yeah. I mean, if it's Dwight, Dwight. There it is. Yep. Okay. Yeah. No, I can see that. I see that comparison.
I think Greg Moody is drinking with you, Liam. Derek from The Office.
Well, yeah, Dwight. I definitely see the Howie Dwight, relation there. You got Jeff Lurie there, who would be the de facto Michael Scott. Howie would definitely be Dwight. Does that make Nick Sirianni? Nick Sirianni's not really Jim though. Like he looks it sometimes, but his personality's not. I don't know. It's kind of in between.
He kind of looks like Angela.
He looks like Angela
a little bit. I mean,
okay,
not the hair color, but the general jawline, that kind of thing.
He could be an Andy. Like he could be a really good Andy.
He could be. He kind of could be an Andy. I think you're right. Yeah. We got to figure out though who is the Athens affiliate. Oh, okay, it's just more Bulldogs.
That's the other thing I'll say. I like being from the north, going to school down there. You don't realize it's like mom and dad go to Georgia. They have a kid who is gonna go to Georgia, who is gonna have kids who are gonna go to Georgia. From as an outsider, it is so intense down there. I mean, when I was in college, the city of Atlanta literally lost the Thrashers. Like they don't care about anything but college football. So it's cool to see some of these guys coming in. Like it's a good culture.
Yeah, almost vindicating in a sense, I'm sure. Because so much sweat equity, not the opposite of sweat equity. Emotional equity has been put in these players. From the people in the Georgia area. So I definitely understand that. I mean, that's how a lot of people here around here feel when we see a Penn State guy do really well.
Yeah.
So there definitely is an understandable point there. Nate, I want to bring that up real quick about that being a fireable offense. It would be if the Broncos were on our radar, but they are so far from our radar that it is a non-issue. So thank you for bringing that up. Though
And we're on our way back. All right, we're on our way back.
Sure. Yeah, it's a long way, but sure. Yeah.
I mean, look, if you guys had to deal with Patrick Mahomes twice a year, you'd be feeling a little different.
No, we've had enough of Patrick Mahomes. We have had enough of Patrick Mahomes. I don't want to see him ever again.
I don't know what the bigger issue though is dealing with Patrick Mahomes twice a year or dealing with Russell Wilson 16 times a year.
I would rather Russell Wilson till the day I die than have to relive the events that happened on February 12th, 2023. I won't talk about the name. I won't talk about what happened. The event that happened on February 12th, 2023.
So we got January 6th. We got February 12th.
February 12th
is Where were you on February 12th, Nick? Huh? Answer that.
Crying incessantly.
So my internet.
I want nothing to do with him. Ever.
Yeah, shout out StreamYard for being a stable service. If this happened
for sure.
When I was hosting, the stream would collapse. I have to reboot it. It'd be a mess. So it just looked like I didn't know who Derek was, and Fun was like, "Who's Derek? Oh, see you later." Just run away.
Matt just disappeared into the Broncos logo.
Did I?
Yeah.
It's Russell
Wilson. Like a turtle going back
into
his shell.
Matthew Watson, you are a Bronco.
What? Oh, God.
Yo, shoot, after last year, I could have played quarterback. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I mean, I got a good arm.
See, right, okay, here's a question. And while we're passing some time, we're not too far from a Philadelphia pick. I mean, we're only... Oh, they pick quite soon. Oh, it's 62, isn't it? Of course it is. Yeah, so right,
62.
So I was having this conversation. Ooh. Is there a sporting feat at a professional level that you could accomplish? So, like, I was talking to my friend, and I put it on Twitter. As,
is this the ESP question? Is this the... Is that what this is?
But, like, remold it. Of, like, what would be easier? Like, so could you realistically, if you had to pass, I think getting a first down in the NFL would be easier if you knew the offense, because you could just do like 3-step drop out and you've got a chance. It doesn't really matter about pressure. 3-step drop out, go. You've got a chance and just put it where the receiver can make that's easier than a home run, I would say.
Yeah.
Definitely, yeah.
So real quick, Eagles defensive lineman Marlon Tuipulotu, his brother just went to the Chargers apparently. Oh. I'm not certain if that's the Chargers though or the Chiefs, because right before that the Chiefs traded up for the pick behind that. So Tuipulotu is a Charger, and now the Chiefs are on the clock.
Gotcha.
And in Hooker,
Philadelphia. I mean, it could be.
That
was mocked by somebody.
Like,
wait, who was mocked by who?
Hendon Hooker was mocked. Somebody mocked him to the Chiefs at pick 31.
If they take him at the second pick.
I could do a touchdown easy might be the comment of the decade from Kemp. I love that. I could do a touchdown.
I could do a touchdown. Yes. That's very believable. Yes.
I mean, I bet Jarrell. I could get 2 assists in the NBA, but it's like, so I have one with basketball of like, could you score a point or 2 points against an NBA player in a game of like, it's not horse, is it horse? We do like 1-on-1.
21. Well, yeah, horse. I mean, whatever you want. Yeah.
Could you score one,
I mean,
like fluke?
No.
No.
Nobody on this Zoom could score again. I mean, depends who the NBA player is. Like, I mean, like legitimately, like I honestly might be able to score on Muggsy Bowles. But that's like pure like height differential. Like that's the only thing. Like as a guy who, and again, I'm tall. I'm not that tall, but as a guy who played the game in high school as a center, going up against Muggsy Bowles. Muggsy Bowles today, by the way, not the high leaping Muggsy Bowles from his heyday. I could probably score on Muggsy Bowles today. Earl Boykins is another guy I could probably score on. I might find out. My brother-in-law actually is a higher up with UTEP, and he's coaching at UTEP now. So I'm going to try and figure that out. Oh yeah, I saw what you just saw with Rasheed Rice.
Yeah, Rasheed Rice, receiver. He's a good one.
A solid pick.
Is that a Chargers pick?
No,
that's Chiefs, man.
Of course it is.
Yeah. I was going to say that.
I don't want to see their face ever again. I want
their
Burrow,
collective face.
I want Jackson. I want Allen. If I see anything red, I'm burning it.
Is Rice the one that ran like a 4.3 40? Yeah.
This is the guy,
Great.
It's the next Tyreek Hill.
Yeah. That's fantastic.
Or is he the next Mecole Hardman?
Yeah.
That's probably the more
Mecole Hardman of the Jets.
Right, let's have it. How are we doing likewise? Are we on another beer yet? Right, we're still on 47. If you're just
are we on another beer yet?
I'm seeing 48.
I got 48. I have 48.
So if you are just joining or you're not really sure what the deal, I can't really put it on text anywhere, but every 10 likes, I will open a new drink. We're 2 down at the minute. So we're 2 likes away from a new one. So if you're just joining us and want the chaos before the Eagles are on the clock, now's the time to join in because it's Saturday. It's going to be a mess. I won't do it all day Saturday. I need something to get me through because as soon as you get to round 5, no one's going to clue what's going on. All the compensatory picks and all the rest of it.
To kind of go back to this, the little comment I can get 2 assists in the NBA. I think with football, basketball, and I guess hockey. Hockey's really hard because you have to know how to skate. But I feel like you could almost disguise yourself in those sports. Like if you get dropped, if I got dropped into an NBA game, chances of me scoring are so slim. But like I could hide behind people, get open on a breakaway or something like that, and I could score. With baseball, I feel like you have to step into the box against a guy who's throwing 95 like minimum, and then every pitch moves. That I feel like is by far the hardest. Like you talk about if you could hit a home run, score a touchdown, make a bucket, or if you could score a goal in hockey. I think hitting a home run is by far the hardest.
Here's what I could do. I could catch a pop fly. I think possibly.
I could catch one
with a catcher's mitt, possibly. That's in the realm of possibility. Okay, when we're talking about that, baseball is so underappreciated in how hard it is to hit at the plate. I mean, like there's people who genetically just can't do it because their eye's not developed enough. Like it is so much harder than anyone thinks to make contact with the ball, let alone hit a home run. So that I agree with you, Matt. Like that is so difficult.
Going back to the draft really quick. An interesting thing that
why would you go back to the draft? What makes you think that we want to talk about the draft?
This isn't a draft stream. This is
I understand. So we're getting 6-7 picks away. If the Eagles have a choice between Keely Ringo, Darnell Washington, I think they might ignore all of them because Osiris Torrance is still available. And if he falls to them, that's a starting level guard ready to go week 1. Torrance was really good. He really was the only one that really made life difficult for Jalen Carter.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that's a direction they could go. The thing that I really just appreciate is that there's so many different directions that they can go. Darnell Washington, obviously, is the name we talked about. Osiris Torrance, I do agree. Like that's a day one starter. Like that's a guy that I think Philadelphia is going to think long and hard about. I'm kind of a Tyreek Stevenson guy. Again, in this defensive scheme, I'm not 100% certain on how he would fit, but Keely Ringo's another guy. I know Brian's big into Jalen Hyatt. I'm not sure they go receiver this high up. But as we get closer and closer, DJ Turner from Michigan's still there. Like, there's gonna be a quality player here. But that being said, when you're looking at a starter from day one, I think Nick, you might be right. Osiris Turner might be that guy.
And the thing is, the Giants might take him, Buffalo might take him, Jacksonville might take him. All of that is potential because all of them need interior linemen. And I just saw who was it?
Well, the Bears just traded up. The Bears just traded up.
They're another guy that needs offensive line help.
For sure.
And the other thing that we need to remember is they have pick 66. So they're on 1, 2, 3. They're on 4 picks after they make the one at 62. That is great value where maybe you get a guy like, Osiris Torrance and then double up with Keely Ringo in round 3. I think if you get both or maybe even both Georgia guys, you're looking at a phenomenal draft.
Yeah.
My guy Tyreek Stevenson was just taken by the Bears, but here's the part Philadelphia fans will like. They jumped the Giants to get him. So that is another quality player not going to New York. So
which position is he?
Corner. He's a corner.
Why would the Giants double up at corner, though, for that?
I'm going off what Connor Hughes is saying, man.
Yeah, I understand that. It's just the Giants have Cordell Flott. They used a pick on him. They started. He's not a bad one. They have Adoree Jackson. I don't understand why they would double up at corner.
I mean, Tyreek Stevenson's that dude, so there's that.
But then why take Deontay Banks?
Because Deontay Banks is also that dude. I mean, I think you could be looking at a situation where maybe Adoree Jackson isn't part of the future. But I mean, either way, it's fun as long as they're not getting Tyreek Stevenson. That's all I care about because Deontay Banks is more than enough at corner that I want to deal with in New York. So I do wonder who they're going to take. They are up now, isn't that right, Nick?
The Giants are up now. Yes, this is going to be an interesting one. And here's the thing: it's got to be very interesting because the Giants and then it's Dallas back to back.
Yeah, you've got to think as well. If we're talking Giants at corner, like sure they might need to double up. But if you just go in the division, which is 6 games a year, you've got AJ Brown, Devonta Smith, whatever Dallas are putting out, Terry McLaurin. Like it's not like they're just going up against bums for 6 games and get away with it. They can't. It's the one position they kind of need to really make sure he's stable before anything else. And I never liked Adoree Jackson coming out of college, so there's that. So I don't know what happened.
Yeah, this draft screams Torrance though to me because you need the guard.
Website.
You need the guard. You got that pick. You can go Ringo in round 3. Like, it's just – it feels like it's tailor-made for them. And I think this was a big reason why the Eagles wanted to have that conversation with the Cardinals to come away with that tampering deal because I think they knew they could get 2 starters ready to go back-to-back, late second, early third, right away. And they didn't want to wait. They didn't want to have the problem that they had with Davion Taylor a few years ago and where they just sort of had to take him.
I will just say quickly, we're now on 54 likes, which means there will be another beer open. And that is getting very quickly up. Like it was 47 and now it's halfway to 60. And I feel like I might have grossly underestimated that part of this stream. So we will see how that goes. I kind of got a bit cocky. I think they're asking for likes. I'll level with you. I didn't really anticipate getting more than that. But we'll see how we go.
What do you guys think of Jalen Hyatt to the Eagles at one of these 2 picks?
I don't want them to take him. I'd
be happy. I mean,
look, I get it, but like at the same time, if it's between him or Torrance or him and Ringo, positions of value that they kind of need to have ready to go as starters. Like if you're drafting Hyatt, you're expecting him to come in right away and produce early and often, and that's just not the need at receiver. You just need a guy like this new guy that they brought in from Atlanta. I'm not going to try to pronounce his name because I'm just going to bumble it. But they brought him in from
Olamide Zaccheaus. We figured it out. We workshopped it last night. Olamide Zaccheaus.
But he can
this is what I don't get. Zaccheaus is the easy one. People are like, okay, Zaccheaus, got it. Zaccheaus is the easy one. Olamide took me forever to figure out.
Yeah, I thought it was Olamide. I was way off with mine.
Giants took John Michael Schmitz.
Yep, John Michael Schmitz is off.
That's terrific value there.
Okay. Look, all I'm saying is if it comes down between Ringo and something else, we just need to let it be and let the Eagles do what they need to do.
So help me, Liam.
I was hoping someone thought.
So help me.
What
I was
about
really
this?
hoping someone got it.
What about this Josh Downs?
Oh, he's
Wide
a
out of
Patriot.
UNC.
He's a Patriot. 5'8" slot guy.
Yeah.
That
Yeah, I do
screams
kind of
Patriot.
agree with Nick there. I do think he is kind of a patriot.
I told my friend who's a Patriots fan, I texted him, and he was like, Nick, who are the receivers you think they're going to target? And I go, there's only one they're going to target. There's only one they're going to care about, Josh Downs. The only difference and the only reason why they may pass is he's not a white guy. That's the only reason. The only reason. 5'8",
Wow.
runs fast.
Anyone
He's,
need a drink?
according to CBS, his pro comp is Tyler Lockett. That could be interesting.
I thought you were going to say, according to CBS, he is a white guy.
Yeah, CBS is now reporting that he's actually white. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah.
I don't feel like they can go wrong here.
He'd be like the anti-Jacoby Myers in that sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like, and just to close the book on the Giants with John Michael Schmitz, a lot of people talked of him being a bigger Kelsey at the very least. And so be it, whether he is, whether he isn't, it's irrelevant. I personally think Cam Jurgens is more because Cam's a little shorter. As good as this pick is for the Giants, and it is a good pick, this is a good selection for them. The weakness to me wasn't at center. The weakness was at guard for them because Feliciano at center was really good. They had Gates for a while, and they needed to replace him. I get it. But the Giants need more interior guys, which is why I was so perplexed that they took the corner in the first round because they needed guards. They need more depth along that line.
Banks is that dude, man. I'm telling you. Banks is that dude. Banks, Deontay Banks. He's that dude. So that was a good pick by Big Blue. I hate to say it.
I think
okay,
it's
we'll see. Well, to move from the Giants over to the Cowboys, the good news, bad news of the next pick is that another tight end is off the board to Dallas. The good news of it is that it's Luke Shoemaker and that it is not our Georgia baby. So that's. I mean, I understand it because, like, obviously, I don't think anyone's surprised that they're going after tight end.
Yeah.
I wondered for a second if they were going to get Washington, but they went with Shoemaker, who some did prefer over Darnell Washington, but I am not one of those individuals, so I'm pretty okay with this pick.
I still think the pick is Torrance. I mean, this guy is a first-round plug-and-play guard right away with Lane. I like. It just screams. It screams Eagles in the second round.
Well, Hey Jude Maker's gone. That means you've got a choice with Ringo. We have to come together. Sorry, it's just Zach's reaction this second.
I will do to you what Yoko Ono did to music if you do not stop.
I actually agree with Duck here. This is way too early. I don't think it's just. Oh, here we go. Drew Pearson's up again. Let's hear him talk about 18 different Cowboys because the man is senile and needs to be put in a home.
Oh dear.
Get off the stage.
Put him in a yellow submarine. Sorry.
I think everybody should have a home.
Like, look at this. He's like
that.
There goes Mike McCarthy. I'm going to pound on the table and cry because Harold Carmichael got in the Hall of Fame before me. Where?
Why are you the gingerbread man from
I
Shrek?
was literally thinking the same thing. That was such a great impression.
Yeah, look, I mean, seriously. I mean, it took 5 minutes to make the pick. This dude is the most annoying Cowboy alumnus on the planet.
Fed up
Nick is my favorite name.
Just like seriously,
We
this
do
guy
need-
went
when
on
we-
the stage and started naming all these Cowboy players that are in the Hall of Fame. Shut up, make the pick, and get off the stage.
When we do get back into merch, we definitely do need Fed Up Nick is my spirit animal to put on like t-shirts and,
Dear
and
Lord.
hoodies and all that.
I'd buy one.
Oh, for sure.
Who is this guy
Honestly,
doing the
Fed-
Giants pick?
Penny Lane?
Who was the guy that announced the Giants pick?
Hold on. I got to interrupt. Nick, I am so sorry to tell you the Bills are selecting Osiris Torrance with the 59th pick.
All right. Well, there you go.
All right, I'm going to beer up real quick.
It's not happening.
Damn.
Look, the fact that he fell this far is great news for the Eagles because they're going to have their pick of some really good players here.
Yeah.
They'll get back that momentum. It's
Yeah, just two teams ahead of them now. Just the Bengals and the Jaguars before pick 62. So one of Darnell Washington, Keely Ringo, DJ Turner will be available. Another guy that, like, I don't think after drafting Nolan Smith, I don't know that they still get him, but Adebawore is still somebody that Howie did love. Like, could they double up on D end just for longevity's sake? Like,
this is
it's
BJ.
not the. I'm sorry.
BJ or is that a different?
No, not BJ Ojolari. No, he's long.
Right.
Adetomiwa Adebawore from Northwestern, defensive end.
Sorry, my bad. I missaid. I didn't mean.
I was taken aback for a moment. I wasn't quite sure what the offer was. But yeah, no. Defensive end out of Northwestern. It's a guy that Harry Roseman supposedly has is a big fan of. So, you build through the trenches. It's not a need, surely. I think a guy like Trenton Simpson is someone that people would rather see because you talk about the need at linebacker. But Keely Ringo, DJ Turner, like there's still plenty of players. Like they could even trade down if they wanted to trade down and go for a Sidney Brown. Like that's absolutely on the table.
I want a guy that can start here because you've got starter capabilities available. I think
DJ Turner goes to the Bengals.
I'm sorry.
That's a good pick for the Bengals.
DJ Turner to the Bengals. So that's another corner off the table.
I think he's more of a safety anyway. I think they had him listed as a safety going in.
Bengals definitely needed safety. I had them take in Brian Branch in my mock draft just because they lost both their starters. Felt like a nice fit and top player there.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe that it's now realistic that the Birds are going to go 3 Georgia dudes.
It could be 4.
You're right. Like
it could be 4. Keely Ringo too. Yeah, Keely Ringo and Darnell Washington is possible. That is definitely possible.
It'd be so wild.
Okay, right. We're back. So I was topping up, beering up. We're on beer number 3. The counter, I think, is still 3.5. So I think I'm still going to stay write the article. So that. Yeah, 50. We've not moved from 54.
Duck is absolutely channeling his inner Nick right now.
Well, look where you started, Nick.
I mean, I'm not
getting
wrong.
The people riled up.
I'm not wrong. He is the most annoying Cowboy alumnus who literally cried in front of the television to be put into the Hall of Fame. There is a literal clip of him when they found out that Harold Carmichael was going into the Hall of Fame. And this dude said, "They told me this was supposed to be my year, man. I can't believe it. They lied to me." Absolute buffoon.
Now you sounded like the gingerbread man, but like the really big one. from Shrek 2.
Mongo?
That's super late for Neil, but Neil is someone I play golf with. He's one of my golf friendship group. So there we go. In honor of Neil, who we do drink a lot of beer, this one's for Neil. Look at that. A Brit in the chat that's not Ollie Kemp. I never thought I'd see the day. I'm stunned.
The Shrek 2 soundtrack is worth a listen.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, absolutely.
Pretty phenomenal.
Yeah. Top 10.
All I remember
Top
from
5.
that is Accidentally in Love.
Yeah,
It's a Beatles song, so I can't really.
There is on the
lead-off.
DVD behind the scenes. There is like an American Idol. Like it's not even like a deleted scene. It's just like a whole separate featurette. Absolutely worth a look. Pick up Shrek 2 on DVD at your local Goodwill store. Absolutely recommend.
Yeah, I'll take that one further. I used to work at a movie theater, and for my last weekend, I was a manager, so we did a private screening of me and all the employees, and we did Shrek 2 because it's just a masterclass. And I was supposed to bring in my DVD, the DVD I bought for my girlfriend because it's her favorite movie, but I forgot it. So I was like, "Hey, can anybody bring it in? Anybody have one?" And I kid you not, the entire staff had a copy.
Has it. Because Citizen Kane, The Godfather Part 2, Shrek 2. That is it.
No, that's
top 3.
Empire Strikes Back.
Yes.
Sure, yeah, but right after Shrek 2, yes.
I can't believe Osiris Torrance fell that far.
I can't believe it's not butter, but here we are.
True.
So do you think the Cowboys taking all Michigan players, they're doing that because they saw the Eagles were taking all Georgia players?
Well, yeah, because they saw that Michigan's been absolutely destroyed in the college football playoff and said, you know what? They can beat the Georgia players if we just believe.
That's my divided house. My fiance went to Michigan.
Look, I
So
love
Michigan-
Jim
That's
Harbaugh.
honestly awesome.
I love that.
Jaguars take Brenton Strange, PSU, Penn State.
They're going to have their pick of
There you go.
Ringo of Washington.
Yeah.
shit.
Washington's
Doc, you're
really-
100% right. I do need sleep. That being said, Shrek 2 gets put right just ever so slightly behind The Godfather Part 2. I did not say Godfather was worse than Shrek 2, but it is The Godfather Part 2 and then closely followed by Shrek 2. That's the order. I don't make the rules. That's not me. That's Hollywood, baby.
Oh, interesting. So who is it? Brandon Moore said DeJuan Jones is still out there. That's an interesting one as well.
How about every year I tell myself the draft team will be more professional and everyone will like get really intense on draft.
Wait, are we trying to be more professional?
It's getting worse
think that
every
was
year.
it.
Every year.
Oh wait,
And I
are we
love
supposed
it.
to
I
be
live for it.
professional? I didn't get that memo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we
lose
got
my-
Matt in a freaking Broncos background and a Broncos hat over here. I mean,
You never said it was an Eagles draft. Actually, you might have, but you know,
it's been said several times as a matter of fact.
Kind of looks like the side of a house.
All right, we're on the clock, boys.
All right. Wait, who did Jacksonville take?
That
They
is
took Brenton
horrendous.
Strange out of Penn State.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I missed that.
You know what? I think DeJuan Jones is going to be the pick now. I honestly, I didn't even think about it. I wanted Torrance. He can play guard too.
Ohio State guy. Okay.
It's my third draft for you guys. It's the most professional you've ever
Oh,
done.
last night was horrendous. Like last night was. This is
I missed
very
it.
well
I was
behaved
like, my
compared to
eyes were
last night.
spinning at like 5 a.m. I wrote the articles and I had it on for a bit. The last thing I remember is Chris's wheel trying to do the giveaway, and it was just a white screen trying to show.
Oh,
me,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I couldn't see anything. That was all I remember.
Chris got up to a few more antics after that happened. It was it was a unique night. So
So in my head, it all ended professionally, and we gave the most astute analysis imaginable, and everything was fine.
So Doug Kleiman brings up a good point. He's asking what's wrong with Darnell Washington, because I didn't even think about it when the pick was made because I was so focused on the Eagles picking now. Not only was Luke Schoonmaker taken before Darnell Washington, but now Brenton Strange was also.
But wasn't
what
there
do
like
teams know about Darnell Washington?
there was
got
a report
injury
that
issues.
came out from Charlie Campbell, the same one where they were saying the Eagles would trade up for Jalen Carter, saying that there was some like, I can't remember the exact jargon, but it was like medical ballooning or something where teams had kind of been scared off of him. I don't exactly know what it was, but apparently, yeah. I'll try and find the report. But Charlie Campbell put out that.
Oh, I see it right here.
Yeah.
He was red flagged. It just says medical concerns. I don't see specifically what it is.
Well, I don't recall him ever having any injury issues. Right, so the Eagles are on the clock. The pick's in.
It looks like a post-combine injury, if anything. I'm refreshing like the Dickens over here, so I'm trying to.
Yeah, I am as well.
So we will get that pick. Oh, traded with the Texans.
Oh, every time.
Hendon Hooker.
Traded back.
Damn you!
Oh, this is exactly what I said last night, where I start to falter, I get tired, in this case tipsy. I'm like, we're nearly there, the end is in sight, and bam, he does it again. He trades, I'm stuck here for another hour, drinking, getting more tired.
Well, so here's what this says to me, right? So they were at 62. They traded back with the Texans. I'm assuming this is about pick 65.
No.
Or
Yeah.
it could be 73.
65. They got them both.
65 and 73? What do you mean they got them both?
No, they have 65.
They got 65. Okay. So pick 65. The Eagles selected Juice Scruggs. That's got to be the Texans, though.
Yeah, I mean,
Juice Scruggs looks to be the pick for the Texans here.
Don't listen to Hughes. He didn't report the trade.
Yeah, so it looks like that's the pick for the Texans.
I assume it's just to get more picks in day 3. They only have 2 7s.
I would assume so as well. So let's say they get back to 65, right? There must have been multiple players that they were comfortable taking, potentially even knowing that the Texans were not going to take one of their players.
Yeah.
It kind of sucks for Juice because, a Penn State guy, you think he may have wanted to come to Philadelphia, but or at least some fans here would have wanted him. But so he goes to Houston. Philly clearly has a few players that they're looking at. That kind of, bodes well for Philadelphia that you can pick up extra talent and still get your guy. It's kind of the opposite of the Nolan Smith scenario where it was so clear that Nolan Smith was the right pick at 30 last night. That trading down just wasn't a smart idea, and they kept it simple, like they said. In this case, there's so much more optionality. Again, that's Howie Roseman's word of every single day. But so much more optionality that you could afford to trade down. And now the Broncos, Matt, have made a trade, trading up for pick 63.
I need to find out what the results are for this trade.
On the clock.
I know they haven't released it.
You gotta think it's probably a third, maybe a fourth, maybe a fifth, just to get another pick into in the third round.
Well, the thing is, after last night, there were some trades last night where the draft capital being received was very little for moving up. But as we've come to the second round and towards the end of the second round now, teams are getting quality picks for moving even just a few spots. So this could be a lucrative deal for Philadelphia.
Yeah, but what if this is potentially some added momentum for a trade of a running
back?
I
just got it in. It's 65, 188, and 230 for 62.
So that's what? 5, 6?
Yeah. What do they get?
6, 7.
6 and 7.
Talking about rounds? Yeah, 6 and 7.
I'm refreshing.
So just move back 3 spots. So, I mean, it sounds like they're trying to get a lot of picks to get some of these back end guys.
Well, but let's think about this here. I don't mean to interrupt, but let's play devil's advocate. They need more picks means more capital for extra trades. They now have 1, 2. They now have 5 additional picks for the remainder of this draft. What if they use one of those picks on DeAndre Swift? What if they use one of those picks on, say, I don't know, Budda Baker, who's disgruntled and wants to be out of Arizona? This might be the added pieces that Howie goes and says, okay, give me my running back or give me my safety.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a possibility. I mean, that's going to make tomorrow a lot more interesting, keeping that in the back of everyone's mind, Yeah.
Because I don't think they're staying at 65 and 66 both. I don't think they're making both picks.
Yeah, I think it would be a little odd. I think that you could see them trade back from one of those 2 spots as well.
Yeah.
Just want to give a big shout there to Chicken Permission. He's got a new nickname. He's catfished us. I almost said chicken fish, so we'll go with that instead. But Chicken Permission's back. I know he's been a long time PSN subscriber, so nice to see you back. Year 4 in this draft, which is riding with us for 4 years. That is some commitment, knowing the level of chaos that we bring every single year. So a massive shout there to Chicken Permission, or Yeti to be discovered. I like the pun. I'm sure someone would have appreciated my Beatles puns earlier today. There may be more. We never know. It depends on who gets taken in the next few picks. But just to clarify, so the Eagles have given away pick 62 for 65, so move back 3 spots and pick up a 6th and a 7th round pick along the way. I'm pretty sure. I mean, Duck says he's been with us 4 years. I mean, Duck's been with us since I broke out of the womb. I'm pretty sure. So Duck is like an automatic PSN homegrown talent. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting that Houston would trade up for a center though, because Philly were never going to take one. Where did they trade up from? 3 spots. I don't think Chicago were going to, were they?
I look at this and I just don't see. Look, this draft, it goes back and forth. People are like, well, we like the value of later picks. We like this, we like that. if he's trading down in a weak draft class, this tells me he's getting capital for something.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure.
And I don't know if they're in love with someone going into the later rounds. If this is, if this is a weak class, he's not trading down to get picks for high value guys. He's looking to trade for other players that are already playing in the NFL.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. So Denver's pick is in. Have we got Denver's pick yet? I know Twitter's normally ahead of it. I'm not sure.
I am refreshing like
Marvin
a mother.
Mims.
Marvin
Oklahoma.
Mims.
I'm not familiar.
That's
hopefully he
that's
comes
the
out better
replacement
than
for
himself.
Judy if they trade him.
Everyone has a go at my drafting evaluations. All I will say is I was like the only member of Eagles Twitter that was anti-Denzel Mims, and there we are. That's the only one I've got like that's panned out, Anthony. But Marvin Mims, Brandon's a big fan of Marvin Mims, Matt. So there you go.
I'll have to take a look, but now I'm just thinking like you have
Judy,
Judy,
surely.
you have Sutton, you
Yeah.
have Patrick, and now you have Mims.
So, probably someone might be on the move. I wonder if Philadelphia, having just acquired picks, might be.
Trade Judy for a 7th round pick to Philadelphia. It's the only answer.
The way that I would get flamed in my my fantasy group chat with all the boys. But definitely interested in seeing what this kid's got. But
I mean, getting a comp to Emmanuel Sanders is pretty,
I loved Emmanuel Sanders, man.
I was gonna say that's like pandering and a half.
Sanders and Demaryius Thomas was such a fantastic duo.
Yes. I'm just looking at a comment. Gregory saying my first PSN experience was watching me freak out about the Jalen Hurts pick.
Oh wow, yeah.
Let me announce.
Some level.
If there's one thing that I have gotten wrong in my life, it was thinking that the Jalen Hurts pick was the worst thing that they could have ever done. Now, at the value they had after paying Carson Wentz, it still was not a smart move overall.
Oh,
in terms of the
Come on.
giving up like it's out second round. However,
just take the L.
let me finish. However, it is the greatest pick in modern Eagles history for Howie Roseman to understand he didn't have his quarterback, and at the same time making the pick, knowing full well that they were not going to miss out on the top quarterback again.
I'll tell you what I will say. The one pick I did get right, or that I was high on, I was bigging up the Jalen Hurts selection from a perspective of they hired, I can't remember the guy's name, Marty Mornhinweg from the Ravens, and that because of what they did with Joe Flacco and Lamar Jackson, that they would run 2 quarterback sets with Hurts and Wentz. And I was like, that's genius. That's it. I'm all in on the pick. Give me those 2 QB sets, baby. Let's let Hurts run. And I did like 3 massive deep dives watching Ravens footage of breaking down all 22s of these formations. And no one else cared. I was all Jalen Hurts on 2 QB sets. That was my angle. So I wasn't even against it. I was just like, cool, let's go college-style offense and mix things up a bit. So there we go. That was my status on it, I think, at the time. I don't think Howie knew he didn't have his QB. I think he really did think he was getting a backup. That's a valid point, to be fair.
But I think that's so. But I think that's missing out on the fact. By the way, Philadelphia is on the clock for both picks. This 3rd round's already flying.
Yeah, he was very high on Quez Watkins. Well, yeah, you bested my John Hightower one. I mean, you won the battle of the 5th and 6th round wide receivers there for sure. I was left licking my wounds, unfortunately. I listened to Taylor Swift, but that's no change from the
Who did the Bears snag here?
By the way, there are some interesting linebackers available as well. Drew Sanders from Arkansas, Trenton Simpson.
Yeah, I agree. Bart Simpson's definitely somebody near the top of my list if you're looking at the linebackers. Wasn't he? Someone had him. A lot of people had him higher than Campbell, didn't they?
Yes. Oh well, no. Campbell was a clear-cut number 1. Campbell was a clear number 1.
At least the people that I was talking to,
because he was a Buckus winner. He was very, very good. Now,
absolutely very, very good.
18th overall, good? No,
Yeah, no.
but
Tell you
But I
what,
didn't really feel like there was a first-round linebacker outside of Nolan Smith.
I still think Campbell would have gone round 1, but just in the 20s, not the teens.
right. Am I in a fit state to write an article on back-to-back picks? Betty bought a bit of butter, but the butter Betty bought was bitter. Yeah, I'm good. We got this. Don't
You're
worry
good.
about it. We're all right. We ain't dead yet.
He's going to trade for DeAndre Swift or Buda Baker.
Where does the DeAndre Swift hype come from? Is it just because he's from Georgia and Detroit?
No, it's because
No.
they drafted Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Place for him.
So it's the 87 running back argument.
Swift is probably going to be available, and so there's already a
Yeah.
lot of teams checking in, and I would expect Philadelphia to be among those teams.
I don't think he's worth the third rounder, frankly.
Oh, no. He's definitely not worth a third rounder.
Yeah,
Let's
okay.
get that out of here.
Okay.
I don't even think that was
Buda
Nick's
Baker's
point.
worth both third-round picks.
I just
All
don't
right, so the
think the
Bears have
Cardinals
already
want
made
to
their-
deal him to the Eagles. I just feel like the bad blood that's gone on between the two teams right now, I feel like they would just rather deal him off somewhere else.
By the way, Zach Pickens is the selection for the Bears. So once again, Darnell Washington and Keely Ringo are available.
Dude,
Sidney Brown. That's my pick. I'm going Sidney Brown.
He's not a
I
starter.
do like me some Sidney Brown.
We clearly don't know something about Washington. Like I know we talked about it, but
Yeah.
there must be like another layer to this.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
Yeah,
I know
like
he's
an
got
onion.
injury concerns. I know he's got injury concerns.
For sure.
was
But-
that another Shrek 2
But how
reference?
big is the injury concern?
That's
Like,
that's
this
the
is-
thing. Is it the
that's the
same thing like
question.
with Kobe Dean?
right.
Yeah.
Well, we've been here before, gents, and for those that have been on Twitch, we've been here before. Is a saying you all need to know. That's it. It's Darnell Washington's the pick now. That's been written in the stars. How we've seen the vision. We've been here before.
So wait, the Bears have drafted 2 defensive tackles now, right? And they passed up on Jalen Carter. Am I understanding that correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Love that.
It's a bold
Way to go,
strategy.
Ryan Foles. And by the way, they only got a 4th-round pick for him too.
Unbelievable.
I have no idea where they're going to go. I mean, they could go DeJuan Jones. They could go,
They could. There's a lot of players.
linebacker, safety, corner.
I'd
Running
rather the
back.
Eagles just draft for the future rather than get a vet starter. That's fair. I mean,
Yeah, I feel that way a little bit.
yeah. You still want to draft for the. You can't be just like. They're still in a win now mode because of the way the team's set up. It's not like you're going to lose that.
Yeah.
Right.
Doc, Jamie Robinson is another great pick at safety. The thing I like about him especially is that he'd also be able to contribute on special teams from day one. And that's definitely something Philadelphia values.
Always making a pick.
This is the worst time to break the seal and eat a wee bit. I don't know if it's nerves. I don't know if it's hips,
It's coming in 2 seconds, man.
He's on the
nervous
phone with
fear.
somebody.
What's
So
he
they're
doing?
trading down or they're calling it in.
I think there's. I swear to God, this is for Buda Baker.
He's just
I
ordering rooms
don't
and they're
know about
outside.
that.
And you can't find which room they're in, so he's just guiding them through the Novacare complex. That's all. They've got
swear to God.
heaters on the way.
If he brings in a starter, put him in the Hall of Fame now.
Darnell Washington or Sidney Brown. Nice me, Howie. Come on. If it's either of those, I'll down the rest of this drink. There we go.
They did really like Keely Ringo from what I heard.
I heard that as well.
I'm refreshing Twitter on 2 different devices. Just
You got to go tweet deck. It does it for you.
alternating every 2 seconds.
It's a
I
shame.
don't like TweetDeck
that
ever
Twitter's
since
going to
Alon took
draft.
over.
Yeah. Elon ruined TweetDeck, and that's his worst.
Taking a
offensive
while.
activity. What does he do? What's he cook? What is that man cooking?
I
What's
think
he
he's
got up
trying
his
to
sleeve?
trade out.
Got 2 minutes. 2 minutes 15.
I think he's going for another trade.
Give me Buda Baker or I will kick you in the nads. To Jonathan Gannon. That is his
Oh
message.
God, I would cry.
Pick is in. Pick is in.
So would Gannon if he got kicked in the nads.
All right, so if the pick is in,
Not
that
a
means
trade.
he didn't trade.
Oh, heavens.
Where did you see pick is in?
Jazz Fusion. The most reliable of NFL sources.
Per sources.
Like I said, ESPN doesn't have it in yet, and I don't have any.
Oh, ABC
notifications.
does. ABC does.
Oh, picks in.
Yeah.
Right, never doubt.
Oh, yeah,
that
ESPN just got
Here's
it.
our go-to NFL source.
All right, here we go.
TV. Just
Who
got
is
it from TV. Love that. Okay, come on.
Hurry up.
Sidney Brown or Antonio Johnson. I'd prefer.
I do like Antonio Johnson a lot.
love
I actually
Antonio.
like him more than Brown, I think.
I would agree. It's just that like Brown has more picks, so he looks better on paper. I would take Johnson. Johnson gives me low-key Malcolm Jenkins vibes, like playing down.
Total package. Absolutely, fully agree.
Yeah. All right, I've changed my mind. Antonio Johnson.
What did Brian
Any
say?
of those three.
Tyler
I'm
Steen,
going to-
Alabama.
It's who?
What?
Tyler Steen.
Who? Tyler. Oh,
Tackle.
Oh,
All right, well, there's Lane Johnson's replacement, I guess.
Well, that's a letdown. But look,
Yeah.
smart picks are rarely sexy. That's what we have to remind ourselves, right? That like.
I mean, he
it
was,
can't
listen,
be-
after DeJuan Jones, he was the next best tackle on the board, at least per ESPN. Like, I get it. You know, again, it's not a sexy pick, but like you said, you know, that's not necessarily a defining factor on if it's a good pick or not.
Yeah.
People were saying the entire time that we need that person should Lane Johnson go down. Not to mention the fact that the Eagles also have 66. So yeah, you get the brick and mortar pick here, and then at 66, maybe you get the sexy Ferrari next.
Put it this way. Any offensive lineman drafted by the Philadelphia Eagles, you give the team the benefit of the doubt, and you let you let Jeff Stoutland go to work.
Yeah,
you let Jeff Stoutland go to work because clearly when they made this pick, Stoutland said yes. And if Stoutland said yes, that's good enough for me to figure that out.
Yeah.
And also,
well, here's the other thing about Steen that's really interesting. So everyone's favorite complaint about Peter Skronsky was the short arms, right? It's kind of a similar thing for Steen. So he could be the backup for Lane Johnson, or we could see him as a starting right guard. I fully believe that.
Huh.
But to be fair, I don't know why we're shocked. It's another SEC pick. That's another Alabama pick.
For sure.
Yeah.
100%.
And that's where I was getting to. Yeah, SEC. They have said
SEC for you and me. That's what Sidney Brown to the Eagles.
Oh, we got
No
Yeah.
shit.
Who?
No way.
Sidney Brown to the Eagles at 66.
Love that.
Nick is so disheartened by this.
Howie
list.
Roseman watches the PSN live streams.
He does.
Here's my concern with Brown. Is he going to start right away?
I know that's your concern, but I don't think that's their concern.
No, it's not. It definitely isn't because he's a special teams guy.
Who? Sidney Brown?
I do like the Sidney Brown pick.
I think he's saying early on he can play special teams. That's not his long-term projection.
No, I was going to say, like, the guy's a baller.
For sure. I mean, this is looking at potentially a ball hawk long-term. Like, that's the hope with Sidney Brown.
He's great, but if he can sort out his tackling, he'll be a great safety.
Yeah, that's the
That's
thing.
the only thing. If he can sort his tackling, he'll be phenomenal. Brilliant around the ball, high points, everything great.
He's got biceps that are freaking bigger than my thighs, so I think that hopefully he can figure it out. It's just mental with him, I guess.
Yeah,
technique.
That's a hell of a pick. I like that. Right.
Yeah.
I'm still a little bummed. I would have loved Darnell Washington.
I know you would, buddy, but you got 45 Georgia Bulldogs on this roster. I think you're going to be okay.
And the way he's sliding, I mean, he could be an undrafted free agent landing in Philly. You never know.
Honestly, yeah, you never know. Like, we've seen guys take real big slides before.
Okay, right. Well, I'm a man of my word.
Chug.
The game's the game. Howie Roseman, you're a sexy son of a bitch. And now I've got to write one hell of an article. So,
That's true.
cheers, boys.
Oh, that looks miserable. Just awful. I don't understand how he's not throwing up right now.
Okay, so this is interesting. Jeremiah on NFL Network already said this guy can play guard right now.
There we go. That's it right there.
So I think they
That could be the starting right guard, Tyler Steen.
If my bosses are watching this, no, you're not. I'll see you in a minute.
Oh man,
I honestly feel pretty good. So, and Nick, here's the thing: like that kind of gives you, in a sense, what you were looking for because you have your play now player in Tyler Steen, right? and then you have your future player in Sidney Brown. So it was kind of the best of both worlds.
No, 100%.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of an ideal situation. And it's unfortunate because like in safety, obviously there's still a need for a starting safety, I would say. But again, like we've seen them add safeties later on in the season. Like there's guys who are still going to be cut between now and the start of next year. There's guys who are going to be available via trade. Buda Baker could potentially still be available. They don't have a long commitment to NC right now. So definitely something I think we're going to continue to look at is the safeties on the market. But drafting a guy who's kind of more future focused like Sidney Brown, yeah, I got no issue with it.
I guess from a running back perspective, where has everything netted out with the Derrick Henry rumors?
Before we get there, just so you know, Matt, it looks as though the Broncos have made a pick at linebacker for Drew Sanders.
Oh,
interesting.
So that's a solid pickup right there. But as far as I think that was a smokescreen. And I say that retroactively. Like I obviously wasn't sure at the time, but it just doesn't really seem like he's going anywhere, or else he'd probably already be gone.
Yeah.
I mean, perhaps Tennessee, was trying to show him that, like, look, you're not going to get paid. We'll move off of you. Perhaps his team put it out there saying, hey, other teams will pay. Will pay if you don't want to pay. Or if they just wanted to hit the reset button. Obviously they drafted Will Levis, so that possibility of a whole rebuild is there. Jay Fizzle mentions Austin Eckler. That's another running back that you can potentially get in a trade. I wouldn't be surprised if you see it back a little later in this draft. I think it was Chris who mentioned, I want to say it was Kendall Miller is a guy that Hendon Hooker to the Lions.
Wow.
There you go.
That's a smart one for Detroit at that value.
That is a smart
awesome.
one. Things
On
are
to
starting
that
to turn
note,
around for Detroit.
I think I'm going to sign off here, guys. I got to go finish up with this classwork, but appreciate you having me on.
Appreciate you hopping on.
Of course.
Good
Best
to see
of
you,
luck
man.
with the rest of this draft. I will talk to you guys soon. Go Birds, go Bronx.
Go Birds, and that's all.
Later.
I'm not far behind him. I still haven't eaten dinner. But
Oh, geez, dude, it's 9:30. What are you doing with your life?
Friday. I worked until like 7.
That's such a Tommy. Not to put you on the spot. How old are you?
29.
Okay, that's the thing. All right, I did not expect us to be in the same ballpark because that sounded like such a young guy answer. Like, hey, it's Friday. Like,
Tommy,
that's what it's like a 23-year-old kid says. Like, hey,
Tommy,
it's
you're
Friday.
29?
Yeah.
Yes, Nick, you are the youngest guy currently here.
How old are you?
I'm 26.
Damn. Yeah, man. I got some.
Look, man, I understand. I'm balding.
No, that's not what I said.
Just hit him with the Kevin Hart, damn.
No. I'm saying I just assumed you were like around our age based on your whole
Sure, the way that you
attitude
carry yourself,
and
position, and everything like that. No, I 100% get it. Yeah.
Terrible.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, listen, that happens to everyone. It's not even really an age thing anymore. So, talking to Yeti.
Yeah, you know what, Duck? I get it. I look like the oldest guy in the stream. I understand. We understand. All right.
Well, part of the thing that Nick also has going for him is that he is the only guy here who can actually get quality facial hair as well. So that also helps that aging process.
That comes from the Hispanic genes that I have.
Yeah,
at the top of your head. But yes, also from the Hispanic genes. I can't get the facial
hair. You're
hair.
a buffoon. I'm rescinding my wedding invitation. Screw you, man.
I could get a half decent mustache over like a long period of time, but that's the most that I can do. I am very jealous of the beard, Nick.
Speaking of wedding invitations, what are the odds that we can bully Liam to get to New York to get him to my wedding?
I think that's up to the government, bro. Like, so Liam hasn't been to America in all these years, not to out his business while he's not on the stream. The process even to come visit is not apparently even that easy. And he has to like define, and I don't know if this is moving or visiting. Maybe this is moving, and this is why he's told me this. but he has to like define what he does for work. And because his position is so general and he does so many things, it's been near impossible to get that done. And there's been a lot of confusing things. Like you can't even get good help trying to figure out the right answers. So I know that's been, maybe he's figured it out since, because he has talked more and more about coming out. Ron, you're right. He has mentioned coming out for the World Cup. He's mentioned coming out. He tried to come out last year. I know it just ended up not working out. So he's legitimately talked about coming out for your wedding. So like this is a possibility. So
are you guys, without giving too
see.
much details to the stream, are you doing like a city wedding around the area?
Long Island.
Yeah.
Right before training camp begins.
Good Nick shit. Faria, big New York guy. So
It's been 4 years, dude.
Dude, all right, hold on. If we want to talk about last names,
Chevalier.
If we want to talk about last names, why don't we take a look here at how he spelled my last name? So here, let me put my last name in the chat for everybody here, so y'all can see it. I'll actually just even edit my my name here. Okay, so that's done there. So here's what we're working with here, right? We have C, he got that part right, and then we go to an H. Okay. Is
that a U at the end?
Immediately wrong. Right. So instead it's CIAVOLELLA. We go to CHA, back on the right course. V, good. Back to a single L, IAU. It's a very great last name. Rob,
dude,
listen.
The U is
Rob, you can't, when people hold things up, you can't see it on video. We went through that with Chris. I knew you weren't going to be able to see it. I'm just ranting, okay? So anyway, it's completely wrong. I went to go put in the RSVP, and I'm typing in my wife, spelling it correctly. It's going to look ridiculous. Chevalier next to Chavalella. But so anyway, if we're talking about last names, like that happened, and you see my last name on a daily basis.
Hold on.
That's all I'm saying.
Hold on. I'm making sure I have this right, because it might just be the cursive that he's looking at.
I don't know.
Can you not hover over my maybe you can't actually see my name there. All right, I'll throw it in the actual chat. I apologize for being so cross, Ron. I was put in a mood by Nick.
And here's the other thing. Writing it,
but now
I
we have
got the name right speaking wise. You did not get the name right speaking wise.
Hold on. You absolutely did not get it right speaking wise, because it's pronounced Chavalella. It is not pronounced Chevalier.
So it's Chaval. I'm sorry, what?
It is Chavalella.
Chavalella?
Chavalella.
Ah.
Yes, it is not Chava-Liao, which is what you ended up putting on my Chavalu on my.
Oh yeah, we totally
RSVP.
Never mind. I rescind my frustration.
So if we're talking about last names, I'm just putting that out there. Since you brought up that topic. That being said, Bryce Young has been drafted for the second time in this draft.
Really quick, Darnell Washington. Darnell Washington. The word is he has a knee injury.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That could be a big problem.
So that could be big. I think Philadelphia is done for the day. So I will give my final thoughts here before I jump off. I promised my fiance a small night together as she quit her job today, and it's a very strong day for her. However, the Eagles draft, an absolute A. This does not change it. They accumulated picks for tomorrow. They got two other players, one of which is probably going to be a developmental offensive lineman who could start at tackle, play at guard should they want to, offer competition to Cam Jurgens. That was an excellent pick. Sidney Brown, people are going to debate whether they wanted the Texas A&M kid or Brown himself, but he has a lot of production in college as a ball hawk safety. He can cover, he can tackle. Very good pick. I think he'll compete for his starting job at safety right away. This is an A-plus draft. This is another A for the Eagles in day 2. God bless. Follow me on Twitter, Nick_Faria1720. God bless everybody.
See you, Nick.
All right,
Good.
thank you, Nick.
Catching
Duck, you
up.
are absolutely right. It is Byron Young. Now for my shameful secret, I've not been wearing my glasses this entire time.
I like those clear
And
frames.
so thank you. So that is how I also read that incorrectly. So thank you for publicly shaming me, Duck. I promise for you and for my family that I will be better going forward. So thank you. Jalen Hyatt still sliding. Our own Brian Cameron's favorite. Thank you, Duck. I appreciate the compliment. I'm glad that we could come to polite terms here. Oh, Kendra Miller. That's the back that the Eagles like going to the Saints. So yeah, there's
Okay.
I'm surprised that he went. Now he's kind of a do-it-all back, so there's definitely a lot going for him there. But I am surprised that he went above certain other backs still in this draft. I mean, Devin. Okay, someone said it yesterday, and it sounded a lot cooler than I thought it was. So it's Devin. I'm going to say a chain again. That's still wrong. What is it? Tommy, help me out here.
Hold on.
Arcane? That's not it. Not Arcane.
It's not freaking updating for me. Hold on.
Oh, is it not?
No, dude. I don't know what's going on. I swear my Wi-Fi is like hours behind you guys.
Yeah, it's been rough around my neck of the woods. Comcast has been fiddling around with the old Wi-Fi lately. So I'm glad that they finally got it fixed before draft night, though.
I don't know. I still want to talk about this Hendon Hooker pick because I know we kind of.
Oh, by all means, go on.
We glossed over it a little bit, but I mean, again, I'm a little bit biased in terms of the games I end up watching within college. It's almost all SEC. And what he was able to do this year before he got hurt, it doesn't sound like he's going to be ready for the beginning of the season, but I mean, Tennessee was relevant for the first time in like 15 years. Like that's how long and how tough of a ride it's been for them. And it was all him. And I've heard all the stuff that it's not necessarily a pro style offense that he was operating out of. But you know, he's in a spot here where he can sit behind Goff for a little bit. This is a guy that they were talking about yesterday as like upsetting some mocks and going in the first round somewhere. And Detroit waited until, 9:15 on Friday to scoop him up. So I hope he does well.
Yeah.
But really, I hope he recovers well.
Yeah. I think the thought is that he will. I mean, otherwise he wouldn't even have been in the early half of round 3, I think.
Yeah.
The funny thing of it all, and JPA actually even just put out that Jared Goff is only 3 years older than Hendon Hooker, which is like the crazy thing about it all. But that being said, you give Hooker, a year recovery, full off season to, really learn the system and everything like that. And next season, he could really come firing out of the gate. So
yeah,
I think it definitely does make a lot of sense for Detroit. It's the kind of guy who it's rare to get a more polished guy straight out of the draft when you're talking about a quarterback.
Yeah.
So, he's someone, though, who could really come out. And again, you have that one recovery / onboarding season. And then he comes out and hopefully lights the world on fire with Detroit, in 2024. And I think it's a half decent plan. You got him the back. They've been working on the offensive line for years. You have several quality receivers in Detroit right now. That offense is looking solid. Speaking of injured players or players who have dealt with injuries, Garrett Williams, cornerback out of, I want to say it was Syracuse, has just been taken by the Cardinals. Of course, he's been dealing with a lower body injury, and he's on the men now. But that is if he comes back healthy, that's a quality pick. But to see him selected there, Keely Ringo is still sliding.
I was just about to
That's
say
the confusing thing.
he's still there. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, both these guys we were just talking about for the better part of an hour, no one's touched them.
Yeah, that's and again, I do wonder if part of it is people just don't know what to make out of Keely Ringo.
Yeah.
Is he a
like,
press
where does he
man
slot
corner,
in?
or are you going to move him to safety? Like, what's the plan? And then tight hips is always tough on a guy, right? Especially tough at corner. If you move him to safety, it's not as big of an issue, the tight hips. But that's something that Keely Ringo definitely suffers from. So that's why I don't think he's an outside corner so much as I do think that he would move to safety, which unfortunately probably takes him off of Philadelphia's radar.
Yeah.
Well, so Duck brings up, what do they know about Ringo? What's going on with him? So with his size, like the dude is over 6 feet. He's 6'2". Like there is height. That's not necessarily the issue. It's just when you have that height on the outside and it's a bit stiff, that's kind of the issue that you find specifically at corner is that you need that fluidity of the hips. You need to be able to swing. Like you want it on a swivel, basically, if you're going to be on the outside. So that's part of the problem with Keely Ringo there. Now you put him at safety, and then it's what does he exactly do well? He obviously can track the ball. But is he a guy that you're going to be able to put as like a single high safety? Is he a guy that doesn't really strike me much as a box guy, but he also doesn't really have that ability to change direction like you might need a single high safety to do. So maybe he's a jack of all, master of none. Maybe that's the issue.
Yeah,
but
these guys.
That's the thing is you probably see him in the box is what I would say. Like that's only because that's where his issues are minimized the most.
Well, who else here? Downs that we were talking about. He's still on the board, right?
Yeah, Downs is still on the board.
Yeah.
When do the Patriots pick next? Because I am really intrigued.
Take a look at this here.
But they're up and just another 1, 2, 3, 4 picks. So they're coming up.
Let's see.
But the other thing is too is that we were talking about Downs going to New England, but if Jalen Hyatt's still on the board, I mean that's the kind of guy that could almost overcome Josh Downs in that sense.
Yeah.
So the Rams have traded 73 to the Giants for 89 and 128. So the Giants are moving up for somebody. Who is it? Is it a Jalen Hyatt? Is it a Keely Ringo?
Is it Washington?
Is it Washington? I mean, they just added their new star. Well, hopefully star for them, but starting tight end. But do they want a developmental guy in the wings like that? That absolutely could be. Washington is just such a. I mean, health aside, which you can't really ever say that, but health aside, he's such a good player compared to everyone left on the board that theoretically, you could argue that trading up for a guy like that is the way to go. But they traded up for Jalen Hyatt. So they leapfrogged over the Patriots. They leapfrogged over, let's see who else they went over to get there. Cleveland. So maybe they heard Cleveland might be interested in him potentially. Atlanta, someone's building the offense a lot, obviously. You could potentially see Hyatt go in there after falling, but that's a really good pick for New York and somebody who probably Nick's not too happy that they got.
Yeah,
not exactly that same type of receiver that we were talking about earlier, but still, he's 6 feet. He's just a playmaker though. Like it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. He's real fast. He's real strong with his hands. There's a reason that Brian was so high on him. So to see him go to New York is not ideal, but considering it's Daniel Jones, I'm not. But here's the only thing. Here's the only thing about it though. Here's where it comes into the potential issue. Is that Jalen Hyatt is such a playmaker that he could rack up the yak. And so that's where Philadelphia really needs to be sure in their tackling. We saw tackling issues rear their head again, even just last season. So that's what Philadelphia definitely needs to clean up going into this year, because that's a way that a Jalen Hyatt could even succeed, even though the Eagles are going to be putting out such a talented defensive line as they will be, have star-studded corners on the outside, even the inside with Devontae Maddox. But with the safeties as weak as they are, the linebackers as green as they are, and they may be talented with Nakobe Dean, I'm talking about specifically. But again, you're talking about a guy who is, in like his rookie year part 2.
Yeah.
N'Kobe Dean. So like
Yeah,
that's the thing that
really.
you got to keep in mind. So that's why a veteran linebacker, a veteran safety, you really hope that they add. But above that, you just got to coach them up with the tackling, because a guy like Jalen Hyatt, you mix it in with Sterling Shepard. Darius Slayton's a guy who can stretch the field, obviously. Like, here's a list of all the wideouts. Dov Kleinman just put out all the wide receivers on the Giants roster currently. Now, these aren't all the guys that are going to be there, come the actual start of the regular season. But they got Jalen Hyatt, Sterling Shepard, Darius Slayton, Wan'Dale Robinson, Isaiah Hodgins, Paris Campbell, Jamison Crowder, David Sills, Isaiah Hodgins twice, Colin Johnson, Dre Miller, Jaden Mickens, Jeff Smith, and Cully Pimpleton. Hyatt, Shepard, Slayton, Robinson, I expect those guys to at least make the team in New York. So that already, like, there's no star there.
That's not an impressive list.
maybe Jalen Robinson can be that star, but I think he's the guy that they're going to look to kind of create those opportunities, to be creative with him. Because, I mean, Sterling is a very over-the-middle slot guy.
Yeah.
Slayton's stretching the field. Wan'Dale Robinson is better than most give him credit for, but again, there's no star there. So you may be looking at Jalen Hyatt as the featured weapon in New York, at least when you're looking at the receiving core, the wide receivers, that is. So definitely somebody that they're going to have to game plan against, at least compared to the rest of the wide receivers on the Giants roster. So I do see Ron bring up a couple good questions here. So can Dean start this year? He might have to. Whether or not he can or he can't, he's probably going to have to. But that being said, I do think he's going to be able to. He definitely has the ability. He just has to get the reps. He has to get the experience. And if that's throwing him to the fire, maybe that's the case. And it looks like they really did want to leap over the Browns, the Giants, that is, because they just selected a Wyatt out, Cedric Tillman. But back to the Eagles and N'Kobe Dean, you're kind of just going to have to start him out of necessity, but he has that defensive line that's going to be to help take that load off of him. Hopefully this defensive scheme can help make things a little bit easier. And then again, you might be looking at adding another linebacker through a trade, through free agency. They added somebody to replace. Boy, is my brain fried halfway through day two. This is not a good.
I hate to do this to you guys too, but I gotta run.
Well, I appreciate you hanging on for Liam to get back on.
Thank you for letting me hop on here. I mean, like, this was it could have been a sexier round 3, but whoever said that earlier, like, if they're not sexy picks, they're usually good. So
that was drunk Liam. I had wisdom.
That was you. Okay.
That was actually me.
He's like, yeah, you're probably right. Like, a
drunk
nice,
Fuchsius, yes.
A swing O tackle to guard, like, probably gonna work out. But anyway, thank you guys again. Thanks for letting me talk about my Bulldogs, and enjoy the rest of the night.
I appreciate you coming on, man. And thanks for holding the fort again. I mean, I was getting progressively more drunk while writing that article, just like setting in. And then I came back and saw Zach wearing glasses. I wasn't sure if I was imagining it. I didn't know what was going on. But
Duck shamed me for misreading a name off of my phone, so I had to own up to the fact that yes, as I age, I do wear glasses occasionally now. But it's Duck and I did make up. We did make up since then.
Wait, hang on. I'll join you. I'll join you. Oh, they're sunglasses. I don't know where my real ones are. I don't know where my real ones are.
No.
I don't know where my real ones are. I thought I had real ones.
Brilliant.
Absolutely
brilliant. Yeah.
Oh, shit. That's funny.
You're just drinking so much, you're already switching over to the sunglasses.
Look, I do have sunglasses. I just don't know whether. No, they are. Never mind. Tommy, go to bed.
Cheers, guys.
Wingman me through the rest of the
Have
day.
a good one, Tommy.
Good luck.
You're not getting Bryce Harper over my dead body.
Well, yeah, let's connect offline. We'll see.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see about that, buddy.
See you guys.
See you, man. Well, I'm hoping my boss doesn't fire me because we're producing fantastic content that you guys love.
True.
And, look, we're on 50 likes. I mean, last night's stream got, I don't know, let's have a look. Last night's got, can I see? 34. So it's 20 up. So drunk Liam brings in the numbers. It's a true story.
That's true.
and sunglasses. So there's that.
And sunglasses.
But yeah, it's romantic between me and Zach. It's just us two left now. Then there were two with the last survivors. The Eagles don't have a
Just
third
like the
round
old
pick.
days.
Yeah, just like the old days. The Eagles don't have a third round pick though, right? I'm not making that up. They don't have a third. So we're just sitting here waiting to see if they trade up into the third, which means all the thoughts of chaos can ensue. But I do appreciate you guys hanging out. Like I said, I mean, if I'm honest, I thought I had more in me than 3 beers before I got drunk. And then midway through the article, I was really beginning to struggle and hoping that I didn't mess anything up. But no, this is fun. Like I said, this is my favorite weekend of the year. And, you know, I know everyone, it's one of those things where the draft is such a special event for everyone where it's your team. It's the future of your team. You know, some people go to watch parties, some people are at home with their families. The fact that you choose me and Zach on a random Friday night to be part of that coverage, and that when you now think of these draft picks, you think of the sunglasses or Angry Nick or whatever it may be. It means a lot, you know, like we're part of that journey and we don't take it for granted. So just thank you for spending your evening with us. Yeah, there you go. Look, they see 3 beers that got soppy. It was a long time coming. We all knew it was going to happen. There you go. But it means a lot to be just kind of wind the rest of the day 2 in. Especially Zach, who I'm pretty sure wasn't meant to be on any of the streams this evening because you were like busy, right? And you somehow ended up on.
Yeah. My schedule has taken a change. So now I'm on here all night, and then I'll be here all day tomorrow as well.
Okay, that's
so
all right.
You can't get rid of me.
That's what we like to see. I said I saw some stuff in the chat earlier, so I'll make sure I reach out to you about that. I just haven't finished it there. But I saw a couple of like errant messages and was like, oh god.
It's the stupidest thing. It's fine. Everything's fine.
So. Okay, all right. Well, we'll catch up after tomorrow, but we'll decompress. Crying Liam should be a me. It probably should be. To be fair, I don't think I've actually. No, I have cried on stream. I've definitely cried on stream. That's a lie. I've 100% cried on stream before. But soppiness is just part of the brand. It's never going to go. I'll be 80 years old, sat on my VR headset with some avatar telling you how soppy I am. It's always going to be the same. I don't want to get rid of Zach. Zach's like
Isaac. I don't care how bad you want me gone. I'm not going anywhere, baby. You turn around, I'm there. You blink, I'm there. When you wake up, okay, I'm still going to be there. So. You can act like that all you want. I'm not going anywhere, Isaac. All right, you and me forever.
I think Zach's almost as much a staple of PSN as I am now. I mean, this is what his 4th year with us, 4th, 5th.
Yeah, I'm coming up on 4 this summer, and it's you know, there's certain like things in my life that I look back on, and I really can't remember my life before it. You know, something that my wife and I talk about a lot is. You know, we both really can't remember a time. We don't remember what life was like before we were married and before we spent every single day with each other. And that's kind of how it feels like with PSN. Like, I really honestly can't remember what my day-to-day was like before I came to PSN. You know, there's just almost like a hole in my memory because just that feeling, I don't even know how to qualify it. Like, it just, I can't even describe it because I'm so used to, accustomed, look back so fondly on my time with PSN. So about to hit year 4, hopefully of many more, and you know, we roll PSN to the moon.
Look, I'm mildly tipsy. There's a chance I might cry when you start saying those words. Save it when I'm sober so I don't cry everywhere. But no, I mean, yeah, Zach's been everything I could ever want from someone joining PSN. Like, he's very much the role model. Like, I kind of wish when I like hire writers that Zach could just hear what I say to them, because the amount of time that, oh, we got this guy.
Appreciate you, my bud.
He just uses like the ultimate example to be like, this is what we want someone who joins the company to turn into, just in terms of like the way they treat it, the way they treat others, and the way just, yeah, well, those 2 words really. But it's just phenomenal. Like the respect, the passion, the dedication that you've got. You know, you're going to Sixers playoff games now. Like, that's huge at this year, going to Sixers games. Like, it's wild, you know? Like, it's crazy. Like, every year we kind of go, I don't know, there'll be troubles and difficulties as there are in every work through. Yeah. And you're like, and then you look back on something big, like, oh yeah, we did that in the midst of all this. And then the next year there's something else, and it's like very much new levels, new devils. But I mean, I don't think that's fully set in yet for me, that we've got guys at Sixers playoff game very candidly now, just against the Nets. Like, yeah, we're there. And what? You know, that's happening.
Yeah, I mean it's absolutely crazy, and thank you again for the kind words. You know, it's we're gonna get just a couple of soppy guys up here as the Eagles don't have a pick
Yeah. Nothing left to
now
say.
at the end of the draft, but you know, it really is like incredible. That is the one thing. So I may not remember what it was like before PSN, but I do remember what it was like when I first started with PSN, and the coverage overall, more specifically, you know what we have access to now that we didn't then is incredible. You know, to be in you know in the media room, you know, at Sixers games, to be there as credentialed media members. You know, we've had people attend Eagles games as credentialed members. Our Flyers content has grown exponentially, of course. Our union coverage. You know, we had coverage at the Reading Titans game the other day. I do believe. So all of that happening, I mean, is absolutely incredible. And obviously, we would not have any of that if it wasn't for the man running the ship. And Liam's, you know, even with this you know, merger with Schneps, you know, this you know, joining the greater Schneps family, like that was something that Liam you know, really took his time with, and I gotta say did a phenomenal job with making sure everyone was on the same page, everyone was okay with all the decisions being made. And you know, I really just got to say, like, you know, thanks, Liam, for everything that you've done, because you know, you've built everything. Like that's the thing. Like, you know, you talk about me and you know what level of contribution you feel like I've brought to the table. I mean, there's nobody who's contributed anything close to what you have to this team. So
You know, 'cause
you should
I-
absolutely feel accomplished.
it means a lot. It genuinely means a lot. And I always say, like this is my favorite weekend of the year, because especially the last few where I'm not streaming and I'm not making YouTube videos, the stuff where seeing a name like Duck or Isaac or you know, like Chicken, where it's like from those 3-4 years ago where everything was so different, or even in COVID where the world was so different, and that we've created a community strong enough to stay. It just, I don't know, it reinforces everything. And you know, yeah, like there's been some big movements along the way and stuff, but it means a lot that we've just got the same team, that no matter what's happened, you know, look at any business acquisition, someone comes in, everything can change it. And PSN said exactly the same, if not got better and stronger, and everyone's much better for it. And that's the main thing to me, is that we can do what we do every day, enjoy doing it, and that we're doing better content because of it. And I think that we're ticking all those boxes. So just thank you for sticking with us, guys, and for the writers and contributors like Zach and everyone else for, you know, sticking with me as well. Because yeah, as much as I can try and soldier it on and do content and, you know, pour stuff out, it's you guys that do the heavy lifting, really. I just sort of try and keep you all motivated and, you know, keep you all happy as best I can. But it's telling that even after acquisition, even prior to everyone still here, don't stop it, because this isn't gonna make Liam cry after he's had 2 drinks. Okay? I can't think. I tell you what, the only guy we have last year deserves a shout out is Jay Smoot, and he was here since, like, I want to say year 2 he came on. I mean, maybe even been Super Bowl season, like 2017. And the only reason he left was because he got a full-time job with Major League Baseball. And he's now, I think is it the Rangers? It's the Texas Rangers.
Texas Rangers. It's a pretty tough gig to turn down, you know. So
yeah, you can't really. Like on day one, he's covering like Texas v Phillies was his first assignment.
Exactly, yeah.
So it's crazy. Like I always tell myself, like, if someone leaves and it's for something better, then I've done something good. If someone just leaves for no reason, then I'm like, all right, well, let's revisit that. But if people are leaving and it's something better, then I've done my bit, you know. So someone leaves, they've taken something, it's got them a job in the industry. There'll be more good things coming. We just keep pushing, especially the past couple months. Like PSN's trajectory is just, it's looking very, very good. Everything's looking great.
Sure.
It's the most confident I've ever felt about everything. So
I want to touch on one thing real quick. So Ron, when Liam moves to South Jersey, when for sure, when it does happen, I cannot tell you when. South Jersey, 100% the move. I am in Heights myself, Woodbury that is. So Liam, come on down. There's a lot of great towns near us here. You'll see some land that is probably as close to familiar to where you're at, probably right around here. So so if you're looking for something that's different but not that different, then come on down to South Jersey.
I mean, to be fair, the idea's been flirted with recently of like especially with Lizzie, where like, so for anyone that knows, Liam's not his chaotic horse stage anymore. He's settled down nearly 2 years since
Not a
past,
core stage.
so he's a reformed man, able to give advice at like Alcoholics Anonymous, but for just Tinder. And we're at a point where like she's debating moving in, and she was like, but what if something goes on over there, or you get asked to move out? And then the obvious one, not obviously I cover Philly, but the company that owns it's based in New York, so they were like, that's appealing, and she'd be more in line with that. And I'm like, okay, cool. So I don't know, like, I mean, there's a lot that can change in the next few years, but like, I would love to be out there at some point, even if it's just like 6 months here, 6 months there, and kind of coming back between the two. I was listening. I didn't close the stream when the visa conversation happened. That's still all 100% genuine. If I go out there for visiting, that's fine. The reason I've done it recently is, again, I said I'll be 100% transparent with it. It's just that, like, I genuinely thought that, like, tax income, I just declare what I earn. I didn't think that the sale of an asset would contribute, and I got.
Oh yeah.
So that ended up killing me, and then so I had to pay that monthly, and I've been like, right, that's like half of my year now gone. But I'm a relatively young man. I wasn't the most financially secure, so I'm just like, it happens. But we're much better off than we were in PFN.
I mean, plus it's just Nick's wedding. It's not like it's one of the important ones like Eric's, or anything like that. So I'm assuming Nick is still listening. That's the only reason I even said that.
Yeah. I genuinely miss the outside insider, and I'm trying to. Okay, let's have this conversation. Now everyone's sick. I feel like the people that are left are like PSN is that like they watch everything. Like obviously flipping the birds. I've seen a few of them jump into Build Show recently. I would love to bring the outside insider back. My issue is format, so I'm gonna spitball stuff, and you guys just tell me what works. Because I can't do Mondays, I can't do Tuesdays. I could do Wednesdays, and I can do Thursdays, but I feel like they're both awkward days where it's like almost too late to discuss Sunday's game and too early maybe to discuss the upcoming one. So I'm not really sure how to approach it unless I can guarantee a Monday and work something out, but it's not consistent. So
here's the thing that I'll say about that before the people in the chat chime in, and please do chime in because the more ideas the better. But Monday would also potentially be tough because during the season, if there's a Monday night game, like unless you're doing a preview of that game, then there's not a recap until the following Monday. So Wednesday may honestly be the best of those days, just because you're not hitting a game day either way. You're if it's Thursday, then it's a little longer before the next one, but you're going to face that no matter what. Wednesday, you can talk about Sunday, you can talk about Monday, you can talk about Saturday games that come later in the season, and it kind of gives you just that middle edge on both ends. So Wednesday is probably the answer there, if you ask me.
Maybe you do it. Maybe you do an hour show every Wednesday. Who's to say? I've toyed it for a while. I was waiting for the right time and situation, and my MacBook's literally dead, so it's just the iPad. So it's just like, all right, now I understand in StreamYard, I can do it all from this, and we can work something here. So that'll be so. I can't promise what. It won't be like in-depth film breakdowns and stuff, just because my MacBook has that. It's currently in a repair shop. I literally took it into a repair shop today to see if they'd buy it off me or if it's even worth selling, because like there's 2 keys missing, the screen doesn't work, and it doesn't charge. So I was like, just take it for 20 quid, or am I going to sell it? I'm not sure. But if I can work something out, or I can do maybe an hour show on a Wednesday, I feel like I want to get back into it. I feel like I'm at a time where I can now. I know I said that last year, and I just hate doing that whole come back to YouTube for a week, disappear for a year thing. Like I don't enjoy it. I just get so excited about the idea of it that I go all in and then can't back it. And I'd hate to like disappoint. I still get comments now like that went well, and I'm just like sat there. Yeah, fair enough. It's done it again. But yeah, or to be Ronald's got a point. Yeah, just whatever. Just Liam sits there for an hour. Yeah, that can work. We'll do something. If you guys would watch it, I'll obviously do it. I don't think I think I peaked. I don't think I've got the draw that I did. There was one summer where I was like red hot, and there was like WIP were talking about it, and I think Spike Eskin was all over the show and stuff, and I was like, we're hot. And then my Twitter got banned, and then ever since then it's just been not declined, but just obviously when I step back from YouTube, I'm an old man now. I've not got the buzz that I did a few years ago, so I've got to work that back. But there we go. I was like, your mic's muted. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not.
No, sorry. I'm
Okay.
So the thing that people don't know about this right here is that it is full of quite a good amount of gin. So if I do slip out as the night goes, that is why. But what I was saying is that Isaac's 1,000% right about your MacBook being in the shop since 19. That is definitely true. But that's only because that's the thing is that it's in, it's out, it's in, it's out because like you literally don't stop. Like is the
True.
thing, which is part of your charm. It's part of your charm. But you just be grinding Apple products into the grave.
I know, but I took it in and like, luckily the guy that served me was someone I knew from school, and he was on the Twitch chat during the COVID era. Like I grew up with him. That is a hell of a ball. And
Ron called out the Tanqueray. Had to give him a show. Absolutely.
So like, I showed him the MacBook, and he was like, "Oh, is this the MacBook?" And I'm like, "That's the one. That's the one that I slagged off for 3 years because it kept blowing up on me." So it's like some artifact in a museum. Like, oh, that's what Liam burnt to a crisp over the last like 5 years. But you know, it is what it is. We'll work something out, Liam. When you come back, you have to have ready to go for the first. Ready to go for the first 2 weeks. True. Yeah, I need a backlog, I think. But I think the draft's a good time because obviously there's a lot to talk about. So there's that there. You also have a partner now, so time split. True, and that's the thing. So I see her Tuesdays and Saturdays. I only really have one day off, and that's Saturday because I play golf. The other days I'm usually free. So yeah, it's really weird. My work days are really weird because I always feel really odd with work because I don't feel like I do that much, but then like I do a lot. So it's really odd because it's like none of it's super intensively like physically demanding. So I kind of write it off as I don't really do anything. I just sort of sit around and message people and write articles. But then like, I don't know, I'll call Lizzie one night a week and I'll be like, oh my God, at work today I did X, Y, Z, 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 Z. And she's like, thought we didn't do anything. And I was like, yeah, maybe I do. So yeah, I'm normally quite free apart from Saturdays. Although I did win a golf competition the other week. So there you are. Look at that. I'm basically on the PGA Tour. So there may come a time I can't do this anymore because the PGA Tour might call. That's the only other caveat. Where are we at now? Pick round 381. How many are there in the third round? 19.
It goes up to like 100 and something because of the comp picks.
Oh,
I want to say 102. Yeah, 102.
Okay, that's
yeah, we are less than halfway through. It's really slowed down. Like it honestly was it was fire and fast and furious in the second round, and then this third round is really beginning to slow a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's because obviously the Eagles' picks were back to back. Like that's what I always hate in fantasy drafts is if like your picks are literally like if you have like the first pick, you're not picking again for like 10 minutes or for like an hour, then it's twice.
Yeah,
and it's gone again. So,
but the actual draft will teach you some patience. I mean, that's
true. I mean, yeah, the fantasy PSN. I found that video the other day when I took John Hightower in the PSN draft.
Oh yeah,
like, yeah, I missed that. What an era. Who else is joining coverage? I think we've exhausted it. I mean, we had 5 of us at one point, and now it's just me and Zach, so sort of grinding it out until the bitter end. I think for the end of round 3. So if you want to come on, Eric, you're more than welcome.
My love between two guys.
I forgot you've got pipes. What was it that one time in COVID where we did the
we did a lot of stuff during COVID.
True. We did the Twitter Spaces and you came on and sung. And I was sat there with like my jaw on the floor like it was like America's Got Talent. And
I appreciate that, but more importantly, I am also a Scrubs aficionado. So if anyone recognizes that song, it is of course from Scrubs. And if you have not watched Scrubs, Liam, have you seen Scrubs before?
Vaguely, it was on a channel called E4 in England. So it was one of those like The Simpsons where it was just on so regularly, like double dose episodes at
for sure.
dinner time. So you just have it on like in the background.
That's basically it's on that like 1 or 2 different channels. I mean, Comedy Central, it's like that, and that's on some other channel. I'm not really quite sure, but it's a fantastic one, and it's I think you would understand the main character, and I mean this as an absolute compliment. The main character quite a lot. So definitely worth a shot there. And Ron, I knew you've been drinking, Ron. You tried to hide it, but we got into this last night, and I knew it. And also, there's no such thing as too much scotch.
Scrubs, I work in a hospital and it's shockingly accurate.
It is the most accurate of all the hospital shows out there. Like more than any like Grey's Anatomy or anything like that. One of the focal points of the people who made it. And there's like several Scrubs podcasts, so you don't need me to give you a whole rundown on Scrubs. But they worked so hard to make sure that it was so accurate from a whole different lot of perspectives, from the medical perspective, obviously, but just sheer operations around the hospital as well. It is so accurate. It blows all those other medical shows out of the water, and it does it while you can have a good time and, laugh a bit and cry and come a little bit closer to your friends, all while learning about medicine. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect.
Yeah, I'll check. I never said it was kind of on when I was at school. I remember a lot of people in my year used to watch it. But I think I was so deep in my emo phase, I was like the vampire.
Oh yeah,
a bit weird. So I kind of like brushed over that, and I wasn't quite intelligent enough for Big Bang Theory. So I think I settled with like.
I always felt like there was a fake intelligence surrounding Big Bang Theory. Like people told you had to be smart to like Big Bang Theory, but I really think that just people felt smart because they watched it.
Yeah, that's probably it. To be fair, yeah.
I'm very curious about Green Wing now. Have you seen that before, Liam?
No, I've not heard of it.
Interesting. If that is anything like Scrubs, which it's being told that it is, I might have to give that a go.
Is Scrubs on like a streaming service? It's not on like Netflix or anything, is it?
Hulu. I think it's on Hulu. I can find out in 2 seconds.
So I'll find some very legal link somewhere, I'm sure.
I'll buy you the DVD box set on Amazon.
Hey everybody,
Eric's on to
What's going on, Eric?
you guys are in the background. My bad. Yeah. So Big Bang Theory, not a fan either. Dude, Sheldon is the most annoying character on any TV show in the history of time. Also, Scrubs is a fantastic show.
Thank you, good sir.
If you're backing the medical, I mean, there's a lot of things I like about like if I am going to watch a medical show. Going back to when I was in college, if you want to file this under medical shows, or maybe it's just a drama, not really sure about how people take it, but I always like Nip Tuck.
Yeah, so I heard good things about Nip Tuck. Yeah. Well, the thing for me, with Scrubs, as growing up as a kid, I for a time even thought about a career in medicine pre-Scrubs, before even watching Scrubs. But much more than that, I had a love of musical theater and basketball. And all of these things come up in Scrubs. And so it was the perfect culmination of all my interests.
They did play basketball a lot near the dumpster. Hell yeah.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
Also, probably the most honest thing is playing basketball next to a dumpster. So
what other TV shows are good? Everyone in the comment section, what's your favorite TV show? And we will rate it from 1 to 10, even if we haven't seen it.
I mean, I got a few to throw out there, but these are some that I discovered on Netflix as like a cult following. Trailer Park Boys is something that got me. I watched
hysterical.
Good.
Absolutely hysterical.
But there's also like what's the other one that everybody like Letterkenny? Like that.
Oh, I love Letterkenny.
Like there's a lot of really good shows. But I'm also a sucker for all the crime, like Dahmer, like all that stuff. I'll watch it like 100%. There's one that was really cool that I did watch recently. My girlfriend got me into it. It was Yellowstone. So if you haven't watched
I've heard really good things about it.
Well,
and then what's the spinoff of Yellow? Sorry, go ahead, Liam.
I would say just quickly before you do, I feel like John Doe's championing of Green Wing is how I am about AEW to WWE. Like, if someone like WWE, I'm like, you love AEW.
Liam, can we do this wrestling podcast? Because I don't know if roommate Chris is ever going to do it.
Like, I'm down. Yeah, man, I'm down.
All right, I'm in. Okay, let's jump on it. Because my plan was like, let's get PSN to WrestleMania Philadelphia. Like, what if we just got credentialed to go WrestleMania Philadelphia?
Dude, the thing is, like, because I was debating signing up for media access for All In, which is in London, obviously. And I was like, but I don't know if, like, I kind of want to enjoy it. Like, wrestling's the only thing I've got that I haven't tried to somehow implement into work yet.
Yeah.
And it's like,
so you can kind of finagle yourself in there and still kind of just like, But
I feel like I want to be there as a fan and cry if CM Punk's there. Whereas, like, everything else I've shoehorned in, so...
Well,
I definitely get what you're saying, Liam. Like, Yeah, go ahead, Eric.
No, I honestly, I don't want to make this into a wrestling podcast. So, let's just leave that. Let's leave that alone.
Well, I mean, all I was gonna say is like I definitely understand your point, Liam. Like covering Sixers games in person has heavily affected my fandom.
You love it different.
In a variety of different ways,
Dude,
which I think has been good for my career, but has not been good from like a fan perspective.
It's hard.
So I definitely understand what you're saying.
It's really hard. I remember my first experience was motorsport. So before I even did PSN, all I wanted to do was motorsport commentary. So sort of like before Drive to Survive took off in Formula One, the guy that's in Drive to Survive as the commentator, for anyone that's watched it, got me into commentary years ago. And his career took off and he did that. So that was great for him. I was like 18 years old doing commentary, which is like different. Again, my voice is high now. Back then it was a mess. I was a teenager trying to get like broadcasting gigs. So like it was just tougher. But I was at Silverstone or like these massive, like huge racetracks every Sunday. And then you just love it different because you're not thinking about your love for the sport or your favorite driver or your favorite team or your favorite moment. You're thinking about what you're going to say, what you're going to do, like how this impacts this or that. And it becomes a job, which is what it is. So even with the Eagles, like the Super Bowl is different and the playoffs are different, but the last genuine time I jumped up out of my chair for an Eagles moment in the regular season was a Nelson Aguilar touchdown. The one he did the Deshaun Jackson little flip sort of back into the end zone, like that one.
Was that Washington?
That was the last time I was out of my chair because you just love it different, and it's a very weird thing. And I almost did it with golf. I made a golf YouTube channel, and it feels like every hobby I get, I try to monetize, which is like brilliant. That's great for work, but I also then don't have any hobbies I can just enjoy and cherish as an escape from work because everything becomes work, and that's kind of why I burn out so much. So yeah, it's a weird. I'm not sure if you feel about it the same, right? Because obviously you're at like every Flyers game ever, so I don't know how you feel.
I was gonna definitely dive deep into that. I mean, of course, the reason why, and I even reached out to want to write for PSN is obviously because you start as a fan. I mean, that's what we're fans of what we do. I think that's everybody is a fan at some point. Maybe not of that team, but maybe you're just a hockey fan. Maybe you are a Flyers fan and you can just kind of set aside your bias and kind of be a professional about what you're writing. But it does kind of take the wind out of your sails. Like, yeah, I do wish I was ignorant, right? To where like I wasn't covering it, where I was just like able to kind of go to a bar and just be 100% into the game with the boys. Yeah. But now it's like I'm paying attention to like, I don't know, Ronnie Attard. And like I'm deep diving into that, and everybody, while everybody is talking about like the one thing that's bad, and it's been bad for 3 years now, like I'm like, yeah, but I need to find that thing that's a silver lining, and it does kind of make this weird argument within the fan base, like the team sucks. It's like, yeah, we know, but it could be this. So let's just wait a minute, and allow it to be this instead of just complain about and be negative like an echo for like 3 years. Like we know it's in a rebuild. We know Chuck Fletcher was awful. We get it. 2017 draft class. I know we botched the hell of it. We got it. But like now it's 2023. You know, even if we don't land Bedard, and I hope we do, but if we don't, we're in good hands. So I don't know. It kind of does jade it a little bit, but like ever the optimist is kind of the way I look at it. Like it can be worse. It's kind of always how it feels. With the Flyers, it's pretty bad. So it kind of does put a damper in your fandom. And it does. I did put a damper in my fandom. But, like, I still am a fan. I want them to do well. But at the same time, I can definitely, objectively pull away and be like, this franchise sucks.
And I genuinely think that's where a lot of the Twitter amnesty for media personnel comes from. And it's like, obviously, Ruben Frank aside from today, that's like... But a lot of people quickly throw shade at media members for a take or an article something they don't agree with, and it's like it's very easy to not see it through that lens because you're viewing it purely as a fan with those glasses on. Whereas like when you're in it and you're writing content, you're thinking of content and stuff to write, and you can't say the stuff that's glaringly obvious. Like there's only so many times you can say Jalen Hurts is a good quarterback. like, because it's not going to do you any justice. Like, you have to try and find, can he improve? Is there a way the team can get better around him? Maybe there's a reason why he's got so good. And you're searching for those angles. And sometimes that leads you into places where people totally don't get what you're saying, and you end up just shouting at clouds because no one really understands. And I don't think that's like Philly media is a really toxic issue. I think it's just a case of like fans and media having to be a few different lenses. Like, fans want what's best for the team, media care about the team, but they've also got a job to do, and it's like a mix of both worlds. Ruben Frank today, I completely agree, Duck, was unnecessary. Like, that's, again, I think all of us have agreed that's a very, we'd have all handled it very differently. But yeah, having done this for as long as I have, like, even going back to motorsport, I've only just got back into Formula One, and I spent from years, when I was 16 to 20, doing that and doing events. But even when I was doing PSN, I'd be at an event on a Sunday, and I'd like write stuff on the way home and on the train. And I kind of had those two worlds going for a bit. And it's only now where I'm 27, 28, where I can watch a Formula One race and be like, this is cool. I like Formula One again. It's like I'm a kid again. And that's where AEW reignited it for me. It's like I feel like a kid, and it's innocent, and there's no work thing attached to it. Whereas even a non-Eagles game, I can't watch without there being some work angle in there. And I don't know about... I feel it's like an interesting conversation to have, because obviously fans have that insight into someone like Elliot Shaw Parks, who gets, a lot of slack on Twitter, where he's going to be in similar situations. So it's just, I don't know, I like showing that insight where it's just a very different world that I think people think it's a dream to cover your team, and it is. It's a phenomenal experience, but you learn to love it different, and it's... I suppose that, I don't know. It's like meeting your girlfriend for the first time and marrying her. It's a different kind of love, right? Like, it's not the same.
It's a blessing and a curse. Like, I mean, the Flyers win the Stanley Cup. It's like not just because it's one of the longest droughts in Philadelphia championships. It's just going to be, the highs are going to be high when that happens.
Yeah.
But man, like, this is literally. And this is the worst stretch of Flyers hockey.
Yeah,
it may be franchise history, but certainly my life. So now that we're sitting here, it's like, okay, well, maybe you can't get worse than this. Like, I'm covering it during its lousiest era ever. Maybe am I the curse? Like, kind of, you feel like that a little bit, but yeah, it's a curse because you want to objectively look at the team, and you want to kind of smarten up a little bit and say, okay, how does a franchise rebuild? What is the Flyers process? And you can look at it in a sense where you're growing as a reporter or a content creator, where you're understanding the game better. But in the same scope, you're kind of following the trends of what is being discussed, and it's nothing, and it's all just negative, and that does kind of rent a voice in your head where it's like, dude, this is brutal. Like, it's almost a chore to talk about it, but at the same time, it's like, well, one time though, you're gonna be able to look back about something you said about a player, and you stuck to your guns, and you're going to be like, I knew that prospect was going to bring hope to the city. Boom. Like I did it with Tyson Forrester. When Forrester, right before he was drafted, I called it, a month maybe before the draft, saying he's going to be drafted. This dude has a NHL elite level shot. Like, this was years ago. And now when it comes to the NHL in a short period of time, he's scoring goals. I'm like, dude, like, there's promise. You just got to, Briere said it best. This fan base is going to have to be patient. Unfortunately, he's talking about a Philadelphia fan base, and probably one of the most impatient cities. So we'll see, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, the way that I've always thought about it, or the reality that I've lived with, especially now in this role covering the team so close, is, this is both the most difficult and the best job that I've ever had. Just the approach, like day in and day out, the prep work that goes into it, the self-evaluation. I feel like there's just a constant self-evaluation that we And I would argue good media members put themselves through where you're not only making sure that you're separating yourself from that fandom first and foremost, and when I say that, maybe not separating yourself from the fandom, but maybe more so just having that objective eye, that we've talked about. But beyond that, you are also in a sense representing the media of your team, if it is in fact your team. So there's that pressure that can potentially lie on you as well. And there's just a lot of, I would say, pressure to perform. But at the same time, when when you're put in that position and hopefully pressed into like a diamond, like or your pieces would be the diamond in that scenario, like it's just such a good feeling when you feel like you've gotten such a quality take, such a quality piece, such you're able to share insightful information to the people, something that they may not know otherwise. Like, and on top of that, like even just like all the weird little stuff is really great too, which is what makes it such a like a position that I will never take for granted. Like obviously there's people talk about being a part of interviews with Joel Embiid and James Harden and stuff like that. And then there's other days where, I'm sitting under Kristaps Porzingis armpit, like, and there's just like this, just weird things that happen that are like, this story makes no sense. Or this memory that I have, this life experience that I have, like is the craziest thing that I could possibly explain. And it never would have happened if I wasn't in this position. So like, that's one of the like daily treats that you do feel that kind of balance out the, in a sense, like hardship of the position. And the other thing is, nothing worth doing is easy, so even with that hardship of representing, the media for a team that you are a fan of, I mean, it's still worth every single minute of it is the thing. Like I said, my fandom has changed. I am not a fan in the same, or I guess I'm more accurate to say my fandom doesn't look the same as it once did. Is more accurate.
Your fandom is probably a lot more analytical.
Like, it is, like there's this, especially like hearing some of these guys. Like hearing some of these guys behind closed doors will change you. Like hearing them behind closed doors will change you. Like that's absolutely gonna happen. But at the same time, it's just exciting, and it's like I said, it's the best thing I've ever done.
I mean, there are scenarios now where we get so engrossed in our little world where, I mean, most of my conversations every day are with you guys. So all I talk about is the Eagles or sports teams or takes. And, there was a scenario recently where like there's a group of friends that I've somehow been shoehorned into that all play golf together, and it's like 30 of them, and I've been like inducted, if you will. They're a bit older, and one of them likes NFL. He's a Niners fan, and he started talking about the NFC and the playoffs and stuff. And I swear to God, I spoke for about 3 minutes about the Eagles, and he looked lost and was like, right. And it was like, but because I don't, in my head, I can't comprehend that someone else doesn't see the same level of depth that's there. And it's like, they see it as like casual, like, oh, the Niners are cool. Yeah, that, Trey Lance will be good, won't he? And I'm like, nah, actually, I'm on game 4 on the 3rd down and 12. It's like, no one gets that depth because that's all I know. And if I come to you guys with a play or a scenario, you're like, oh, yeah, cool. And that's the only conversations I'm having. So as soon as it's casual and outside of that bubble, it's like I look like an anorak. And it's such a weird, like, I'm not sure if I'm the only one that's had that yet, but I love this little group therapy session we've got. It's very,
for sure. Well, the funny thing, I don't know if it's happened to you guys yet, but I'll find myself in situations where, like a lot of fans, like they'll talk about basketball with somebody who's not a fan of that team, and I'll talk about a divisive figure like Joel Embiid. I'll make him the example, right? So you talk to fans from other teams. There's not a very high opinion of Joel Embiid among fans across the NBA. He's recognized as a great talent, but people call him a foul merchant. They call him a baby, always injured, like all this stuff, right?
Yeah.
But now that I, have had, the opportunity that I've had over the few years to as part of my job, be so analytical of this team is that it's almost as if like there's times I defend the team to people on the outside, and there's times where I have to bash the people and be a little more real with people who are in the inner circle of Philadelphia fandom, because there's the people who will, I'll have people who are talking to me and they're like Brooklyn Nets fans, for instance. And they're talking about, oh, I can't believe that Joel just started all that, shit and just walked away and all that. And I'm like, did you even watch the play? And I get into it with them. And then I get into it with, Sixers fans occasionally, they'll reach out and say something about, like James Harden, for instance, how like James Harden's played like perfectly or something to that effect after game 1, right, against the Brooklyn Nets, where he hit all those 3-point shots. And it's like, yeah, he hit all of his shots, but you got to make sure you're actually watching. He couldn't get off the ground when he was driving to the paint at the same time. So it's, kind of presenting realism in both senses, like to those who are overly critical of Philadelphia, and also presenting realism to those who kind of have those beer goggles on because it's their team. So it's kind of a fun, unique position to be in. I don't know if that's happened to either of you guys before, but that's just one thing, like thinking just about the people who like will reach out to me like day to day to talk basketball. Like that's kind of something that I've noticed over that time.
Mm. Just quickly before Eric jumps in, I will say this is the coolest thing, because there's a Doctor Who level discourse that is so deep at the minute in the chat. And it's like we're literally a radio show in the background where they're doing their own thing.
Exactly.
This is perfect. I was just about to reply, like, it's akin to a baseball game where they just randomly start talking about fishing. And you're like, I never knew about that bait. I should use that bait next time I go fishing. I learned a fishing tip. It's the bottom of the 4th. Like, like it's kind of like that.
Cool. But that's, look, if we can provide some value, some ASMR level backdrop while you fade into a good night's sleep, or if the coolest thing is you're talking amongst each other of people that have like found PSN out of a love for the Eagles, and you've made like a friend, or they're in the Discord, or it's like you're in the same show all the time, so you talk to each other. Like, we've made an accidental bar type vibe, and it's
for sure.
I love it. It's the best thing. So please don't ever feel bad if a conversation goes sideways. You talk Doctor Who all night long. I've not watched any since David Tennant, so I'm out on that. Like I started when it got revamped with what's he called, Chris Eccleston, then David Tennant. Oh, Matt Smith watched a bit of that. But then like I faded out when the whole Tumblr phase kicked in and America found it. I feel like I was like, yeah, it feels weird. I'm not. Again, emo phase Liam, hated everything. So don't blame me for that. But I'm
more of an Impractical Jokers guy myself. So comparable shows, I know, but
Doctor Who was cool. It had the maddest theme. Like the intro to Doctor Who goes so hard. It's just one of those where it's just like it's unnecessary. There's always those memes where it's like the guy cooks up the theme song for no reason. It's just unnecessary.
Oh yeah. There's like the GoldenEye pause music. Like
exactly. If you ever get bored and you don't watch Doctor Who, just the theme song, you just sit there going, it's kind of slaps for no reason. It's a random British show with a police box flying through space, but it goes off. It's a good song.
Does anybody watch the show I Think You Should Leave?
Oh, I absolutely love it. It's one of my top favorites.
It's incredible. It's so no one talks about it, but you see it memed a lot. So I guess that's maybe that's people talking about it. I don't know.
There's a subtle community, but it's not like it's just people communicate about it through memes. That's it.
Perfect.
Like this,
that's all you need to do.
And then you'll see everything like every once in a while. So coffin floppers, right? Everyone knows. If you've seen the show, everyone knows what that is. But then there was a viral video that went around of that like actually happening in real life. Like there was a video that showed somebody just falling out of the bottom of the coffin and like rolling down a hill, and it went absolutely viral. But then here's the thing that people found out later. That was still the show. It was just a behind the scenes camera angle. So this clip had gone completely viral because people thought it was just a completely separate video. And it turned out it was very, it was like super meta. Like it was just like a meme.
It was just a different camera angle of the actual meme.
Gosh, it's real life coffin floppers. But no, it's just a different camera angle of what they filmed in the show. It's just
I just
It's
love that
incredible.
show is
Absolutely amazing.
all it's all skits that were turned down by SNL. And I'm like, well, that's why
Yes.
SNL's not funny. Like,
Exactly. Yeah, no, that's really great. I was watching another thing that's on Netflix. I just finished Beef. If anyone watched Beef,
I'm 2 episodes in, and I thought like it started
it's
out
so good.
and I feel like I can see where it's going. So I'm like not sure if I should
You
finish.
cannot see where it's going. I'm telling you that right now. You cannot
Really?
see where it's going. Yes.
Okay, all right. Because basically, I got PTSD because me and Lizzie watched The Watcher.
Oh yeah, we watched that too. Yeah.
I just felt that was like again started out really hot and was like I like this, and then like it started.
There's a similar scene in Beef and The Watcher.
Really?
There's a similar scene, but it ends much better than The Watcher did for sure.
I'm all in. I just felt The Watcher
Yeah.
like had me quite tense and suspenseful and like wanting to know a bit more, and then it just sort of flopped and got almost a bit like not sitcom-y, but a bit a bit like a community style show.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, it got very like Bush League by the end. Like
yeah, like a bit, and I was like, well, it started
Yeah.
off quite like almost thrillery, and it ends up being like a borderline thing. Yeah,
Nah,
like
beef crescendos in the final 2 episodes. It's definitely worth pushing through and going with it. It's I might watch it again, honestly, which I don't. I do that with movies. I don't really do that with TV shows unless it's like Scrubs, Community. I think you should leave, like stuff like that. Did Demar and Overshown go?
Yeah, Cowboy. He's a Cowboy right now.
Okay, that's a solid pick by the Cowboys.
There was the show. The show was called "I Think You Should Leave."
I just thought you were being mean to me. I've had one too many drinks. He's just like
watch some of those skits, and they'll make it. Dude, some of them are very cringe.
It's hysterical.
Some of them are very uncomfortable. But the thing is, it's like just sit there and just tell yourself to complete the job and watch it.
Just take it. Yeah, absolutely.
Because honestly, you'll leave it having laughed more than you were like, "What the hell did I just watch?" Or maybe you will think, "What the hell did I just watch?" and then turn that's funny.
Yeah,
which might be more.
But honestly, it's so like with comedy is a tough thing sometimes with me and my wife because we have, together we have a shared sense of humor. But as far as like television that we watch and stuff like that, our senses of humor are pretty different. I'm a big like American Dad guy, and she watches like Gilmore Girls. Like so, that's like very very different. However, with I Think You Should Leave, there's certain episodes within that just like click perfectly. Like that are just it can reach so many different people of so many different types of comedic taste. It's amazing. It's great. I can't wait for season season 3?
Yeah, I believe it'll be season 3 coming out.
Yeah.
I know it's relatively low numbered, so season 3 seems about right. I will say this though, another show that I liked, which kind of I guess is my roadmap to like I Think You Should Leave, like down later in my life, still being in my comedic taste, comedic wheelhouse, if you will, was back when I was in college, I would always watch like Tim and Eric Awesome Show.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So like that kind of like rallied me, through that whole comedic taste and all that. But yeah, like if you like Tim and Eric, I think you would probably appreciate some of what's in I Think You Should Leave.
I don't know what I'm trying to think. So obviously I've never heard of any of these shows. The one show I rewatched recently with Lizzie, I got her to watch it. Called Peep Show. If any of you have heard of that, maybe not.
I think I've heard of it.
It's filmed in a really weird way, where all of it's POV and like the audio is like a narration of like your inner thoughts. So if you're walking down the street and there's like someone there and you just like think the outfit's weird, it's just a thought of how weird. But a lot of it's self-deprecating of just like 2 guys in their 20s that hate life, and one of them's like a 9-to-5 guy. The other one's a failed musician that keeps thinking he'll make it but does loads of drugs, and they live together. And it's just like this POV of them like grinding each other down, hating each other. But it's so if you like dry, awkward humor and just that POV of like it's a level of I don't know. It's just a POV of like a camera moving at I want to kill myself. That kind of like.
Yeah, that's me. That's my alley.
If you're about that, like it's the perfect show. Like it's so funny. So I'd recommend.
I think I went down like a David Mitchell rabbit hole, and I think that's how I found this show. I think that's what it was.
He's so funny. Like he's so just clever as well. Like he comes across so well spoken. But yeah, phenomenal show. Like I got Lizzie to watch it, and yeah, she's someone that is a little bit. I don't know what the word is, but just still trying to find her way. I think just in general, and having a show that's comedy about two people that were in very much the same boat and made that kind of normal was just really helpful. So like, yeah, if anyone's on that journey, also really cool. But it's just hilarious. Like, it's one of those where it's just normal life situations, but you relate to just. It's like it takes a mundane shopping trip. And all those intrusive thoughts about wanting to just pick something up and slam it on the floor, for instance, then becomes part of just, oh yeah, everyone does that. And it's just, it's a really cool show. Recommend it. Good fun.
Now we have Black Mirror was brought up, and that's a show where I understand. And I think some of the concepts and like the horror and like psychology behind it is brilliant. But I can only watch like an episode or two before I'm just like almost in a depressive state where I'm just like I can't like dude, like I'm down bad. Like I feel like going down like and just taking a nap. Like I don't want to do anything. Like it just saps the energy out of me. Like what? It seems exhausting to me. Like I get wrapped up in it. I don't know. That one would hit me at the core sometimes. I'm like, dude, this is too much for me. Like.
I feel like what they did the Bandersnatch one, didn't they? Where it was interactive, and that kind of blew up for a while. Like, that was kind of cool. But yeah, I feel I'm the same. It's almost like too much at once, where it's just so it's going to be some weird dystopian thing, even if it starts out quite nice, and it's just this like further view of everything's ruined, the world's gone. We might as well not bother. Just like if you're having just don't watch it on a bad day because it'll just form like.
Don't watch it ever. It was like even if you have a good day, it's gonna ruin your good day. At best. So.
Yeah, it was. I like some of the concepts. It's very.
For sure, though.
It's cool, and it's nice that stuff gets addressed in a. This is actually hellish kind of way rather than a sci-fi heroic kind of way, but still doesn't make it any easier to digest. What else have I watched on Netflix? I'm trying to think now. I don't really watch much TV. I just watch wrestling now. Like that's literally all I watch.
Fair, it's sports and wrestling. At this point, like I'm such a nerd for it, but like it's. Yeah. I don't watch. You're right. Like I've watched some movies recently because I will link up with my old roommate and we'll watch just like whatever he has on his Plex account, which is just historically big as far as the library is concerned. But we watched what was it? X and. What was the first one? It was Pearl. So it's like a horror movie. That Pearl is the first one of like a trilogy. Then there's X, and then Maxine's coming out soon. But those movies
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So you know what I'm talking about. Those movies were wild, but honestly, Pearl was great, and then X was all right. But X was all right too. So like watching them in order, not having any context, like it's not a bad trilogy so far. Let's see what the third one is, but so far it's shaping up to be a doable trilogy for all of horror.
Is Mia Goth in both of those, or is she only in the one? She's the main character. She's Pearl.
I want to say, well, because in the second one, well, I don't want to give anything away, but I think she might be casted in it, but I don't know if she actually has a prominent role. Like it might be flashbacks and whatnot.
Yeah,
but that's if she's in it because it's her character. I will at least say her character is in it.
Okay.
But I don't think they focus prominently on when she would have been casted to be that. Like when she looked like that at that age, then maybe they probably cast somebody else for a different time period of that character.
I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean? So
no, I got you.
But it's great though. It is a great couple of movies so far.
I did watch recently on Netflix is a film called Guilty or The Guilty with Jake Gyllenhaal in.
No, what's that?
Really good. So it's like just one of those like situation films where the entire film is just a situation playing out and that's it. Where he's just like a kind of cop that works like the 911 sort of call center, like when someone calls in and he directs a call. And he gets a call from this like distressed woman that sounds like she's being kidnapped, and that's the film of just how he handles that situation. And it's like really, really, really good.
Bill Burr is nightclub caller in The Guilty. I'm interested. Okay.
It's so good. Like I didn't see it taking the twists that it did. Yeah. Like so, I only watched it because the week before I watched. Do you remember the film Phone Booth? Has anyone seen that?
Yeah.
Like so, we watched that. and it came up on the recommended, and I was, oh, well, it's similar sort of thing. Just one random situation.
Wow.
Yeah.
Darnell Washington finally got drafted to the Steelers at 93.
Oh, God. Of all teams.
That's a good draft for the Steelers.
Yeah, they're killing it.
Yeah, they haven't had a bad draft at all.
I mean, assuming that the knee injury isn't that big of a deal.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
I'm surprised to see Ringo is still on the board.
Yeah.
Guess he needs some help. That must be the answer.
So help me. So help me.
And Clark Phillips III, I like as well. He's still there. Some of what I read on a limited things that I was able to pick up from his scouting report, what I do remember is I left reading that scouting report like we had a Diggs corner there available that in what was this now, the third round. So somebody who has really good hands, who has good height, physical closing speed. I was like, oh, okay, that sounds like a guy that seems to be doing pretty well at that position in the NFL. Let's go get him. So,
well, you know what I'm surprised is we still have, not that it really matters for Philadelphia anymore, I guess, but they could trade up and double down on safety. But Antonio Johnson is still on the board. I mean, that's the guy that.
Oh yeah, there's that one too.
It'll be really interesting to see what happens with him there. Nick Herbig, Nate Herbig's brother, is still available. Edge out of Wisconsin, so he's a guy who could probably even slip a little bit. So that'll be curious to watch a little later on. And then another safety, Jordan Battle's still there, but the run on running backs has kind of started already. Roshan Johnson's still there. Israel Abanikanda. Am I saying that right, Eric?
That's it.
Abanikanda from Pittsburgh is still there. Morgan, Eric, big on Abanikanda.
Like him a lot.
Dwayne McBride's a guy that a lot of people have mentioned. So maybe
Malik
you can get a guy
Cunningham's out there, unrelated to Randall, just same last name.
Yes, unrelated to Randall.
Malik.
He is still there. Dorian Thompson-Robinson, that's the quarterback that they actually the Eagles have actually shown interest in. Clayton Tune, another quarterback named Clayton. I don't know if Liam cares to comment on that, but
I'm all in.
He is available out of Houston. Would be the second Houston quarterback on this roster. Of course, speaking of Greg Ward, or I guess I shouldn't say on this roster because he ended up not being on the roster, wasn't he, Eric?
I don't know. Can't really remember. I mean, the pork, I can still taste it.
I don't really remember. I do wonder if they go for a wide receiver as we kind of go on, though. Like once we get into day 3, Parker Washington out of Penn State's a guy that I kind of hope that they take a look into.
Bryce Ford Wheaton, West Virginia. If you just remember that name, because I think that's a guy that will be a treasure late in the draft.
Do you have a position? Do you have a description?
Wide receiver, West Virginia.
Oh, wide receiver, West Virginia.
Bryce Ford Wheaton.
Bryce Ford. Oh, there he is.
I got him.
Now, yeah. Oh, 6'4", big dude. Okay. Yeah.
Bryce Ford Wheaton.
All right. Catch radius, they like that. His ball skills are inconsistent. Okay. All right. Yeah, no, but that's the guy to watch for sure.
Like and you know what? I will say this: it's 100% West Virginia pride and bias, because I love watching their West Virginia football. I'm a big Mountaineers fan, and I think the wide receiver, it's a big bias, but it's not just a bias because he happens to be a Mountaineer. He's a good Mountaineer, so there's that.
And Ron, in addition to trading picks from next year, they do have the ability to trade players as well. So they currently have a 6th round pick. So if they wanted to pair that, say, with Kez Watkins to move up into the 5th round, that's a possibility.
Oh, God. I just remember they didn't even have a 4th or a 5th round pick, did they?
They don't. It's going to be a long day tomorrow.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I'm going to be not around for that.
Well, I hope you're ready for that. Make sure you strap in, get some food, get some beer.
I'm bringing lunch. I'm bringing drinks. It's going to be a whole day.
Yeah, that is. God, it's going to be like 3 hours till they make a pick, isn't it?
Probably, honestly, yeah.
Oh,
I mean, honestly, we may as well just get like a big game of Piccolo going for everybody in the comments.
That sounds like a vibe. You want to talk about a party? Let's do that. Oh my
Oh,
god!
man.
You get the entire world to learn about us.
Oh,
All right,
man.
y'all. Well, I'm gonna. Well, there's Jackie. Just interrupt.
Hi, Jack.
Hi, Jack.
Well, I'm gonna head out now. So, if I pop in tomorrow, I might just try to do the same thing like I did today.
Nah, sounds good,
Hey,
man.
I'll take
All right.
that. That sounds like a plan.
All right, brothers. Y'all take care.
I'll see you
Everybody in
later,
the chat,
Eric.
take care. Have a good night.
Bye, man.
Well, we could play Hangman.
We could, or I could talk golf for
Good
3
idea.
hours. I mean, they can choose. I'll let them decide.
Or here's an idea. We could play Hangman, but it's golf themed. Right?
Best of both worlds, right?
Yeah.
I'm on it. I can talk golf for 3 hours. I like golf. Not that I ever tweet that I play it or anything, but I'll tell you what. Right, for those that like wrestling and like long-term storytelling, right? How is this for T? So the competition I won at my golf club, right? The guy I beat, like in second, we tied on points, and I beat him because I scored better on the last hole. So if you tie, it goes back to like the last hole, right? And I actually play him in a match play competition in 2 weeks time. So we tied. We have the same handicap. We tied on scoring a competition at the top, and I play in head to head in a separate like cup, like a silverware cup, in 2 weeks. It's like a long term rivalry. We're having a headline WrestleMania in like 2 years time. It's going down. So just saying, wait till next year's draft. I won't say when until next year's draft whether I win or lose or what happens to this fabled man. But there you are. A whole 4-letter word, is it? I'd assume golf. Leave me another beer. Oh, no, not now. No, I thought we finished that. Don't say that. I've just stopped being tipsy. I've just got...
How many have you had?
I've had 3, which isn't
Dude,
even...
you got 2 more to go.
Really? Why?
We're at 53.
Yeah, I started at 30.
Okay. All right.
All right. But we'll start at 0 tomorrow. We'll build it.
We will start at 0 tomorrow.
That's fair. That's fair. Like, give me tonight off. I've just about survived. I'll need them tomorrow. Tomorrow's compulsory.
That's true.
Like, regardless of the like, I'll just make.
Well, you're gonna need the 4 Loco. You're gonna need to try that for the first time tomorrow if you're gonna stay awake for it.
Yeah, I might have to. I might have no choice. Yeah. Who's the guy?
It is winding down.
Colonel Lin rolled. Oh, it's a Vietnam. But I always feel bad when I'm like, I look at the stage. I'm like, who's that random?
Yeah. Then he's a war vet.
Someone survived some life altering.
Who's this jabroni? Oh, he lost his leg in Vietnam. Like, yeah, something like that. Like the worst possible. Like,
do it all. I'm like, sorry. Yeah. Okay. Do they sell Four Loko? No, they don't. I'm so intrigued about the effects of Four Loko though. I've heard it's fabled now. It's got such a reputation. The sun probably will come up. Where are we at? It's like 4 a.m. I feel way more awake than this time than I did. I think I'm giving better coverage now than I did last night, and I'm drunk now. So there's that. Like, I was dead last night, so I apologize if I was out of it. My head was like spinning for most of it. But...
Duck is right; it will kill you. So do not mess with it.
I'm very intrigued. I hate to say that's gonna be like one of the first things I want to try when I get to America. If I'm just like, all right, cool, Four Loko. Anyone know where I can get some?
Nah, we'll try a whole lot of other things before we try Four Loko when you come over.
Okay.
But we'll get you a slice in New York. We'll get you a cheesesteak in Philly. Gotta get the roast pork, honestly, if you're in Philly. Like that's the other thing. Like a cheesesteak, like of course you have to. That's tradition. You gotta get the roast pork though. That's the bigger thing. And honestly, you gotta go just to a good deli and just get like an Italian hoagie.
Yeah, I feel like I need that because I like Subway, and that was like I thought. I didn't know what a hoagie was. I was like, oh, it's just a Subway.
This will change your life.
Yeah.
Life altering. Like there's 2 places that I swear by right around here. There's a lot of good places around here, but there's 2 places I swear by around here. That's the Sicilian Deli and that's Pal Joey's. And those 2 places, the hoagies there are absolute, like, this is South Jersey I'm talking about. So I don't mean to besmirch anywhere in Philly. I'm only talking about South Jersey right now. And those two places are absolutely killer. So one of those places you will definitely try. Oh, and soft pretzels. Ron's absolutely right about that too.
Soft pretzels.
Oh, yeah.
Like a bakery. I mean, we
Oh,
have hard ones
dude.
with like little bits of salt on them. Is that?
Yeah. No, this is like it's bigger. It's real soft. The knot, like which is like the middle of it, the knot is one of the most like delicious of like any like of those like baked things that you will get. And a Wawa soft pretzel is really solid. So that might be where we get the where we get that from.
I'll have all of it. I'll be down for everything.
Oh, for sure. You're gonna be so fat by the time that you go back. Like, don't even like. We'll show you a good time. Don't worry about that.
I'm excited. We got Ricci's are some of the best hoagies in the city. Is that Ricci's? Ricci's? I don't want to mispronounce that, but I will because I can't pronounce anything. Like,
I don't know where Ricci's is.
it is Ricci's. Okay.
I'm curious now. Okay, on 11th, I'll have to go there. I'll scope it out before you come out.
We got Cinnaminson.
Oh, Cinnaminson. Yeah, it's a place in Jersey. We're not going to go to Cinnaminson, but thank you for suggesting that, Ron.
Ron's just like arms in the air. Like, I don't know why I bother. Like, just trying to help. You're part of the American when I get back. She thinks I'm American now. Like, thing is, she's such a foodie, and I'm just not. So when she wants food, she wants like really nice, like not even I would say posh food, but to her it's just nice food. I'm just like dirty pizza and chips, and I'm good. Like, just give me something.
Oh boy, do I have good news for you!
Like,
we are full of hole in the wall places.
Like that, I love it. I'm very simple. Like a grilled. I tell you what, I have started doing. It's very American of me. So you have like grilled cheese, right? Like that's your
sure.
Staple, for sure. So we have like a machine here that does it called like a toasty maker, where you just literally put in the bread, the cheese, you pull it down, and make. But what I've learned is if you butter 2 sides of bread, put the cheese and ham or whatever in the middle and put it in a pan, and then just flip the oil off the butter, cooks it. That's good. I know it's really simple. Look, I've just
first of all, you're 100% right. That is how you make that's the better way to make a grilled cheese. I gotta address the war that is brewing in the comment section. I will agree with Ron. I do not know where the West Virginia comparison for Cinnaminson came from. I don't exactly agree with that. We just don't have plans on going to Cinnaminson. That's the only thing. But Isaac's right. Reading Terminal, that's going to be a place that we're going to have to hit, of course. But as far as grilled cheese goes, getting back to that, we have panini makers, like panini presses, which can do like a nice grilled cheese for you as well, like right over that. But my way that I've always done it is just like you said, it's just with the pan. Honestly, just with the pan and press down, and it's the best tasting. Just with some nice, great tomato soup, you're all good to go at that point.
I love it. I've only discovered it. I swear to God, I had it for lunch every day for about a month.
Have you paired it with the tomato soup though?
Not yet, no. But I'm a big fan of tomato soup, so I might.
You got to do that. You got to dip it in the tomato soup and everything. You got to do all that.
It's the only soup I like. Like, so my friend the other night, I was like, "Oh, you had it on tasty." Well, so we've got like I'm not sure what it's like over there, but over here we have like minestrone. It's like quite significant. Yeah. All right, cool. So I was like asking my friend if he was going to come on Battlefield, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm just having my pea and ham soup," and I felt thick.
Yeah.
I was like, I just couldn't get my head around.
That's one I can't get into that one either. But people like that one a lot. I don't get into the pea soup, not even with the ham. I don't do the lentils. That's not me.
Just straight tomato. I'm all
maybe we'll stop by a Panera. You like cheese though, right? We're just talking about grilled cheese, right?
Yeah, I love cheese. Yeah.
I mean, maybe we'll stop by a Panera and get you some broccoli cheddar soup.
Okay.
That's something we can potentially do. But yeah, I mean, listen, you don't go somewhere for the soup. Like that is the thing that I'll say. Like there are a lot of good soups if you ask me, but I'm not going somewhere for the soup. It's all for, I got bigger fish to fry.
Yeah,
for the soup, Oh, Jordan Battle to the Bengals. That's a good pick there. That's doubling down on secondary there.
Are they keeping Bates then, the Bengals?
He's gone. He's already gone.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah. No, he's with where did he go? Did he go to the Panthers? Where did he go?
So I remember it being quite a thing. I just wasn't sure what happened to it. I kind of
it went on and on and on. Falcons. He's with the Falcons.
Right, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, the mock turtle soup. That's an idea.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. That sounds.
Well, you make fun of the turtle before they kill it and put it in the soup is what it is. It's like you ever see a place where like you pick your lobster? It's like that, but you just make fun of the turtle a bit before he goes in. So
just call it slow. Just like shout at it.
Denix is a good spot. Duck, I see there. Denix is a good spot. That's definitely fair for a recommendation. I mean, when you're talking about cheesesteaks in Philly, like, I mean, I'm a Jim's guy. I like Jim's. I spent a lot of time going to Joe's because I spent a lot of time in Fishtown in my college years. Jim and Joe's is good. The Alessandro's obviously is good. Angelo's is good. There's a lot of good places to go. We're not going near Pasagino's. Just know that in your head now. We're not going to either of those.
If I just snuck off one day just to try, would it be like?
I'd find you. I would find you and I would stop you. Yeah.
I feel like, I don't know. I mean, like I said, there's one in London called Passyunk Avenue, which is owned by someone from Philly, and in there they've got like the Jason Kelsey sort of mummers outfit that he wore at the Super Bowl parade, like his actual one. And like the whole place has got like TVs. They only show Super Bowl 52 or like the World Series from 08. Like it's a really Philly-based bar, and they do cheesesteaks, and I love them. And I'm really intrigued to know like how close it gets, because apparently they import. I don't know I think it's the bread.
It has to be the bread, because that's I'll tell you this: the bread makes all the difference. Like, that is huge. Like, obviously, you need strong meat, you need strong cheese, but the bread makes all the difference, and that's what the rest of the United States. That's why they will never solidify a cheesesteak recipe. Is that especially when you go like West Coast, the bread, and West Coast has good bread. Like they got sourdough nailed down pat. Don't get me wrong, but like they can't do anything compared to like Lissio's Italian bread. They can't compare. So if they got the bread shipped, then Passyunk has got some real steaks over there. It sounds like.
Yeah, they're phenomenal. I'd be really intrigued to know. Oh, who was it? There's a guy in earlier, Drew, that said he went to the bar. So I'd love to know if he tried a cheesesteak and his view, having been in Philly, to try the two. Yeah. Whenever I go to London, we go there. Like it's really grown. They've got like 3 or 4 places now. One of them.
Oh, nice.
And there'll be batting cages. They've made it kind of like
sweet.
So like, I might have to do that and try my home run challenge to see if I could.
There you go.
And give ESP a run for his money. So
there you go. You might have to do that.
Yeah. It's cool. I mean, we've only just started getting like things like Top Golf over here. Like we've got a couple of those.
Oh yeah.
So that whole kind of activity / food spot. There's a place near us called like a battle bar. I just realised that sounded like water bottle, but battle bar.
A battle bar.
Like battle bar. A battle bar, which has got like it's got darts, but it's like all virtual. It's got mini golf, shuffleboard.
Nice.
Have you seen shuffleboard?
Oh, for sure.
Like,
Yeah.
They've got stuff like that there.
Yeah, our old people played here all the time. It was what they played before pickleball. Yeah.
Oh, right. So, like, all stuff like that, and you just sort of rotate round and have drinks and things. So that's a bottle bar.
A bottle
A bottle bar. Wow, yeah. I wish the Eagles would take it.
Oh, man.
I wouldn't be mad at that.
We're at 99. We're getting there. We have the first. Hold on. We got a kicker that was just taken at 99. So we have a 3rd round kicker.
Hell of a draft class, boys.
This is
Bear in mind, that's
from
from
the nitty gritty.
Isn't this from like a Niners team that had no pick in the 1st or 2nd round either?
Yes, sir. That is correct. Yeah.
So their second attempt at draft is a kicker. But having said that, I mean, they've been so in love with Robbie Gould for decades. I mean, if he's going to be around for the next decade, then kind of makes sense, I suppose. But
I guess, and it's I believe this was a comp pick, so.
There's a little kid in that war room. He definitely made that pick. They just gave it to the kid and were like, pick a player. And he's picked the kicker. And he is.
And he picked a kid named Moody.
Yeah, and all the adults are just like, oh, fine. Oh, wow.
Pepperoni bread. Oh, for sure. Oh, you know where we got to go when you come? Bread. We have to go. So we're going to mix like the best of both worlds here. When you come out, we're going to go. There's a farmer's market in Williamstown. There's a town, nearby here. So you go there and they have fresh pepperoni pretzels. and they make the pretzels there, and it's like stuffed with like pepperoni and cheese.
Oh,
It's
man.
it is quite possibly the best thing you'll ever eat in your life.
Wow.
100%.
Genuinely just got like, you have like a hunger kick that just kind of like goes, oh.
Yeah.
It
will wet the mouth. It is that good.
Yeah, I feel like I need some of that in my life. Definitely need some of that in my life.
Oh, Gitanos, yeah, for sure.
Oh, see, it was crazy as well. Is that like a lot of these places, I always kind of miss out because obviously I'm in England, so the chance of me meeting anyone that knows what I do is minimal. But you could be walking past people that have watched live streams and read articles and, just on your day-to-day doing a grocery shop or going to get one of these pepperoni pretzel things. Like, you never know. You might just bump past Duck. And obviously, you know you now, so you know what you look like. So that kind of ruins the fun. But,
Yeah. Well, that is the fun thing about like living down here is that like, you do run into people like from time to time. Like that is like, it's just kind of like how Jersey is. Like, well, you remember that time that I don't even know if you remember, but Alex and I ran into each other at a Wawa one time.
I remember you saying,
and that's just what happens in Jersey is that you bump into somebody at the Wawa. But Ron, we're not going to Cinnaminson. I live in Woodbury Heights. I'm not going to go to Cinnaminson. Everywhere has Boost slushies. That is not unique.
I don't know what a Boost slushie is, but I feel
a Boost slushie is it's fine. Like it's kind of like a unique take on the slushie. They used to have them at Heritage's, which is another local place nearby. Like it's like a Wawa, but it's not as good. Except the hoagies are better and all the dairy products are better because they have like an actual farm nearby and stuff. But Boost slushies, like they're fine, but they're not. It's not like a neat, like you have to try the cheesesteak when you come out. You have to try a soft pretzel when you come out. It's not a need.
Right. So Boost slushie isn't like a staple of.
It's like if you move out here, then like, okay, eventually we'll hit the Boost slushie like that. It will come in time, but it's not, we're not going to be climbing over walls to go to get a Boost slushie,
I'll tell you what, I have heard of King of Prussia. I'm assuming that's I'm not sure, but the more you know. I'm learning so much. I just want those little pizza pretzel things. That sounds phenomenal.
Oh, it's so freaking good, man. They have them in Annie Ann's. Market shits on them 100%. Like that, you have to get the one from the farmers market in Williamstown. Talk to Ricky. Ricky knows about it because he's right there in Williamstown. He knows about this place. I used to work there in the meat shop as a homeschool kid. Like we would all work like at Danny's, the guy who owns the meat shop in there. He would pay us like $12 an hour to work behind this meat counter when minimum wage was like $7.50 or something like that. Like,
wow,
just an egregious amount. It was just like the best setup. We would take meat home at the end of the weekend. Like, super cool setup. Definitely a must go. Super quality meat. Definitely go to the butcher shop in the sausage corner. But you got to get the pretzel too because the pretzel was just unbeatable.
Yeah. So I don't think I'm trying to think if there's anything in England that's like the equivalent of almost like I guess like a bakery level item. The only thing I can think of is like a pasty, which I don't think has conquered America yet, which is basically apparently originated back when mining was a thing, like coal mines, and they're little food parcels, and it was pastry with a handle on, so the miners could hold the handle and eat the food without getting coal all over the food. So it's basically like a semicircle, all pastry with a pastry handle, and then it's just like steak, potato, carrot, and other things. But it's not. I wouldn't call it game changing. I mean, I love it. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's cool to have.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but like a solid, like comfort, familiar food.
Yeah, I mean, I want to make this clear. I don't eat beans on toast. I hate beans. I cannot stand them.
You're living in the wrong country, bud.
Literally, I hate beans. I don't know. I think I had them too much as a kid. Like it was like chips, beans, fish, beans, like beans everywhere. And now I just see a single baked bean gives me the actual like cringe level ick thing, and I hate it. Same with peas, beans and peas and mushrooms. That's it. I can't have them. Anything else I'm pretty good with. But cheese on toast, I'm good. Beans on toast. I'll tell you what, a crisp sandwich is great, and a chip butty is phenomenal. But Chris is adamant that because obviously you guys have fries and you assume like it's fries in a sandwich, but it's like imagine fries, but like they're fat jumbo fries,
like a steak fry. Yeah, no, we have them called steak fries.
So imagine steak fries just in a sandwich, just with ketchup and butter, and it is. I promise it's good. That's all we got. That's as far as British cuisine goes.
Well, you're gonna learn some things when you come out here, and it's gonna
yeah.
be tough for you to leave. I'll tell you that right now.
I know. I mean, that's what probably Lizzie's worried about, because she's got like such a she'll come over. I'll cook something tonight, and it's like salmon and there's spring onion drackled everywhere, and then like there's like soy sauce and it's like phenomenal.
Yeah.
And I'll cook the next week, and she's just got like a frozen pizza and some chicken. I'm just like the salt's going on.
Man. Yeah. We'll have to get you. I'll have to cook my signature chicken parm while you're out here too, and we'll get you some of that.
100%. I think I had chicken parm. I think Lizzie made chicken parm a few months ago, and it was amazing. And I was like,
"Oh
wow,
yeah."
I've had it before,
I was gonna say the best chicken parm you're gonna have out there, I'm sure, is probably from Lizzie.
Do you reckon? Oh yeah. Well, yeah. It's good.
Yeah.
You'd like.
I mean, everything you ever said, she sounds like a great cook, and I would definitely trust that over like a restaurant spin on it.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, there we go. There's the last pick of the third round.
We've survived. We made it to the.
Kai Blackman. Wow. That's it. We should, if we wanted to speed by, we should just start talking about food.
Oh, there we go. You know, time flies when you're having fun, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Time flies when you're talking food.
Exactly. Well, we'll do it all again tomorrow. Are you on tomorrow's stream, or you said you are?
I think I'm here all day tomorrow. Yes.
If you want a break, if you just want to write or just chill out, you don't have to be on. Yeah. I'm not going to force you.
We will cross that bridge when we come to it, but I will be here when we turn on tomorrow. So
amazing. Well, thank you to the late night crew for staying up and listening to the most general podcast in the history of draft streams. I don't, we've gone all from TV shows to movies to life as a reporter to baked beans and pretzel cheese pepperoni.
I don't know the last time we said the word eagle. I don't even know when that was, to be honest.
Not a clue. But I massively appreciate you. I mean, we can name the guys that are left, because I mean, I'm pretty sure it's just you guys. So Duck, Isaac, Ron, and there was one. Was it Evil Vet? Is he still here, or is he might have gone to bed? Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're down to the last few. But if you are watching this and you have, tuned in tonight, thank you for your undivided attention and for being a part of this. We've got one more day to go where the Eagles don't have a pick for 2 whole rounds. So that is going to be a hell of a roller coaster. And we'll see how it goes. But we all really appreciate you. We're going to get some sleep and get ready for a fun day at the office. Final day of PSN Fest is upon us. We'll make sure it's a banger. And we'll see you soon.
Thank you, guys. Peace.